you tell me that we're chasing someone's close? Don't you know we're on time? Who I say
in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of I made something out of life, you gotta make something out of When I was growing up in the hood, no, we ain't had much, but we made something out of nothing. And I remember being at school and I ain't had no lunch, but I made something out of nothing. Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. Something out of nothing, 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 something out of nothing. Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of know no better, I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Baby, I know what's coming, I could barely wait. And when it was on, they wanted me gone, boy, I'm here to stay. Stop calling me low, bro, I got mileage on me. Walked in with the whole team and we riding on it. Yeah, more action and no talk, I went quiet on him. Walked in with the whole team and we riding on it.
I don't be with me so basic. Well, you the op and your bros hating. All of them fake, I see both faces. Scared of the whip, it's a ghost racing. I knock them down to their cold cases. Marathon run, I'm a slow pace it. They did not want me to go places. Foil plans like the gold place. And if we pulling up with the whole squad, are you ready? Done told y'all that you better be running. I'm in my go yard when I walk in, I know y'all not telling me nothing. I'm the man. It's okay if y'all in denial. I get the chip on them and I bust out the south side. Is that Vigo de Gallo? Boy, you stop it, quiet. If it's new, I done got it. See my jewels, shining, shining. White diamonds, Miley Cyrus. Private jet, private pilot. Look at me, stylish, stylish. Masterpiece, body, done. Hey, I don't know no better, I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Baby, I know what's coming, I could barely wait. And when it was on, they wanted me gone, boy, I'm here to stay. Run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Heavyweight. I don't know no better, I'm on this every day. Cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Heavyweight. Walked in with the whole team and we riding on it. Couple of bands up in my pocket. I don't want pause to get wild nonsense. We got momentum, don't try to stop it. Diamonds are clearer than my conscience. I don't let bygones be bygones. It's bygones, it's I'm honest. Penthouse building reach heaven's heights. Now that's what you call a God complex. Remember the days I was down low when it was out cold, but I went out and got it. Look at my milestones, man, it feel like the Dow Jones when you look at my pocket. Look at the flex, whipping the Teslas. Mess, but I'm it's all a finesse. Boy, you stop it, quiet. If it's new, I done got it. See my jewels, shining, shining. White diamonds, Miley Cyrus. Private jet, private pilot. Look at me, stylish, stylish. Masterpiece, body, done. Hey, I don't know no better, I'm on this every day. You cannot run with me, boy, I'm a heavyweight. Baby, I know what's coming, I could barely wait. And when it was on, they wanted me gone, boy, I'm here to stay. Boy, I'm a heavyweight. But I'm on this every day.
la noche nos vamos a beber. Prenda los blones que vamos a prender. Dale, mueve, mueve ese culo como dice R1. Tirando patas como si fuera judo. La yo la diferencia, Kaku y Chu. Y llegaron los duros. Porque esa vaina vibra. 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 Porque esa vaina vibra.
Hey, no more slow starts, please. No fucking slow starts.
Com o time novo da Loud, acho que eles estão encaixando bem. Acho que eles podem fazer um desempenho bem bom no campeonato. E tem que ver o entrosamento entre os dois jogadores novos, né? O Cauãzinho e o Twix. E acho que eles vão se dar bem no jogo.
And it all comes down to this, the Alpha Bracket Finale. Today, we'll find out which teams move on to the semifinal in 2 regional showdowns. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 6 of the lock-in. We're coming at you live from the Ginásio do Ibirapuera in São Paulo, Brazil. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here on the desk, joined by Mimi and Sideshow. And boy, oh boy, do we have a show for you. I don't know if you guys can hear it through my microphone, but it is raucous in here, Mimi.
It is already wild. The teams have not even taken the stage yet. We have Loud versus NRG to start things off, and it's crazy that we're already going to know 2 of the teams into that top 4.
Yeah, it's bonkers. Before we even see anyone in the Omega bracket, we're already so deep watching great games, huge matches. It's nasty, this format.
This tournament has been absolutely bonkers, but it's safe to say that we've all been having a damn good time. Now let's go ahead though and talk about yesterday's matches, where they were a little eye-opening to say the least, because first up was my favorite match of the tournament. DRX brought the holy water and fought off El Diablo and the rest of Cloud9. After dropping map 1, we saw the Korean squad completely completely shut down their opponents.
I thought Cloud9 had it. I'm going to be honest with you, when Cloud9 came out and dominated Pearl, they're definitely the best Pearl team we've seen. The way that DRX bounced back was absurd. Cloud9 just demonstrating, I think, that they don't have that level of experience that's just baked into DRX at this point.
Yeah, they did not appear to. DRX, absolutely impressive. This icebox composition, so incredibly innovative and perfectly played. Then we got into the second match today where EG started off looking great, and then it all went downhill with Talon pulling some absolute craziness.
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. I'm also laughing at the fact that it was America's team that went home in both of these, and yet somebody from production's just throwing shots at EMEA. Every member X did. That didn't even happen yesterday. I mean, it's true. But yeah, it was EG that ended up going home. Talon continued that Cinderella run. A bonkers match that was frankly ludicrous.
Yeah.
And I think sets up for a weird game today where you've got one side of the bracket, crazy, historic matchup, a rivalry that we've seen all over the place. And on the other side, a massive underdog story, honestly. You got to call it what it is, where Talon are punching way upwards against DRX.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we're going to have to look into who flew that lower third. That was unacceptable, out of line. The person who did that no longer works with Riot.
Wasn't that you? Didn't you make that suggestion?
No, I didn't. That was someone else completely. But that does mean no EMEA team can make it into the top 4 from this side of the bracket. It's going to be Americas versus Americas and Pacific versus Pacific for these qualifications.
Yeah, that's right. And with those matches done, basically our alpha bracket is complete. And actually, just go ahead and take a look at it, because you're going to notice it looks like a really weird but strangely tasty pizza. And this is it. Just the pathway to this point has been wild, to say the least, Josh.
Yeah.
But I couldn't be happier with as a narrative enjoyer of the stories we're getting going into this.
I mean, you had to have a loud NRG rematch, didn't you? It wouldn't be a Valorant tournament without one. And yeah, it's kind of like a preview of what we're going to be watching once things go back to being regional for a while. You got the Pacific rivalry on one hand, the Americas rivalry on the other. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, indeed it is. And look, folks, today I just hope you guys are ready to buckle in. We have a lot of things, to share with you all, but most importantly, some fantastic games as well. And here's the thing: over in the States, back in Hollywood, actually, we're in the thick of award season, and we've decided to get in on the action and recognize outstanding achievements in the Alpha Bracket games we've seen so far in this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Alfies. So I came up with that name, so I'm very proud of that. I think I did.
It rolls off the tongue a bit better than Oscars, to be honest.
Before we do our first category, though, we have to get serious, everyone. And you know what you need to get serious.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my last lap.
You should check.
Let's get a little bit more serious.
I'm buckling up.
Here we are.
Thank you for the jacket, Oprah.
No problem. I always look out for you, fam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blazers on. You know, that's how you know that you're doing serious business on the desk.
Yep. There
Everybody
we go.
wearing suits.
Exactly.
This is serious esport.
And now, let's go ahead and move on to our first category. The most surprising first round exit. And here are the nominees. I think. Yes, there it is. Those are the nominees. BBL, Detonation, HyperX, Heretics, Koi, MIBR, FPX, and of course, Gen G. Okay, thoughts on this one before we go into it?
Now, I would like to nominate Gen G. For me, my particular nominee would be this team. Their opening game against Loud, nasty, super tense. I think this team surprised people. If they had a different matchup, I could definitely have seen them making it to the next round.
As another respectable member of the Academy, I respect your opinion, Josh, but I would have to vote for Koi, personally. I think they played a fantastic, near-perfect attacking side versus NRG in their debut matchup. The coordination looked quite good, and they had some cool ideas. As well, we saw Trex, who looked like an absolute world-class individual on the Sova, had a great performance and played a great game against one of the top members of this group.
Gen G would roll them, but that's okay.
I disagree.
And the winner is... How do I do this? Oh my God, I think I'm gonna fumble this. Gen G!
Wow, that's really professional looking. I like
Yes,
it. Like
obviously only the best here for the Alfies. Gen G's your winner. And unfortunately, Gen G are not here to accept this award because we cooked up this segment last minute. I mostly blame production. But anyway, moving on though. Let's go to our next award. It's going to be the Best LAN Debut. And the nominees are Sam from NRG and Jit Boys from Talon.
Some very respectable nominees here, but we've had a lot of great debuts. But for me, The guy that I really have to lean towards has to be Som. This guy came out, first international event, and he nearly got a spot on a map named after him. Looked absolutely incredible.
It's already
entering
called
on
Yellow.
ice
You
box.
can't call it Som.
Nope, new name,
No,
and
no, no, no.
Som was just so good.
Okay, people might have expected Som to be good. Did anyone expect Jip Boys to be out here popping off? No, you didn't. Jip Boys is the most surprising debutant. He'd take Som to town.
But Som had a better performance than Jip Boys, I would say. I'd say a tougher side of the bracket. Heavier performances out of this man.
And the winner is... Stupid folder thing doesn't work. I'm so nervous. La La Land. I mean, it's Som. Som is the winner. Of course,
that's fair enough.
we asked Som to comment on this monumental victory, and he said to me, "Who are you?" Let's go ahead and move on, though, to our next category. It's the Alpha Bracket All-Star Team, and we'll go ahead and start first with Mimi's squad.
Of course, I have nominated 5 fantastic players as our all-star team in this event. To start things off, we have the IGL. Finesse has been making fantastic calls across this tournament. You have Zeppa, top performer for Cloud9, incredibly flexible. Some already talked about him. He is great. Kellox, a guy who came out and impressed on Jet, took over a match, and I think with the strong team behind him, has potential to be great. You round that out with Cloud, another player with a fantastic debut, an excellent performance on the Sova role, and this team is bound to succeed.
That's interesting. You've picked up a roster full of bums. It holds nothing to my all-star.
No respect to these guys. Do not know what they've done.
Close.
Do not know who they are.
Nothing even close. You want to see an all-star team? Look at this all-star team from the Alpha Bracket. This would be rolling people around. And you know how I always said your roster was bums? Well, I did take Zeppa as well. So but all right, up there at the front, I'm running Artist Jet every game, okay? You can keep Kellogg's. I'm having Artist. He's been going crazy. For the double initiator role, Zeppa was just looking unbelievable up until that most recent slight down before. But Crashies, I think, just every time he turns up to a LAN, is hyper consistent, knows how to get deep. Mako, how do you not pick Mako? What, you're picking?
Why are you yelling?
Mako would get rolled by some every day of the week.
I hope we find out
later. Who's IGLing for your team? No leadership, no structure, no success.
Mako is IGLing, and they're all going to learn Korean.
All right,
no,
all
they're
right.
not going to learn Korean. My team all knows English. They're ready to win.
Enough! Okay. And now it is time to determine who the winner is. And it's stupid. Come on, Kurt. Get these folders. Ask Twitter. Okay. Actually, this is great. We're going to leave that up to the viewers at home in today's poll question. Scan the QR code and cast your vote for either Mimi or Josh's team. Josh did call Mimi's team bums. Mimi insulted Josh's integrity as an analyst. Overall, I think it's a win-win across the board. And make sure to use the hashtag VCT LOCK-in and VCT. Well, of course, that website still works.
This is not a professional way to do an award ceremony. Where is the academy? Where are the voters? Where are the knowledgeable people? I don't know if I can trust Twitter for this.
I hate to say the person, but I was the one who picked.
No way. This is not professional. Take off the blazer. There's no professional.
All right, folks, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to dive into our first match of the day. It's a Champions 2022 rematch of sorts. NRG and Loud take the stage in a moment, and of course, we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. Hey, I never care what the others do. I'm in the penthouse enjoying the upper view. Don't ever think that your lady is stuck with you. She pull up on me and tell me I'm lovable. Don't do the cap, never been gullible. I've been a plug and I'm unpluggable. Been undefeated, feel like a month or two. Call me .com, that's WWW. Really feeling myself. This ain't the place to approach me. I ain't never been on a shelf. I save that space for the trophies. I'm running to it, we get it.
Welcome back, one and all, to Lock In here. And look, Yankees and Red Sox, Lakers and the Celtics, Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin, Kenny Omega and Hangman Adam Page. Sorry, I'm going too off in the goop here. Of course, all classic rivalries. And of course, we have our own cooking here, right here in Valorant, NRG and Loud. And this is going to be awesome. These teams have squared off against each other multiple times in the past. And like you said at the top of the show, it wouldn't be a Valorant event unless you had the core of Optic playing against the core of Loud.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Talon aren't going to be playing in that match, so that'd be a bit difficult. But this Optic and Loud rivalry, this NRG Loud rivalry, it spanned all of the pre-partnerships era. They're dead even, and it was the defining rivalry that actually culminated at the end of Champions. That's nasty. You got to see one of the teams lift the trophy, deny the other, the multiple titles. It's just been everything.
It really has, and it's like the Optic core, now NRG, the best team of the pre-partnership era, most consistent. You have Loud, who won the most recent tournament, are your reigning champions heading into this one. And I think this matchup is even more exciting because it's single elimination. Only one of them can make it to the top 4.
Yeah, and it's basically, you know, it's similar rosters, but they obviously made some changes here going into the season sideshow, and some might say, you know, upgrades in some areas.
Well, I think they've got an extremely similar idea heading into the off-season, where they've made a couple of changes but kept a core of 3 together. The IGL is still there. You still get to see that FNS Sadak kind of battle against each other. But I really want to ask the question, like, how does this Loud team play compared to the past? How does this NRG team play compared to the past as well? Because I do think it's quite different. Obviously, the fans are still popping off at Loud, and they do have the trophy and the championship, but I think that there's a difference in terms of how the teams play now.
Yeah, and Loud feels quite different in the way they play, and also in their own expectations. Sadak has said that he feels like this is a new team. This is not the same squad as before. We can take a look at a quote of him saying it himself there. But the expectations for this squad is that this is a new project. This is them, in a way, starting over, resetting expectations. But like you said, Josh, the fans have not reset expectations for this team.
No, and I think that actually the way that they've managed to get through the bracket so far, 2-0, 2-0, even though the maps themselves were close, it carries over that same flair of dominance, doesn't it? But actually the style of the team is so different.
Yeah,
it
let's
really is.
Talk about that. What is the style of Loud's play right now? What should people be coming to expect, especially in a matchup against NRG?
I think a lot of old Loud was defined as being different than a lot of past Brazilian Valorant, a lot more structured, a lot more slow on their defaults. But now with this new Loud team, it is really up the ante on the pace. Let's take a look at one of these clips from their game versus Carmine Core, where they're playing this double duelist comp and are just so much more aggressive than we've come to expect from the previous iteration of Loud. You have Sadak running in as the IGL, playing Raze, which is something he never really played before, and diving in with the rest of the team. And it's worked well for them, but it does stand in stark contrast.
Yeah, even if you want to look at the most basic stuff, they're running solo initiator, double duelist on a bunch of maps. They're winning on the attack sides way more than the defense, which again is a swap compared to what they were known for previously. So a lot of stuff is very different.
Yeah, it's exciting to see how this team has evolved in such a short amount of time. But let's actually go inside of the comms of Loud for a crucial round 20 against Gen G that was chaotic and full of ults. Let's actually check out this in-zone open mic.
That glass cannon shattered and we look towards A, already made that progress towards it.
사이트 들어갈게. 오케이. 레드 플래시. 깠어. 계단 선. 에코 나간다. 엎드려. 사이트 2층 조심, 사이트 2층. 2층만 조심, 2층만 조심. 공조심. 자, 땡이 시켜서만 하거든. 수나광 올치도. 쟤네 붕대 줄 수 있어, 내가. 설 눌러볼게, 설 눌러볼게. 민 한 명만 도와주라. 나 갈게. 나 죽었다, 이거 죽었다. 설하고 죽었다. Voltar, tá? Vez marca a garagem, eu te. A garagem. O Brin tem ult, viu? Tomei ult. Vamos misturar. Lazy bem. Bem tá, voltar. Tá, bater mais um. Olha a costas, velho. Não consigo. Comeu. Bagueou. Tá cego. Vai ficar retido. Boa. Todas as ultis lá. Todas as ultis. Boa. Aí é foda. Boa, Meita.
Boa. Boa, argentino. Vamos, caralho.
So I think the question that is on a lot of people's mind is like, is this roster better or worse than what we saw at Champs?
In my opinion, I think what we've seen thus far has been weaker than Loud at Champions. They're still a strong team, but Loud at Champions had such incredible depth and coordination from the amount of time they put into that roster. They had no clear star. Everyone was putting in equal work. And for this team, it still feels like they're growing pains.
Well, but they are growing too,
yes.
right?
Yeah, exactly. And now, also, I think the discussion on the new players, right? They're coming in and they're filling big shoes, the shoes of Sasi and Pinkata. Who do you think, though, has made the biggest difference, you would say, for how Loud is playing right now? Who has contributed?
I think it's definitely Cowanzine is the biggest difference compared to Sassy.
Okay.
In terms of the play style, the agency play. So I want to walk you through it, right? Cowanzine's been playing Breach, Sky compared to Sassy's Fades over. It's not just a meta difference, though. So look at the production from these guys. Sassy was a very safe player, a little passive at times, you could even say. Cowanzine is getting 20% of his team's kills, and he actually dies the most so far on everybody in Loud. That is such a difference compared to Sassy. And he's left in less clutch opportunities because he dies earlier in the round as well. But he's also getting higher damage, higher kills. So it's not a sense of me saying Cowanzine's worse than Sassy, but the players play so differently. Cowanzine's up in your face, flashes for himself, pushing through smokes, getting up, getting aggressive, and that is lending itself to a way faster-paced, aggressive Loud. Whereas Sassy was always there, always solid, had your trade, had your clutch, had, you know, never making a mistake. And that is one of the biggest differences between them. And maybe it's exploitable, or maybe Cowanzine's just going to carry.
Yeah, I think also a big point of that is that they've lost a big voice in the team. Sadak and Sassy were that leadership duo that built Old Loud from the ground up. Now it's just Sadak left and having to integrate new players with that whole new style.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead, though, and move on to Loud's opponents. And, you know, you know them as NRG, but the team's DNA is very much green because this was the Optic Core, and they've made some new additions here. And I think, like, from what I've seen so far, Mimi, for me personally, I like this new version of NRG a lot more than the old one.
Yeah, and to go back to your question as well, Josh, there, I think that this team is fantastic. I agree with you, GB. But old Optic was very much reliant on Ye, his individual performances, him popping up. He got like over a third of the opening kills. He got a quarter of the total kills for this team. Now that's being spread across the new players on this roster. It's a much more even team than they used to be. They're no longer relying on that superstar.
Yeah, and I think that they've kept some things the same. And clearly they've got a Star Smokes player still, but they've also got some incredible calling. I mean, look at this round, round 12. FNS calls a fake here onto C. It's the exact same execute that they normally go for, except look where the spike's going. Look where the initiators are going. They even invest a lockdown into this round to super sell it. And the other part to look at the replay here is, this is a fake and Artis is getting so many kills.
Yeah.
So not only do you keep that awesome star player, but specifically when Artis is on Jet, I'm not saying on everything, but you also get this classic FNS flair with the fake calling. So on one side, Loud really has changed their style. On the other side, NRG is leaning on what worked for them in the past. I do think, though, GB, it's too early to say that this team is better than before, because they haven't faced like a top dog yet.
Well,
in the tournament.
I think for me, it's like the reason why I like Artis in this team a little bit more than Ye is because they get a little bit more variety out of Artis.
Sure.
They can put him in more roles, and I think that might actually benefit them in the long run.
But I think that is also unfair to Ye, because there's a very different meta back then. It's a different game. One thing that is also stuck over in this roster, as you saw below, is the slow starts. Both matches thus far, NRG has started incredibly slow and had to rely on FNS's great calling to come back. That could be an issue in this matchup, as it has been in the past for Optic.
All right, well, look, folks, let's go ahead and we actually have one of our best telestration segments of all time, because he's a board-certified telestrator expert. It's Brent. He's actually going to be standing by to break down a round where NRG had the chip stacked against him versus Giants. Brent?
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, that's high praise, I think, honestly, as well. Board certified, I think you said there for that one. But hopefully I can shine some light on NRG in this squad, honestly, and them, in my opinion, reaching a similar kind of form that they have been when they've been in championship caliber form, where they're reaching the finals, winning events, things like that. Because this moment that I'm breaking down is in their Giants game on Haven, and it's a moment where they make really good mid-round decisions, really good on-the-fly decisions to win a 3v5. Really just unwinnable scenario for most teams. But it starts off with Giants getting these first 2 opening kills. They take out Artis, they take out Victor. Big kills for them, and it leaves NRG in this 3v5 situation. So most teams right now will be struggling to come up with a plan, but a call gets made for them to try and get this plant down onto A. So Som sets them up with a nice little smoke. There's a dart to set them up backside as well, and they are able to get this plant down eventually. Giants end up playing the percentage play here, which is to play offsite and retake with a numbers advantage, which I think is all well and good. But when you get into this situation, the plant's going to go off for free here. There's a couple of things you can do. You can try and play your post plants from short and long as well. That's one option, maybe holding one player in Hell or Graffiti. You can try and play a crossfire here as well, where you have 2 players holding underneath with the situation. Or there's a third option where you can try and play aggressively with maybe some utility being used here and a fight through this major choke point. And it looks like NRG in this round are going to be going for that third play. It looks like they're going to be trying to go for an aggressive maneuver through the choke point. You can see them setting up for it right now. Som's going to be getting into position into short for a Paranoia to rip through them, and it looks like FNS and Crashes are going to try and make a play to fight over this as well with the util. But there's a change of plans right at the last moment, and this is that in-the-moment decision-making that's so cool, calm, and collected and reminiscent of that old Optic core when they were winning events for me, and it's FNS playing this angle with Crashes here. This is a one-and-done angle where Crashes is in this corner. You get 1 kill here, and you die pretty much most of the time. You don't expect to get good value here, but FNS makes a decision here to play on this angle with him, and this is very unusual because it's not a percentage play, it's not a play that's going to be working out. I'll keep playing this. They still send through the Paranoia, but they don't swing and they don't fight off of it. Instead, FNS moves over into the same corner as Crashes here, and he takes the fight early, alone. There's no second swing by Crashes. FNS, listen, he beams down 3 of them, a ridiculous play in itself, but even if he only gets 1, or even if he just dies there, the real layers to this in-the-moment decision-making from him happens when he just really just takes this fight by himself. Because Giants, they are looking at this, and from this, they are building a picture of where each of these players on NRG are in this post plan. And they have no clue that Crashes is holding in this corner. Not a clue in the world. And so FNS, by taking these aggressive fights, Crashes gets set up for this opening kill here, and now the fight just gets taken in a 2v1 situation. Som can swing off Crashes' contact to finish it off, but just being able to make those in-the-moment decisions, cool, calm, and collected, a 3v5 just there, and have layers on layers of a game plan that's clearly just off the cuff, I think proves to me that NRG have got back into that top form the deeper that they've ran into this tournament. So hopefully that shines some light on why I'm pretty high up on NRG for this tournament. I know you guys were talking pretty heavily on Loud, honestly, for this pre-show so far, so I'll send it back to you guys, and hopefully that does explain a bit.
Thank you so much for that, Bren. And yeah, there's a word that he said there that I think really stands true for NRG. Layers. This team has layers, and it's scary to face off against them.
It is really quite terrifying, and in this matchup, it's going to be important, because for NRG, they've had their slow starting in first maps. They've been dominant after that. Loud as well have had some fairly dominant maps. This is going to be the one where both these teams really have to dig deep.
All right, well, look, there's something that we constantly talk about with Optic or NRG now, and it's the slow starts. And they hate when we talk about this. FNS has told me this himself, that he hates that we talk about this. But we actually did get an opportunity to catch up with Crashies about the slow starts and, of course, the match ahead. Let's go ahead and take a look.
We don't like starting slow, obviously. I mean, we were super kind of pissed off that we lost the way we did in Lotus. So yeah, we just came out second map with a vengeance. Chet and FNS had a really good game plan going into Haven. I mean, we showed it. It was like a 13-1 or something, and we were just winning every crazy round. Like, it honestly felt like they had no chance in that game. So yeah, just credit to Chet and FNS.
Left scramble. Big investment, obviously, with the guns, but the swing through. I believe that's a stun and a Paranoia to send that one up, and this could just be the final blow.
We're really familiar with Loud, they're familiar with us. Both teams have as much experience as they possibly can, especially the core of Aspaz, Sadhack, and Les. I mean, they've been to, you know, every LAN last year, same as us. It's just gonna be about who plays better on the day, honestly. We've never really had the crowd against us too much in the past. I think it's gonna be an insane, like, feeling, insane energy in that venue. It's gonna be crazy.
Now, I'm sure people are sick of me mentioning this, but the format does not allow you to have slow starts. And so far, NRG, that has been consistent with them across their games. They can't allow that to happen, especially with this crowd behind us.
It's definitely true, but I think when we talk about slow starts, we're actually bunching a bunch of other things together, right? We're saying that they sometimes drop map 1, they sometimes lose in group stage, and they sometimes start out rough in the first half. Those are 3 different issues, really. True. And I don't think, I mean, there's no group stage here. They haven't lost a series so far, and the deeper they get into the tournament, I think they'll start shoring it up. So I'm not really that worried anymore.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? Let's check in on the performance of our desk and the whole entire team and see where we are with our prediction leaderboard. As it stands right now, I'm a gosh darn genius, sitting at 9-3.
I'm just happy to know we're all smarter than Twitter.
Yeah, that's not that hard, to be fair. Josh, explain yourself.
I can't even remember which matches I got wrong. Actually, no, I do. I punted on Cloud9 because I thought that they had a good chance to beat DRX, and I'm not mad about that. They absolutely rolled map 1, and HyperX looking at me telling me I should never have done that, but I'm not going to apologize for it. I thought they had a chance to win.
All right, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and do our whiteboard predictions, as we always do. Who do we think is going to win this match today? Mimi, I'll start with you.
All right, I've got a good one here. I've got Loud, but no, little asterisk here. We'll lose to NRG. That's the important part there. I just had to have I just could not be seen with a big NRG logo with this crowd around. So
okay,
just had to keep that one locked.
Josh, what did you do?
Well, I didn't think about that point because yeah, I'm going for NRG.
Is that a burger?
Yeah, that's a little burger in the middle there. Yeah.
Did you fill in the entirety the whole outside?
Yeah.
How much time did you put on this?
I was bored. I know this matchup. We've seen this matchup so many times before.
All right, well,
Josh, you moved back to the UK, but you're still very, very much wanting to keep that American visa.
Here's mine, and I went for Loud. That's right. Do not listen to anything Sideshow says.
He's literally picked NRG in the predictions, so don't listen to him.
Don't let him lie.
Okay, all right. Well, look, guys, earlier in the show, we asked you guys to vote for the best Alpha Bracket All-Star roster. Who did you go for? Was it Mimi or Sideshow? Let's go ahead and see the results and what we have coming up here, and it's... Whoa!
That is shockingly close.
That's crazy close.
That was really close.
Yeah.
Mimi, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. So proud to have this award for those players under my belt. And also to see Finesse and Som winning that one ahead of the match. I think both those players deserve that all-star status.
Do you feel robbed?
No, I don't at all. I mean, I really feel like you've got an all-star matchup right here. This is the game that people have been waiting for. This is a legendary rivalry.
That's right.
And with so many talented players on both sides.
Yeah, that's right. And look, folks, you honestly couldn't have asked for a better way to close out the entirety of the Alpha Bracket. It's a Champions rematch. We also have ourselves a Cinderella story run. Who knows what could happen with that? And of course, we have 2 matches that are going to set the stage for the entirety of the season ahead. It is genuinely incredible where we are right now in Valorant esports history, and it's only going to get better. So folks, I hope you're ready, because the lock-in day 6 starts right now. you ready? Two teams who define the essence of Valorant esports here in São Paulo, Brazil, are about to square off and make history yet again in front of this absolutely rambunctious crowd. NRG versus Loud. It doesn't get better than this.
Last year, it was dead even. 3-3 in matches, 1-1 in international tournament wins between NRG and Loud. Now, it's a new generation, two new players on each side to reset the expectations of this matchup.
Both of these teams have been playing so well. One of them is going to go out in the top 8. I mean, one of them is not going to make it to even a semi-finals appearance. That's if they hadn't met in a single elim bracket, that would have been considered unacceptable by both of these teams. They aim for podium spots, nothing less. And listen to the crowd. There were boos as soon as the roster came out for NRG, but NRG are no strangers to being the villains. That is a role that they embrace.
It takes a lot to give me goosebumps. And I have goosebumps right now, Mimi. This is insane. I hope you all at home can hear this because I can't even hear my thoughts.
It's near impossible to. The crowd has such incredibly high hopes for this team. They are putting their everything behind Loud, and they've got to prove it in this match.
I think the map select is going to be so interesting here. NRG have been getting rid of Ascent every time. Used to be an amazing map for Loud, but they haven't been picking it anymore. Loud have been getting rid of Haven, and it's been NRG's best map. So you're not going to see potentially two great maps, but it opens the field for weird picks. Like Loud have been loving Pearl. I mean, we've only seen NRG on Haven, Icebox. We really are going to get something different here.
Yeah, and we do get something different off the rip. Loud has shown their split already. It was that double duelist comp we talked about before, and to be honest, in my opinion, it looked kind of weak. I think NRG believe that they can defeat that composition.
Yeah,
But was it bait?
Well, I'm slightly concerned because when you think about how the battle of the IGLs is going to go here, Sadak understands how NRG play because he's played against them so many times. FNS is getting a read on a team that plays so differently now. So I'm concerned. There's a difference between theory and practice, right? In theory, you can beat the split comp. Yeah, no problem. Double duelist, yeah. But I think in practice, NRG are going to have their hands full here. What is the decider map going to be? Okay, Loud decide not to try and prey on NRG's weak-looking Lotus, and instead, the decider map here is going to be Fracture. That's another double duelist map. And NRG haven't played any of these maps so far in the tournament.
Yeah.
So you have no idea what comp they're going to play. And like I said, Sadak knows roughly the team's style, but doesn't know the comps, doesn't know anything about NRG here.
This is going to be a brand new experience for both these teams, and I think that point you make about knowing what you're going to see on paper, but not really getting the expectation of the server is going to be huge. Because when you have two duelists running at you with the individual skill this Loud team has, and the crowd cheering, the pressure can get to people, especially these two new players.
Well, the battleground for map 1 is split, and we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. We see what's being hovered on right now, but I'm actually curious to see if we end up getting this double duelist.
Okay, immediately Crashy's playing Killjoy is interesting to me. I wonder if that means that, so they're playing the double controller setup and Artis on KO. So it's not too crazy, but Crashy's definitely finding a new role. He's not normally a site anchor, although he did it a bit on Breeze.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting one to see. Loud do return to their double duelist, so a lot of the pressure on this attacking side is going to be with Aspas and Sidak and how much value they can find on these entries.
Well, folks, buckle in because the hype levels are up to 9,000. And when you have a matchup as epic as this, you really need two epic commentators to drive home the action. Take it away, Pansy and Hypot.
Thank you, GB, the desk. Yeah, this is certainly the ultimate showdown in Sao Paulo. But Mike, this is the game that will finally break that deadlock here.
Absolutely, yeah. Mimi touched on this. Obviously, tied series, 3-3 maps, 9-9. The round differential is 200 to NRG, 197 to Loud. Championships 1-1. One being a little more weighted, but this is such a wild history to this matchup.
Inseparable, these two, certainly becoming the El Clasico of Valorant. And we start off on split, one of my favorites. Mike, what are we looking out for here?
I mean, I'm looking out for what NRG have prepped here. We talk about NRG being such a heavy-oriented prep team. Actually, early on here, hold that thought for a moment. Artis spotted 4, and now no secrets on the way through to heaven.
Oh, NRG looking to silence this crowd, who are boisterous today. Artis under a lot of scrutiny early on, but actually keeps his composure, keeps his cool. Loud have a decent amount of space, though, taking over towards heaven. They will be challenged here, and he has lost down. Sadak doing well in the crowd, certainly happy about it. but they haven't broken through towards the site, and you can already see the rest of the map is starting to look heavier and heavier cleared by NRG.
This space clearance is insane by Loud. They've almost read this ropes rotation. Might be able to isolate Som here. It's got to be less to find it though. Can Som slip away? He's found it.
Beautiful. This should be indicative that this B site is now under pressure. Spikes can be planted, but again, someone quite close by. Not going to give up too much space. Should allow for a retake to come into effect. Time now.
Sadak has to hold the fort here.
Oh,
the timing on the reload is absolutely insane.
3v3 now. 2Es holding towards CT as well. This is nice positioning from them. Really taking over one space of the map, but they have left Heaven open now for potentially this build back in from Victor, but deep angles to clear and limited time.
Victor going to make his way down towards Hell here. Finesse. Still trying to hold on here. Actually, the smoke's going to provide a little cover, but the aggression should come back through Heaven.
This is really nice. So they're putting the pressure on. They're trying to make this work. Finesse is down. First strike for Loud here. Pistols theirs.
And a massive contrast here, even in the pistol round. Look at how active Loud are around the entire map throughout here. Ardis finds that opening kill, but he's almost boxed in. He's forced to stay on rafters there. Obviously, the two members of NRG committed towards site. They can't do anything. The rotation doesn't come through CT. It's a push through mid on the other side of the map. Som luckily picking up that kill onto less. Like you said, it should be the green light basically for NRG to find that rotation, but Loud able to close out. Even in the post-spawn, look at them. They're drifting all the way back through spawn, clearing all this space. Nobody's tucked into a crossfire.
Loud should walk away with this round. We do have classics on one Frenzy for NRG. Nice positioning from Ardis, but checked on very diligently. Aspas making no mistakes here. Does eventually fall to FNS, who was waiting with that classic, but still, 4 players alive for Loud, and that weapon has been thrown back into the hands of the New Blood here. So, let's see where they decide to go. NRG still trying to play these corners, but the utility here from Loud should be very telling.
Som not going to be able to do much to stop this. And 2 members of NRG still over towards A site, at least considering the rotation now. And with the audio cue here from Som, the plans coming through.
I will say though, this does become a little bit more arena Valorant, something I haven't really talked too much about in previous events, because the crowd has certainly not been like this. You can feel it in your bones in this arena. Things may look a little different out here now, but as it stands, NRG have recovered the Spectre. I thought that did actually got filtered back in, but no, not at all. Not too clean here. Already losing out on 2, but any more would be quite surprising. Crashies may decide to dip away here.
Going to try and catch an exit maybe outside B main. It does have the Spectre in hand. Doesn't necessarily want to hold on to this by any means. And yeah, Loud actually going to exit through spawn here. Of course, Crashies to give it up to the Spike. Loud will find their second. 3 survive. See with the Bulldog in hand as well. Curious to see, and again, just to come back to the compositions, talking about obviously NRG being a prep-heavy team, and on my side, really, it comes towards what NRG can achieve on the defensive side. This comp is kind of one-dimensional, right? It's kind of focused around aggression, obviously isolating these kills early on, but the late round becomes very weak for Loud if they're not rewarded.
They should be hyper aware of this. I want to see how that develops throughout this game. Now we see the buyback in, and of course Loud riding this bonus through. Still got a Bulldog to bring into effect. First contact made. Victor, lovely work, good trade. Now Heaven's open, but look at the extremity. A fight happens, but Loud still making this hyper competitive somehow. Scrappy in this, and Aspas does get himself the rifle. 2Es as well.
2 separate 1-for-1s there. Could be a little problematic here for Loud with less disconnected, but should be able to give Aspas some support. NRG are looking to creep through this smoke and spawn though. Are they waiting for a flash from Ardis?
Sure
no flash left actually.
Yeah, what would be the most signal? Just waiting on it to fade at this point. Spike is down. Ardis beginning to clear towards Heaven. Actually does catch one of the players with that knife, so Aspas going to be filtering back through, looking to try and support, and it's a shot and a half. Huge impact hit, and Crashies now a 1v2. Brutal. Out of the bonus, Loud turning the screws here, and Crashies knows this time is dwindling, and it is a crossfire. If he gets one, it would be a miracle here. 3 now for Loud. NRG need to make their response and make it fast.
Yeah, huge conversion for Loud here in the third. See if NRG will throw maybe a couple of stingers at this. No real ultimates to work with just yet. Loud actually not even. Yeah, there's online. Actually, this round it looks a little strange in my eyes for NRG to be taking 2 separate kind of 1-for-1s there.
Yeah.
You know that Loud are going to be stacked up. They're going to look to try and convert these SMGs. I said this comp is built around isolating that opening engagement, and then NRG give them 2 separate opportunities to achieve that.
As it stands, NRG not really finding the impact they wanted here. Slow start, yes, we've known that in the past from them. Always able to turn a game around, or never losing twice was a classic from last year that we talk about. But here, Loud really do get the perfect start. Balancine opening the site, and Som going should be the green light here. Yes, they're trying to filter through from heaven, but look at what they're working with. Those stingers really unable to close the gap, and Loud striding through the round. No issues so far. With Crashies and Artists looking to try and be disruptive as possible, but 0 chances being offered. Loud looking really robust. Aspas, yes, will take a bit of damage, but caught in the end by Crashies. But again, Crashies would need something beyond his means. Loud looking good to the 4th. I want to see that buyback here for NRG because this could spiral now.
Yeah, going through the motions here. NRG unable to really put up too much of a fight with this weapon diff. Beautiful opener from Cow and Zine though. Ultimate's just about coming online for Loud. The Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, the Blade Storm to work with here. Cosmic Divide on the other side of things, but one of the key ultimates missing here for a crucial buy round for NRG to stop this early momentum, Lauren.
Yeah, Som on Operator too.
Ooh, okay.
See how that looks. I'm down to find out.
I'm watching Nevera VODs.
Yeah, apparently so, but Artis unable to even see, just knew the right place and the right time and sprayed and hoped for it. Flash finds nothing, but Crashies is on the site, so Aspas has his work cut out here. Kalanzine with him. Stunning shot. Crashies deleted, and the site's now open and available. The Divide's going to keep them more than safe for this plant. And 4 players in the post plant with that Operator in play for Som. Going to be tricky to bring this into effect.
We have a Cosmic Divide to invest here. If they choose to.
Does Les get isolated? They're worried here. Actually falls away and finds a touch of safety, but yeah, he's cooked. What? Les! Victor fortunately will find it with the satchel, but it is still a 3v2. I still want to see them try and get towards this side. They know there's still going to be 1 player on site. It's Cow and Zine.
What is that shot?
The rocket comes through, but now just one. Aspas falls to the knees. And Som going to make it there just about in time.
I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got it. It's going to be so close.
It's so close here. Oh! Som! Lucky as you like, and the boos ring out. They don't like what they're seeing here, but NRG finally stopping the flood.
I mean, it was so late in the day for that to come through. It's on the back of Victor actually picking up the 2K. The showstopper comes online, and that's the difference maker with these 2 kills, Lauren.
And even that shot from County, I mean,
what
bloody
is
hell.
that?
Som.
Yeah, not even close, right?
Yeah, no sweat, no sweat. Well, the Operator stays into place, still with Som, and we're looking on the outside too. He's going to start running that as well.
Very interesting face-off here with the Operators. The 2 Spectres to round out the purchase for NRG. Loud with the upper hand in that regard. Artist being rewarded a number of times here from this position.
If he finds a way to maybe capitalize further than this, he would become such a monster to handle in this position. Generally has been found afterwards. This time succeeds again. Yes, down low, but causing such a problem towards ramp. And considering he's kind of alone on this, that could have been an issue. Yes, now he's got support from the side, but the breakthrough in middle is happening. FNS, it's a whole lot of trouble coming his way, and Loud have won out in middle. Where do they want to go? The A site, they probably noted on that utility, but the spike is a mile away, deep over towards sewers.
Yeah, they actually can't collapse onto a site on the back of this. They do equalize in terms of head count here. Artist tagged down to 16 HP. That could be the difference maker here. Cow and Zine, did he spot him? Yeah, he did. He gets pinged out on the map. So Som has to reposition here. Artist slowly creeping this direction. Does have his ultimate, so can actually rip away the showstopper. And he does just that.
Oh my word, he's been denied! He's just absolutely denied! NRG just stopping them in their tracks. Counting can do nothing about this! Surrounded NRG, what a round at the end!
A beautiful ultimate from Ardis there, just to shut down that explosion through heaven. NRG find their second.
Found their footing, finally.
Yeah. Curious to see how the purchase will sit for Loud on the back of that. This is the thing, 16 HP still able to have a huge impact on that round with the ultimate.
Yeah.
And this was with Som being noted on the Trailblazer as well, so you know full well Sadak's going to hunt down that kill.
Still a buy in hand for Loud here, so they're going to be able to get those rifles up, but you did just hear the ult going through, and that's invested towards middle from NRG. Deciding they want that under wraps, it has been a key point for Loud to try and explore, potentially late round as well, but a heavy lean towards B here, maybe looking to explore what that B site actually looks like a little earlier in this, but on the other side, of course, Som, waiting ice trained on this, has been good for it so far.
I was going to say, he's got to be careful that he doesn't get isolated here on backside. As if the Trailblazer
He's calling for
try and spot him out. So he can't hold this angle.
No, but he's got a second chance at life here, and Victor, wonderful timing to come over as the 1-2 punch. Aspas, he needs a frag here, and he's just not getting it. Victor playing the time well, Som not relinquishing the angle either. This could be deadly though. Gap closed, and Loud move in. Sights there's waving that Brazilian banner, and now the spikes will be planted. This is hard work for NRG, but that ult could help.
Absolutely can, but the plant is good for main. So Loud can reset on this. Look at the lurk from Les. Can he destroy the lockdown?
It's getting so tense here, the timing's everything, and he's absolutely done what is needed. It's game back on now. Where's that next pressure point built from here? Aspas! Oh my god, he's got one! Takes out FNS, the underhand flash should have blinded, but still gonna find the frag. It's just Crash, he's alive. 3 players surrounding him, 1 up top, 2 to the right, 20 HP. The crowd getting louder. How does he do anything in this?
And the reads here from Loud, totally on point. On the other side of things for NRG, I got to say, a little behind that. They know that these hits are going to be invested. With this composition in particular, there's 3 separate bits of utility spotted here, and there's just not enough support for sight.
Well,
Loud just overwhelmed this setup, and it's such a huge indicator that that Viper spit in mid is still up. They know that they can basically eliminate a body from any engagement that they take.
Yeah. And that's so indicative of how quickly and how well they collapsed towards that backside of pillar there, just taking away the 2 players who were able to be present. Now shattering the economy of NRG, it puts them back down to pistols, and I think there's a stinger in play, yeah. But that's about it. Let's see what Loud can do to keep it clean. Seeing them a little bit more postured up, a little bit deeper on ramp finally. Ardis traditionally sitting a little bit back further by rafters. Let's have Crashies playing the closer angle. Aspas seems aware of the possibility. Needs to be cautious on this, a little bit of a gap. Couldn't bring it down, but Les, the hero to save Aspas there, bails him out from any sort of tomfoolery that could have happened, and just slowly chipping away at this ramp hold, pulling rotations now. They're going through the motions well here.
Indeed, almost some awareness that Ardis has set up for this position deep on ramp. Once again, the read absolutely on point from Loud here.
Yeah, it's so good.
Look at the minimap right now.
Not going to sell much on B. I'm looking at, there's still a player on that B side, still trying to do something. 2E's just maybe showing a little, keeping them there a little bit longer than they'd like. That could be a big lurk coming in, but Ardis tries to find a moment to strike, and it's not going to happen. Les doing wonderfully this round. Aspas as well, clean work. Again, this was just a small investment from NRG. This wasn't a huge purchase. And 2E's lurk is wonderful. Lovely positioning, not going to allow FNS any room to breathe. Loud 5 alive, a Prime Gaming flawless.
And this is beautiful as well. With Les being so active in some of these rounds on that lurk, what do they show towards A? It's an operator and it's Les. So they're almost reading this is where they're going to drift away from. They actually lean heavily towards stacking that B site, anticipating that hit coming through.
You can hear the crowd, it's because of the NRG timeout. Booing. First time, yes, we talk about NRG being a little bit villainous at times, but certainly now having the crowd kind of really signifying that is quite something to hear. But now in the timeout, Chet's got the opportunity with FNS to maybe have some conversations of how they want to approach the rest of this half.
Absolutely. I'm wondering if this is the point where we do see a huge overhaul of how NRG are approaching this defense. Obviously, we talk about this time and time again. They don't have the benefit of the economy to pull back on here. These rounds become so precarious here. We're coming into round 9. We're at a 4-round deficit here for NRG. But they have to make something work here.
Yeah, the buys are so sporadic at this point, at least the full purchases. And you look at the money starting to swell behind Loud. You got 5K, 6K, 4, sitting really quite comfortably. Still have that ult as well from Les. A couple of things to now bring in here. So this is a big timeout for NRG. They need to come up with something that's going to break this game back in potentially even their favor.
Going to take a lot for NRG. Loud really building momentum here. Victor getting closer and closer to that showstopper, but talked about it a couple of times, NRG just haven't had the benefit of ultimates in some of these key rounds. That first buy round, yes. Curious, there's not been I mean, other than Artist drifting over, maybe a little aggression towards B main, maybe going to try and dig out this lurk, but Loud are just going to try and sell a bit of a fake early on. Now they have the benefit of, you know, having shown that some of these hits are invested, it's 4 or 5 people behind it. I just want to plant the seeds of doubt. Now the benefit being NRG actually have some utility to confirm that it is a fake AWP.
Yeah.
There's confirmation without it being triggered that nobody's made their way up towards heaven.
Yeah, you can see that there's still some consideration from Artis having to come back around, but you're right. That's very telling though. Som needs to be on red alert now. He's got the entirety of Loud coming his way. Tries to make a quick escape back towards Pillar, but we saw that overwhelm before. Needs to make a better hold of this one, and Sadak the first man forward, it looks like. Smoke's going in and away they go. Sadak and Aspas in unison. Som towards the back of the site, still holding his nerve. The site is looking like it's under Loud control, but look at what Som's got. Still an opportunity here to do some more damage. The pre-fire, he's still standing. He's still finding some kills here. But it's 3 against 2, and the spike's going down. Crashies trying to lean a little earlier on this, but they're still so aware. Aspas unrelenting in this, leaving just FNS. Allowed right out of the back of the timeout from NRG, stamping their authority back into this game. The 7th seeming so likely now.
Now just showing no respect to this operator
Beautiful.
as well. Too easy to close things out. That's another example. We're talking about being overwhelmed. Loud are so quick to react. They spot that it's Som. He's been playing an operator and they just look to overwhelm. And once again, it's the timing in this rotation. The fact that Loud are able to come through, force Som so deep on the backside, deny any of these angles, means that they can pick up this pressure towards heaven. They know that Som can't anchor both heaven and main. So all they do is they pick up all of those kills in rotation so quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if they continue to try and commit behind this switch up here. Already seeing Crashies, maybe looking to try and stamp some sort of control towards that B side, but again, this is with Stingers, so as it stands, they should be comfortable towards 8. Come around, Som is here. You have FNS as well. And Artis over towards those ropes for Loud, already taken over. Perfect beginnings towards ramp. Artis is going to take a boatload of damage. Actually lucky to still be standing on that. Som, what a shot. That's less gone. FNS keeps his cool, but he gets outdone. 118 and slapped back. A handprint left on the face. As the plant once again will be in, and Loud look unstoppable now.
Yeah, there's very little NRG can get done in some of these rounds. Even through fault of their own. Loud just embracing this double duelist composition. Commitment behind every piece of utility.
Nothing going to waste.
No, just throwing bodies on the line together.
Very impressive to watch.
Maybe at this point the exits don't matter. Just don't want to feed across some ultimates here.
Yeah. Victor only one away from his. Crash is not super far away, but Aspas light work towards Artis. So we'll be seeing them trying to build towards, just noting these players too. He's farming now. Some of these young guns starting to feel really good on this stage, it looks like.
6-round difference here. The buy comes through around 11. Makes it very difficult if NRG don't win this. They're staring down. Potentially a 10-2 half here.
Yeah.
But some of these gunfights that should, or they look like they should go in favor of NRG, just don't.
There is something behind this Loud team right now. You could argue, is it an upgrade, was it a downgrade? It's too early to tell with some of these player changes. In my mind, they are absolutely worth their weight in gold currently. Double stack towards ramp though. A different look here. Crashies, FNS on the case. Oh, but Sadak, nothing could go wrong for this man. Just, oh God, he got another! Crashies! Decimated!
It's all a fake. It's the same fake as a couple of rounds ago now.
Oh,
Som gonna have his hands full on B.
Som, he's overwhelmed, Loud! They are striding through this game. Confidence sky high, plant once again in. And I'm looking for that late lurk as well, coming through Kawanzin. The positioning could be deadly. If he even needs it. Artisan Victor trying to work through from heaven now, but the ult's in place.
Seal the deal on this site and the round potentially as well, unless Artis and Victor can get anything done here. Information off the boom bot. But actually the stun comes through. That's going to slow Artis down a little bit.
And the time is dwindling and Tui's just thriving! Loud making it up to 9. NRG are folding under this pressure.
Buckling. Som once again just overwhelmed. He's left as this anchor again.
There's only so much he can do.
Absolutely. And Laula just so good. NRG are trying to react so quickly to some of this pressure coming through, but even halfway through that, I think at the first point of contact, Lauda already rotating away from this. Throw a little bit of utility out. NRG unfortunately hitting the panic button. Just seeing these rash decisions, they come through when they don't have the benefit of the finances. They've had no comfort whatsoever in this half, Lauren.
No, they haven't. Loud, wanting those double digits on that first half attempt here. NRG exploring towards A, but there is a deep hold here. It is less. And is this another read? This feels like it's been reading the NRG book, but Som has found value. Finally, a little bit of reprise after what has been a brutal half for him on the B side.
That's big damage, so.
Massive from Crashies. This is the switch up that we saw coming out in one of those kind of stinger rounds, now finding value here in the buy.
What a combo, even with the snake bite on top. Look at this lurk though. I'll say the flank actually coming through from Victor. He's outside B main right now. Did retrieve that rifle.
Oh, unaware that Som could have been on the site. Good trades in Aspas. Venomous in heaven. 2v3, Kawanzin and Aspas. Oh my word, Som's just around the corner. The smoke drops and Victor's there. And now Aspas, let's see what you got. Hometown hero, anything to be done? No. Clutching in the final round here. NRG holding on to a potential scoreline, Mike. It's not much, but it's 3 rounds to play with.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best of a bad scenario, to be honest with you. This almost felt like it should have been 10-2 on this half.
Yeah.
Loud playing absolutely lights out here on split. Unfortunately, some of the things I was looking towards as the positives, NRG not bringing an awful lot in terms of the prep. Maybe we see it in the second half here, Lauren.
And that's what we're going to be looking out for, but I want to hear the thoughts from the desk.
Thank you so much for that. And look, I think it's safe to say NRG thought that they had it, and now they're just getting sucked in the mouth here on Split. Loud are playing unbelievable.
They are, and NRG here tried to challenge this double duelist composition, but I think the game plan they came in with had some issues. And to look back, I think a big part of that was some of these ideas around the way that they were anchoring sites and the commitment to opping on Som. This one in particular is round 9. Som is sitting backside alone on this Astra, trying to hold down the fort with the operator, and he's going to get 2 kills here. That's great and all, but the issue is when he's set up like this, it's really tough for him to use utility.
He doesn't use a single piece.
Yeah, NRG is having to commit resources to help him. You see Victor kind of dives in to try and support Som, but just dies for nothing, and this means his commitments to trying to fight the site have meant that NRG's retakes have been dismal.
And I mean, look at the difference between Sadak's IGLing style and FNS. This isn't specifically a point about this, but it's something to keep track of the whole tournament. Sadak's been playing a lot of duelist. It empowers this crazy aggressive style, and he frags, man. He's up in people's faces, making plays all over the place. And now FNS really needs to rely on the brain element of his game. That's what he's known for. And so he's got to come up with a great game plan now on the attack side when their team plays much more slowly. They came in with a plan, it failed, and now they need to adjust. The crazy thing is, NRG only lost 4 full buy rounds, but it was every round that was the most important. There was the economy breaking rounds. So they've been put in a terrible hole, another slow start. it's on FNS's attack side calling to dig them out.
This is brutal, 9-3, and the thing is that Loud probably will not slow down. Even on this defensive side, they will continue to throw gambits, be aggressive, and have super powerful retakes with this double duelist composition. It's going to be super difficult for NRG.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, and Loud has no reason to slow down. Not in this arena, not with these people behind them, and NRG is going to have their work cut out for them, but I think it's safe to say Loud are on fire. Casters, over to you.
You're not wrong, GB. They certainly are. And at 9-3, Aspas, Tui, Sadak all putting in fantastic performances. And now they can truly let loose here.
Yeah, and this is where we actually come back to. I'm glad Bren touched on this on our Telestrated segment earlier on. That head-to-head, the difference, or the mid-round difference between FNS and Sadak. This is where we should see it employed from FNS. A focus on macro and punishing some of these missed positions, and how aggressive do Loud go on the defensive side here.
Well, it's an all-in coming out from NRG, but Aspas with a quick execution, wanted more, doesn't get it, but Sadak quickly swings. Lovely work between the two. NRG, though, still finding some value towards this site. Oh, Artis!
The fadeaway.
Nasty shot, nasty as hell. But Som is the walking wounded here, barely breathing at 4 HP. Come off it, what is that frenzy?
There's no trade, FNS is tucked in.
Oh my God, this is...
He wants to bank on this position, Lauren.
This is, it's so all in. Do they check on this? Tui's the young player himself, so much pressure on this one-man shoulders. He does come through from heaven. How meticulously do they clear? It's all on one. He drops down, Tui's. All too aware, 26 HP, and we hit the 4. And the new Brazilian blood doing wonders for Loud. That's double digits starting out in the second half.
The Red Bull clutch in the pistol to get Loud to double digits. Even there, so many positives on the way in. NRG playing effective trades. That's where things stop here. I mean, less is 40 HP. Maybe that was just lost in the communication there. But it puts Som in such an awful position.
Yeah.
NRG throwing back in this one. SMGs, they're going to try and deathball back onto A site.
Just feels like a swan song, though. Gowanzine back by Pillar, up towards heaven. You got Aspas, you got Less. Where is the difference going to come from? Right there, Victor. Good start. FNS, he does convert the frag, though. Didn't get a trade for Aspas, so not out of the woods just yet, NRG. But they are clinging onto this round. Aspas, he's falling up onto his crashies. And again, Loud are just demolishing NRG. This is the best opportunity they've had in a moment's time. This is going to be 11 artists. You need something out of this world, and it ain't going to happen. Tui's tying up this round, putting a bow on it. Sadak thriving in this. He knows he's got him on the ropes here at 11.
And it's similar to the first half. Loud happy to fight fire with fire. They scramble this rotation, and it's absolute commitment behind it. Everybody happy to commit to this engagement. What a clearance as well from Aspas. NRG,
yeah,
again, this is basically one opportunity.
They're looking quite shattered right now, really. This is their map choice too. What a scary factor here. Where you felt most comfortable.
And the problem being with this scoreline, we're not seeing some of the things we alluded towards NRG being that prep-heavy team, having some real opportunities to anti-strat Loud. We just haven't had a chance to see it.
No.
We kept using this word overwhelm in the first half, and that's all it felt like. Every Loud approach was looking to just pressure one person. Unfortunately, Som had the rough end of that in the first half a number of times.
And again, keep this in mind for NRG. He's currently top of the board, so he did the best he could with it.
He went down swinging.
Yeah, he did. There's brutality throughout this game. Loud at 11 already. And NRG, I don't know what options you really have here. Try and temper the pace. Loud look unstoppable so far.
They're toying with the purchase here. Again, we can obviously see the purchase on the other side. Loud still carrying SMGs into this, so it's as good as an equal fight as you're going to get here in round 15 at an 11-3 scoreline.
El Clasico getting to have the beauty of a home crowd. And it's certainly making a difference for Loud here. However, we go back in, and NRG have bought what they can. Potentially the dying breaths here in this map. And Spas, gotta be careful. Som is waiting.
Som on the rope here. Well, Aspas is going to commit to this here. Showing restraint. There's a spike there in Som's hands. FNS finally making his way across. NRG trying to pump a little bit of pressure towards mid. Maybe keep Sadak and Less in position, but the timing of the flash here. Going to confirm presence once again outside 8.
Aspas.
No dash here for Aspas though.
Cowanzine and Aspas waiting here for players on the other side. Contact made. Aspas, the perfect flash. It's 1 and it's 2. Aspas slicing through NRG. And their hopes being left in tatters now. Artist still trying to fight the fight for NRG. And they're biting on this. Does the spike go back through? Yes, it does. Artist immovable until then. Less catching him in the heels, and now where does that spike go?
30 seconds.
Crashes has slipped the net a little bit here.
But he has to find value. He can't
Yeah.
put it all up to Som. He can't just hold this.
Problem being Cowanzine's a little disconnected. That might be the difference maker with Crashies slipping into spawn.
He won't even be able to clear Cowanzine here. Absolutely no way. And the time now is the biggest enemy to NRG. Crashies, he may be able to take down 1.
It's done.
But the time is all but over. 3 seconds. He can just watch the clock rot. It's going to be 12. Loud running through NRG currently. The closest attempt we've seen so far. But the economy is going to be absolutely tatty from start to finish here for NRG. Full purchase could be had now for Loud, maybe missing some pieces. But they have been just going from strength to strength here, Mike.
And it's another round for Cowanzine and Aspas. This, again, I was talking the other day about Cowanzine being the second layer to some of these plays. They're just such a solid duo to put in a position like this where they can just take a scrappy little engagement, dip out, and it just creates a disadvantage for NRG. The other thing as well, you look at the mini-map back in that round, as soon as Artist gets that kill, they send 3 people barreling towards him.
Oh, Sadak unleashing, and well, didn't go to plan.
Is that a trade?
Hey, you know what, we'll call it that. And well, we'll call this round done, because Tui's has got 3 on for the hat trick, doesn't get the 4th, and Crashies. Have you got it in you? You got 1 minute to play with here. Has the spike, has a couple more seconds of safety, but those are dwindling now. What can he make of this? The flash, we'll note he's still on site. He's got 2 to try and get past Cowanzine and Less, and the timing. Crashies, he now knows across the site, and he is petrified in this corner. Creeping closer to players. Crashies turns, and Loud are there. It's map 1, locked in for Loud. NRG falling to pieces in front of the 6th man here, who are on their feet already.
A very one-sided first map here, a statement made. NRG liked what they saw from Loud's previous appearance here with this composition. Loud almost doubling down on it, almost countering that read and going overly aggressive from what we saw previously, and making this composition work.
Get a second to compose themselves, as Pearl will be that next battle to try and take on to. And some key moments throughout this. I mean, I've got to say for me as well, Tui's, Cowanzine, some critical impact in this. If we're talking about the new blood coming in, they are holding their weight here, Mike.
Absolutely, and just to come back to a comment as well, it's rough to see NRG, a team that mechanically are so on point usually. There was just a number of times where there was gunfights just not going their way. And that's really unfortunate to see. You can't really discredit them in that regard, because now they stuck to the game plan, and it worked from the get-go. It's in the first half, NRG barely got a look in on those buy rounds, even converting round 12 that shouldn't have been the round that they won anyway.
No. A lot of issues starting to show for NRG here if this carries on forward. I mean, 3 rounds is just simply not enough, considering that was their map choice, considering you feel as though they came in with a game plan. I'm a little worried. But Pearl, do you think it gives them any sort of chance here?
Positive to build upon. Obviously, we come back to that. You
Please.
need one? We come back to talk about NRG in terms of prep. Loud have shown their Pearl here. So what have NRG done to actually address that? Because we're coming in now, obviously, as Loud's map pick, they felt confident with it.
Okay, those are the questions I'm sure the desk will be breaking down as well, so let's hand it back over to them before we get ready for map 2.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
NRG thought that they could take the fight to Loud on their own turf, and Loud told them, "You gonna learn today, boy," as Loud dominates NRG on Split. And Mimi, what a showing for this Brazilian team that obviously has the 6-man behind them, but more importantly, just so much firepower in the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, that attacking side was absolutely incredible. It is very rare that you watch an NRG game and you see Finesse get absolutely stumped by what they're playing against, but the pace of this double duelist composition and the pressure that Loud kept up along with the crowd behind them, NRG was just never able to overcome it.
Yeah, I also, again, want to point out that the side that NRG crumbled on was their defense, and incredibly pivotal rounds, round 7, round 9, they lost because they had invested in Som's operator, which was just the wrong game plan. That's half of the full buy rounds that they lost was based on that. I mean, Som's still not like bad at fragging by any means, but the anti-stratting just completely failed.
Yeah, and take a look at this one. I mean, Loud was calling a fantastic game. This is one of those rounds where Sadak was heading up ramp, and it was all a ruse. NRG bit on that fake twice, and consistently, that meant that Loud was getting these free site control into B, and their post runs were just excellent. With this double duelist comp, you can play some players forward, continue to fight in that post, and then rely on the great utility of that Astra Viper to be able to consistently close out those rounds.
Yeah, Sadak doing everything that FNS is known for, right? Running the elaborate fakes, mixing in the fast hits and the slow rounds, and also playing duelist and fragging out of his mind. So I really feel like people don't put enough respect on Sadak's name. He is clearly a goated IGL. He's got his team to crazy distances, picked up a trophy last year, and he frags like a maniac.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like we've seen his IGLing quite fully tested in the previous matches that this team has played, but here against NRG, the preparation and the adaptation from him just completely showed.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead, though, and look forward for a little bit here and talk about what is to come, because we are going to get some Pearl, and you were gushing about Sadak, but there are some gaps here that Sadak is going to need to clean up in order for him to be able to take this 2-0.
Yes, I mean, for NRG, they have picked maps where they've seen Loud before. Their anti-stratton failed on Split, but I think there's a clear weakness here. They're going to be starting on the attack side, which means Sadak is playing defense. And look at the stat difference. It's obvious here. Sadak defends on the B site most of the time. He's a B site anchor, and he has been getting brutalized. So to me, Sadak has got to have a good start to the second map. And for NRG, for FNS, they have got an obvious weakness to attack.
Yeah, that they do. I think that this next map is going to be very important. It's going to be another test to see if NRG do have a better answer there, because clearly did not work on Split.
Yeah, it was just, look, I'm just excited to see Loud just take it to NRG. Everyone thought that this team would just walk on that stage, feel the pressure, keel over, and die, and that is simply not happening, and that is exactly what we want to see. Makes for an exciting matchup. But of course, let's go ahead and move on, though, to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and we got to give the flowers to Tui's here, round 16. My boys in the pressure cooker, hanging around the corner, caps 3 just like that, and at that point, the round was basically done. I mean, it was done with the first 2 kills, and the third one was the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference, though, in terms of how the comms work. Tui's can play close up to the choke because he doesn't have someone blast behind him. He can get help from heaven. He can use his Astra utility. It's all of this different way that the two teams are approaching things. And I actually don't think NRG crumbled under the pressure of the crowd or the pressure of the moment. I think they crumbled under the pressure of the aggression.
Yeah.
It was an actual in-server, in-game pressure. It's very different. These guys know what it's like to play on the big stage. They're not getting nervous. They're getting overrun.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it's a combination of everything, right?
Yeah.
It's like all the sum of the parts together. The largest one being the incredible composition that we saw there, but then just all the other intangibles that are playing out here. It has been utterly fascinating to watch here, but here's the thing. Whenever I play Valorant, which thank God I'm not right now because I'd be sweating you see my scalp right now. The lobby, of course, is always yelling at me, telling me that I need to spend more time in Aim Lab. So let's go ahead and see what all this fuss is about and check out our Aim Lab shoot around here as we got Les, and that was quite the throw, who is doing his shoot around, and I think he's just vibing right now. But in any case, we can take this as an opportunity to continue to gush more, Mimi, about how Loud have been playing, because they truly have been lights out.
Is this how you warm up?
I didn't even realize he was using his face. I thought he was like wiping his brow.
No, it's like an exfoliator, isn't it? He's just got something on the bottom of his mouth. Yeah. Careful you don't accidentally give yourself laser eye surgery as well. That is not a good idea.
He is playing a dangerous game for
What a
sure.
guy.
But I mean, this is a standard lurker warm-up here. You don't have to touch your mouse until the late rounds. Very good to see out of him. And that's what I'm looking forward to on Pearl when he plays this Viper. When they get to that attacking side, the lurks that he can provide, I felt like he's been really enabled in this event thus far. But of course, Loud is starting on the defense, which Josh, you already pointed out is a weakness.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weakness. I don't feel like that's necessarily because of Les. He's been one of their best performing, if not the best performing player on Loud so far. But I really think that more of the pressure on their defense side is going to be on Aspas getting aggressive, because that's very feast or famine, and then Sadak anchoring. So early round, it's going to be on Aspas, can he get value? And then in the mid round, once the sight hits come through for NRG, can Sadak actually hold on? Those are the big two things that I'll be paying attention to in this first half.
Well, there it is. The second map is going to be Pearl, and Loud are right there at the precipice of being able to sweep NRG here and make it to our semifinals. And coming into this game, Mimi, I felt like it was going to be a close matchup, but after that split, I think I might be on the Loud train.
Yeah, they are looking fantastic right now. But here's the big question. What has NRG cooked up? They have seen Pearl before. I'm sure that they expected to play this against Loud, and they have not showed this composition in quite a long time. Last time they were playing no duelists. It was the old edition of this team, and I'm really wondering what read they have on this map.
Well, ask and you shall receive, because the Prime Gaming Agent Select is about to come through. And yeah, let's see. I mean, NRG, they played the Harbor last time as well, like that. I mean, or not last time, but the NRG, we have seen Harbor being played on here, and it has been pretty effective. That could very well be the case, and it definitely is. An Artist on the Raze.
I mean, that is bizarre. Yeah, we're going to get Artist Raze and Som on Harbor, so they're going for something totally different. NRG previously were insanely good on this map. Last time they played against Loud, they beat them 13-3, wasn't close, but it's just totally new now. This is a new page to this rivalry, and we're gonna get to see Victor against Kawanseen, Aspas playing against Artist. It's gonna be pretty heads up. But I also think I just don't have too much faith in the anti-stratting based on what we saw on Split. NRG are going to have to turn me around into being a believer again.
The thing that does give me some hope is I think Raze is a really good pick into this Harbor composition that Loud is playing. Great anti to that Cove when you're playing on your defensive side.
True.
And can provide a lot of value with Artist's star power.
All right, well, here it goes. We're ready for map number 2, so let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters. Here's Pansy and HyperX.
Yeah, Mike, it would be a miss if we don't start by looking towards Artists, though, as well here. What are you making of this?
I could be wrong with this. I'm going to take a punt here. Somebody from Reddit or VLR is going to correct this.
Go ahead.
I don't think Artists has played Raze since like 2021. We're talking like G2 Heretics
era.
Raze. I was trying to rack my brain, and I can't think of the last time. So this is one that obviously they've come in.
They've cooked up
something. They've cooked something. It's unorthodox to see it come out here on the Pearl. We haven't seen an awful lot of it. But what we do know here, coming across to the Loud side, Tui's and Kawanseen have put up huge performances on this map, and that's going to be a real concern for NRG to deal with.
We go back in, NRG on the attacking side, which of course then means Loud gets to greet them at the door. Bit of contact made over towards B-Long, and rotation starting to begin with the exploration from Aspas in tow. They should be pretty confident in this.
No secrets on the way in. No pressure actually returning here. Sadak will get caught by the Trailblazer, and NRG looking to collapse on that.
Yeah, Sadak's in a little bit of trouble. He absolutely is. Good trade from Leslo to keep this somewhat favorable, but the spike isn't going to be planted just yet. It is actually left a little loose here. That could be a problem. Does get back in hand. F&S can slip back towards site. No harm, no foul on that. And the plant should be coming in. That late lurk from Aspas will become a factor eventually.
But look at the positioning here. 2 NRG players up towards Heaven.
They've got to be so aware of where this retake is going to be starting from as well. Crashy's denied vision, but tries to take a little step through. So the alarm bot to put into play if he wants it. F&S considering getting close to the wall as well.
A late flank coming through. Aspas got to get something done here. Nobody on the side of NRG showing to Long, though.
No, they're sitting deep on the site, but the wrong timing shown here. Tui's makes light work of F&S. Cause in the swing. Crashy's trying to do what he can, but less is certainly more right now! As Aspas finally makes his debut on the site. But Les having a wonderful amount of impact with Tui's.
Painful timing to see that first kill come through, and Loud just explode on the back of it. NRG trying to run the clock down in that post plant, but able to find enough. That's the point where actually that setup on site with 2 towards spawn initially, actually 2 towards heaven, could maybe have stood the test.
Wow.
See, it's instantaneous, the response from Loud. Barely even on the back of communication. You see that in the kill feed, and they just flood site.
NRG going to be buying back in with the Stingers. It looks somewhat rinse and repeat for me here. Back to work towards B. You can see on the other side of the map, Loud is going through the same process. It looks almost identical to round 1. That's a little bit of a difference. So Sadak will have to respect this now and back off.
And trade-off of shots at least, but no real damage to write home about. Similar execution once again for NRG. Get themselves up onto site, but see, yeah, a lot of damage coming through, probably in favor of Loud. Might even try and prioritize the flank a little bit with 2 members this time around. It's Cowanzine and Aspas.
Yeah,
but it's Victor to hold down the fort or pillar.
Still no flashback for Victor either. There it is, just about ticking through. So the back of the dog, does he decide to go for it? Yeah, he does. So good flash, a little bit of a dash, but seeing the dog, you now know there's 2 there. Turns the flash just fine. Now the pressure comes in, but Victor only gets 1 here. That's the benefit of having the double stack there, and Loud now just flooding the site. Less. Great pick towards it. Sadak finding someone now, just crashes. Can he buy the time? He's so cold with it too, didn't even doubt it on the defuse. And that's a second for Loud before standing.
NRG looking to scrap with Loud in these first 2 rounds. Happy to get down and dirty on site. But not going in their favor. This is with the adjustment of this composition as well. And to just being Aspas being the duelist. Obviously with that investment, let's see if NRG, if you want to throw anything else in here. But 2 on the board for Loud to kick things off.
Yeah, flawless record so far here. NRG did drop that map to Giants. And of course now dropping that first one in this series. So slightly different look here. Similar scenes at the beginning though, so Sadak's still going to be aware that there is very much presence towards the B side, but we are now seeing a mid lane and a mid lurk, or at least some presence on this split coming through. Maybe testing the rest of the map here, NRG trying to find a couple of facts here. Cowanzine and Aspas, the timing on that dog is perfect. That's very telling that this is a different round. Let's see how it looks though.
I guess other than Aspas being noted on that late flank, not the awareness is there initially, NRG going to drift away from that. Once again looking to find their way onto B side, pressuring Sadak once again. Does have less in support and less is already worth his weight in gold.
So dangerous, he needs to make it, he doesn't make it in time, but he actually takes down a finesse! Goes back, oh my word! How is that happening? Sadak putting in a captain's performance here. And Som trying to do a little bit of a dance, but again, not even cresting towards the site this time. Can he do some damage? Yeah, he can. Som, lovely. Can do a bit more. Not going to get much, though, as the time beginning to dwindle. Those 3 players closing in Loud, making it to 3.
And they will ride the wave as well. 3 surviving, 2 rifles brought across here, so in a position effectively to double down on that bonus. Viper's bit available now. Look at Les and Sadak. The amount of pressure they've been under, but they've passed with flying colors so far. Les will have the Viper's bit already. Sadak 1 away from the lockdown. NRG not too far off in terms of this first ult cycle. Aspas looking to get aggressive this time.
Yeah, what a difference. Switching it up a little here.
The difference being the Viper's bit immediately invested towards A main. Loud may be reading an adjustment here from NRG.
Do they
and this pressure could force them towards that Viper's pit.
Certainly could, and the audacity for Loud to continue this way. The agility for the dog, off the charts. Aspas, though, this is a big challenge here. And yeah, they're re-aggressive this way. Quite telling, saw a lot there, though.
Well, no, actually, Cowanzine didn't get flashed by that, so he's not going to be noted.
The young Bulldog in the corner. Do NRG do their due diligence here? Got to check on this. You can see them trying to maybe send him into play. Oh my God, he's gone away with daylight robbery. It's only 1. That could have been so much worse. And Tui's now outgunned. Artist striding forward. They want the site under control.
We'll get it here with the lockdown. Cove just to seal the deal. Plant is open for long here, and you can see 3 members of NRG already drifting a little further. Going to tuck Artist in. Hope that he can do some damage. There's supportive utility as well from FNS just to cut off that push into elbow.
And we want to see a big game here from Artist. Not a bad round so far already. Now the final 3. Still need to keep this safe. Less. Not really given many opportunities now, though. Sitting deep towards long. This is near on unwinnable. Yeah, 60 HP here, and I think he knows it.
Obviously with this early start, Sadak and Les down at 800 credits. Not sure exactly where Kawanzin's going to sit, but should be fairly comfortable for this purchase with Les carrying a rifle across. Yeah, I was curious to see if the operator comes out now. It's crazy that Kawanzin, it almost looks like it's a lazy clearance on the first.
Yeah, because I thought they checked it.
It looked like they did.
Man on the screen there, Artist. I do want to see him having big impact throughout this game. Got the chance to on the raise. Little uncharacteristic to our recent eye.
It's a throwback.
But if he gets that fire going, Mike, he can be deadly. Ooh, are they committing behind this walk?
Loud did this so many times the other day. It's on the back of reading that NRG heavily favor an extremity, typically being towards B long. Aspas is going to look to punish that. Might actually catch crashes here, Lauren.
Timing is everything. Oh, and it's good. Backline dealt with.
And NRG have to commit behind that. They have to.
Site is clear, fortunately for them. No stress yet towards R either. You can already see them starting to toy with the idea of applying that pressure back through, though. Utility's starting to be committed, and a bit of somewhat of an overcommitment towards CT, but they have to get some territory.
Sadak does have the lockdown here, so could invest it. Yeah, he will. It's going to shut off a lot of site, force them into spawn. Tui's going to be putting the pressure here.
Yeah, dealt with Artist with a double as well. Beautiful time for him to strike. Couldn't quite get away from it, though. Aspas still standing. Hold on, Loud with a tap on the spike. Oh, my word! Beautiful work towards CT, and now FNS sweating bullets. 2 players to stand up against him, and he crumbles. Loud perfection on the playback in.
NRG get 3 kills in the blink of an eye, and immediately Loud respond. I feel like that was a straight 2v4 there.
Yeah.
I mean, Les and Aspas effectively eliminated from that initial pressure that's provided by the lockdown. So the 2 here, yeah, it's 3 kills immediately. Aspas responds with the first. What a retake there from Loud. Absolute madness. And NRG, rightfully so, that's got to be a little frustrating.
Yep.
We'll call a timeout here just to gather their thoughts.
It's all songs in Sao Paulo right now. 4-1, Mike. I'm going to be honest, I backed NRG in this game. I thought this was the one where they'd be doing well. They wouldn't crumble under this. They've been aware of this opponent. That used to be a great boon for FNS and NRG and Chet. But
do you know what? I come back to something Mimi said on the desk. I didn't think we saw Loud live up to the expectation we maybe held for them.
Sure.
There's been slip-ups. It's been an uphill struggle in the first 2 series.
I mean, how good are Gen G then? That's what I'm terrified about. Gen G are apparently one of the most nuts team we've seen so far.
We almost think about some of these drawn-out series getting a little context when we come back to a familiar matchup, right?
Yes.
And here, we're not getting that. This is so one-sided.
Yeah, it is. This is very much Loud in charge.
I mean, if this continues, then you could argue Loud are almost in championship form, right?
Yes.
To eliminate a favorite like NRG with these scorelines, with the rounds playing out this way. The response immediately from NRG to address that previous kill.
We do have a little bit of a wave going around the arena. Not sure if you can see it. I'm sure the camera will be on that pretty soon.
I like this from NRG though.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying something a little different here. The flash and the follow-up. Artist could be taking point on this one. Son by the side. Tui's though going to take space. I like what he's doing here as well. Has to win the fight on the other side, which would be against FNS. But he hasn't been challenged on this angle. The plant's going to come in. But they have really very few safe post-plant positions. Tui's winning out. That's massive. Ult comes in. NRG want to address this quickly, and they do. Crashes takes him down, and the overwhelm is there. NRG holding onto the site 4 now. Finally, a player up to the good. Sadak still standing, but only for so long. And now Aspas in a 1v3 position, absolutely checked on. He should not be able to take a step out of here. He should be locked in. But can he break free? Goes for the Vandal instead. Victor up close, spots one, waits for the swing, but it's Artis on the flank. Beautiful work from Artis, heating up now.
Big positive to come out of that timeout. Immediately addressing that triple walk up middle. Aspas being rewarded for it. And Cowanzine and Tui's.
One enemy remaining.
They're much better as well in terms of this hold. Maybe a little difference here in terms of the outcome, with the lockdown being a factor previously from Sadak. And NRG will revert back towards focusing towards B long. Bladestorm and the Seekers available for Aspas. Sorry, and Cowanzine. But they're going to be behind this one. It's going to be a wide open site.
I said I wanted big performance from Artis. Proving already why it was such a sought-after pick. So much variety being shown here already from the young man. And Loud in this round. Obviously working with substantially less. So if you're an NRG fan, you are wanting this clean. You want it sparkling at the end of this round. You want 5 standing. Maybe give them a little bit of economy to play with going forward, not being so panicked and fragile. And already one player in, Sadak, making no secrets of this. Quick to work. Aspas tries to get that first frag, but it's actually less to get on. Big trade for Artis. Blinded up, taken down. Cowanzine's there. 4v3 now, but surely these final 3 should dig their heels in. Seeks go down, it didn't find what they wanted. NRG holding those back lines like their life might just depend on it. Aspas desperate to try. And it may just be a try at this point. Still doing damage, but falls to the knees. NRG make it to 3.
So you almost wanted that one to be as close to flawless as possible. Only 2 rifles remain. Artis 2 off that showstopper though. An opportunity to offset slightly. I think actually if Victor drops one across, it might just protect the next purchase. But even here, Loud just looks so deadly. With almost nothing to come into this. It's a Bladestorm and a Sheriff, a Frenzy here or there.
Yep.
Aspas back on that operator. Do they try and get him in a position once again? Sadak actually with a judge here. So might just try and tuck into elbow and hope for the best. Position he's playing is interesting actually, because last time NRG did try and pinch calls from both sides with this Trailblazer.
But the ult come in, gonna make this a little bit more difficult. Already bounding towards the back of the side. It's not pretty, but it's the job achieved for Artis. Side control again. The point man is succeeding for NRG. FNS wants to make absolutely no mistakes in this. Going to invest the ult, but actually Tui's found some. Pain shell's good, forces them away slightly. Let's try to connect that spam, but not quite finding what he wanted. Swing comes in, Artis fit to go down, and suddenly there's a gateway open. Crashes and FNS are sweating, they're worried, but FNS, oh FNS! What a time to come alive! 3 big kills of the young gun Tui's. What can you do with it? That's one, needs a second, one more second to play with.
Gonna get him.
Oh, he's gonna be locked down, and Crashes is on the way. Knife in hand, he's gonna dice him up. Oh, in front of the home crowd. The boos rattle out and NRG close the gap.
And they tie things up 4 apiece.
Beautiful.
Even there, the only thing that secures that is Crashy's lockdown.
Yeah.
Things spiraling out of control. And somehow FNS comes away with this. The blind shot there onto Aspas, and then I think Cowanzine's already 1 HP from the decay. So an insta-kill with that snake bite. A huge round from FNS.
Yeah.
And much needed, actually. We'll put Loud back in a position where they're going to struggle financially.
It was waiting, really, to have a close game, it feels like. NRG finally starting to build up into this. Artist having a good performance, Crashy's finding value, FNS starting to heat up a little bit himself and just closing down a couple of these rounds, but that did come off the back of a great deal of ults coming through as well. They're really at the start of their cycle again, whereas Louds will be hitting soon. However, Mike, you noted it, the money. They have tempered this purchase now. Loud are certainly not flush for cash.
And again, just to come back, obviously, NRG closed that out. They've effectively reset in terms of the purchase for Loud, but they burnt up a lot of ultimates there. Like I said, I'm fine with the lockdown investment. It secures at a point where previously we've seen those retakes from Loud just explode and completely rip apart that post-plant setup of NRG.
Still pretty close in my mind. I mean, a second either way. Yes, the lockdown was ticking away, but bloody hell. Still a 1v2 to get past. This is 3 on the trot here for NRG. Could be, I feel, quite likely to be a 4th. But we are seeing them bolstering the numbers on this B site as the time does tick down.
That'd be huge after that map one as well, to come away from this first half with a lead, with some sort of comfort, something to build upon in the second. NRG focusing B once again. A slight adjustment will be on this thrifty round.
Ooh.
That was.
Hello, Don.
Yeah.
Wasn't, but NRG starting to once again flood the site. But the problem is Loud are here in numbers this time. Gonna draw first blood, but it is traded back. A little bit of the site is somewhat safe, but suddenly the reveal, Crashies has got to be worried. There's Aspas just around the corner. Isolates him well with FNS, and then they're starting to carve away at this defensive side. Split should be able to go down soon. And yeah, a win out towards CT is massive as well. Victor doing wonderfully. And yes, Les is behind them. It should be a matter of time until he's noted. Flash is good. Couldn't quite find the frag, and actually it's Crashes to turn around. So lovely, lovely work here from Energy. Really stabilizing here.
E4 alive as well. Effectively in a position to, as close to buy out for this half. That's unfortunate. I think just picks up, tries to swap away from this scope. What he picks up is empty.
Sleep tight.
See if NRG continue here. Whether or not this adjustment towards B side continues into the buy round for Loud. Lockdown available, Viper's Pit available, and the Reckoning for 2Es. Operator in hand for Aspas as well, but no shield behind that. And they'll revert back to actually just using this operator to anchor A main.
There is a bit of a switch up with that pressure towards middle. And because all you can really see is the same sort of presence on B long, this is quite a nice idea. This could be a nice little knife in the back, but it depends on the timing.
Les has to be, I was going to say, he's got to be careful of this pop with the showstopper.
Yeah, and Artist is away and sends it. Luckily, FNS is by his side. Less with the trade and the swing, but that's answered right back in. So middle is actually somewhat under control by NRG. I'm looking for the backfill coming out, though. I'm looking at 2Es maybe trying to pressure that. But already, Sadak in trouble, deleted by Crashies. I love this split, identifying so much pressure coming through from Link. They've just faded away from it here. Artist tucked on the site. Head of the ult, 2Es. Not gonna get what he wants out of this, and Artist willing to challenge, willing to brawl out. But Aspas on the back foot now as it's a 1v2. Tap on the spike, needs to draw some fire, which it does. They haven't seen him yet, now they have. Aspas, oh my word, 9 bullets to play with. And a dream, Crashes down to 58. He has to swing, and he's got the fight, Crashies! Pulling NRG further ahead here. Finally Loud starting to fumble a little bit here on the second map.
That's only the turret to pull Aspas, or pull his crosshair placement at least away from that. I think got a couple of tags onto Crashies.
Yeah, through the wall, I think.
Starting to see just this aggressive mentality towards the game. Force Loud into some situations. Slight overpeak from Sadak there. Lockdown committed from heaven. Placement a little questionable, but he's out of position to get the most value from that. But then it's the overpeak, way ahead of his 2 teammates.
And pendulum swing-wise, I do feel FNS currently does have a really nice grip on this game. Love that little additional mid-pressure. You can already see the utility put towards it as well, just to ensure that no one's going to hit that flank super easy. We do see 3 players committed towards that B side, but already further exploration from Aspas, and he has invested the ult behind this, so it's certainly not without some sort of venom to it. Now we hold. You can see the read coming out from it looks like NRG, that there will be a further pressured flank, and Aspas with those knives could
look
be it.
How deep Aspas is already. FNS set up as a safety net for NRG. It's effectively a 4v4. Weapon advantage for NRG on site.
Seek's going to come in. Nothing close on sight. There's
What?
Aspas. How quick was that? But the site's under scrutiny. NRG is still breaking through where it matters. The backlines are no longer safe, so they need to win out somewhere. They're going straight through towards Link. Victor demolishes them, and now Aspas needs heroics and nothing short. Oh God,
So what?
damn! Artis is down to nothing. 10 HP. He's on an island. He's got him. 16 HP now. A 1v2 though, but the spike is over by A. They adjusted quickly, and this position, surely he does not
Victor's
expect. Victor, lovely work from NRG. We've got a game on our hands now, Mike. NRG have finally woken up.
For a moment now, seeing NRG almost take their time in getting to site. As soon as that kill comes through from Aspas. Slight hesitation, but they seal the deal. A little bit of aggression here from Victor with the run and gun.
Beautiful.
But it gets the job done. Round 12, 7-4 in favor of NRG now.
6 in a row. Loud need to break this if they want a comfortable second half.
And two players actually I was crediting earlier on ahead of this map starting who had fantastic defensive halves. Tuiz and Cowanzine not finding an awful lot of individual impact in some of these rounds. Yes, Cowanzine's been stacking up with Aspas and putting him in a position, but previously they have been putting up numbers.
Oh, just one away now from some. Should have had a bit of information off the back of the dog there. And the ult's going to clear the site. Backline's not going to be pressured. Two still playing towards middle. Timing now, wait on this for a couple of seconds. Don't want to go too early. Tuiz does need to back away from this, yeah. They do at least take those couple of steps towards the site. Mid is next on the chopping block. Lovely work again from FNS, but it's crashes to fall, but the site does at least now start waving that NRG banner. Some caught on the way out, but unpressured. Yes, the ult comes in. Flash to follow. And no commitment towards the site just yet. Flank is deep in the back lines from Aspas.
So he's going to get past the turret as well, so Victor has to watch this. The tap on the spike, Som. Not reacting just yet. The flash is perfect from Cowanzine.
You wanted to see something from him. That's 2 this round. Can't make much more of it in a 3v2 now. Victor and Som, what are you going to do with it? Les is standing and delivering, and the diffusion ain't stopping Victor. Oh my word! He denies it. Goes back in. It's just frenzies as best he can. Diffuse will be there. It's 5 for Loud. Just clawing in this final round of the first half.
Well, he must have heard me. Cowanzine, absolute heroics for him to recover that round for Loud. Aspas almost lost in the lurk this time around. Finally coming through and finding something, but it's less. With this Viper's Pit paying off for Loud, shutting NRG out and finding that defuse.
5-7, we finally have a game on our hands. Map 1 was a blowout. Loud riding that momentum wave throughout the series. However, finally NRG are awake. I wonder if that's enough for the analyst desk.
Well, it looks like NRG have found a little bit of a lifeline here. They were able to get 6 rounds in a row, partly because they recognized something that you pointed out, Sideshow, that there was an exploit that they could really take advantage of on B.
Yeah, their anti-stratting failed completely on split, but coming in, I think they saw the same thing that I did. Sadak's anchoring of B was a weakness. They went there 9 times in a row. Oh, not in a row, sorry. 9 times over the course of the 12 rounds and absolutely brutalized what they were doing there. They messed up a couple of the post plans, like on the pistol and the follow-up, but round 8 is a great example of just what they were doing. They have a very easy time getting into the site, and then they're able to get the pit down. You can see their ability to entry here is really good. Swarm in with an ultimate. It's a bit dodgy, but overall, they get it done. And then they still almost whiff the retake, even though there's a pit down here. They were getting pushed to the limit, but I think they identified the right thing in this map to push this half in their favor.
They absolutely did. And at the beginning, Loud was pulling off a lot of those retakes, Energy really letting those slip. But the improvement towards the latter part of that half shows that I think they're really back in it with this calling. But as we look ahead towards the second half, I think the player to highlight has to be Osbos. In the first half, his impact was absolutely phenomenal. And the role he plays on the attack for Loud is pivotal. When they're going for these site execs, he's always the guy who's diving deep. When it's on A, it's taking care of the player in pit. When it's on B, he'll be taking back you. Really pivotal duels that he's taking early. And also, for the Harbor comp, the pressure that he provides allows that Cove to stay up, for that spike to get planted, and Loud to get into those post plants that they really want.
Yeah, and the only thing I disagree with there out of what you said is Aspas was having value whenever they went into him. But otherwise, he wasn't able to find those fights early on.
Sure.
Now he is in control of where the team goes, and he's always going to be set up to take the engagements. He just has to not end up pushing through the harbor walls.
Well, this crowd is riding the wave, and maybe Loud could ride a wave of their own as they seek to try and come back as they're down 7-5 in the second half. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, they certainly have their work cut out though now. NRG looking different altogether. This could spark a resurgence from Loud though. But you've got to give credit for those 6 rounds on the trot. NRG were wonderful to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking about crediting this B-side execute that Josh was alluding to, and the adjustment just came so late for me. You see Loud trying to get active elsewhere on the map. We just didn't see enough innovation there. Loud looking to continue the trend. Hardest will be tested here in the pistol.
Yep, and he's past with flying colours. Sadek gone. No comfort now trying to get towards his site. Flash will catch, but a pain shell in response. And no pressure really following. It's looking like Aspas's lurk, yeah, going to be noted. And even if they try and build off this, they haven't pulled full rotations either.
Big gap between Victor and Crashies right now. Crashies trying to slip into main. Going to force Aspas to full clear sight here. Crashies going to have 3 members allowed charging towards him.
Oh, Crashies. Overwhelmed. Outgunned. How much? Oh my god. Oh my god. He's gotten away with it. That's so much damage already done, and big information as well. Look at them. Less down to 22. Aspas 80. And it's a huge lockout for NRG. The crowd is silent as NRG pick up the first here in the second half.
Big round to kick off NRG's defensive half here. Now look as if they might throw a couple of sheriffs in. Ardes wants to get a rifle on the board as quickly as possible. Leading the charge for NRG on the scoreboard and opening this round up for them as well. I almost think there with Aspas's position, the fact that he's not digging deep onto site, that full clearance is going to come from Loud, but 2 members ahead of Les. I think actually Les the first person to even consider clearing the box on A main there.
Well, buy back in.
Yeah, could see a fight for this here with the Stingers in hand. Crashies and Som tucked up very close.
Nice work, clean stuff, really clean work, very diligent, very heads up, not taking it lightly by any means, and that's the spike scene as well. So the rest should be very much understood and expected here.
He might try and flash onto this. Finesse does eat it. Find a consolation, but hopefully no more.
There we go.
I'm a little curious here. I'm seeing Cowan Zine and less 1,300 and 1,400 credits. A little off kilter on that purchase. I'm not entirely sure why, to be honest with you.
Crashies, very early ult coming in here.
Yeah, round 3 lockdown, by the way.
Big work from him.
A huge tool to potentially convert this second half bonus. And like I said, what's strange is the purchase then forcing them into round 3 here, where it's just sheriffs to play with.
Yeah, it's certainly uncomfortable. Maybe trying to find any sort of pick they can, but again, NRG, high priority to take this A space, pushing out through towards A main, 3 players towards it, leaving Art pretty open. Yes, they have utility there, so it's not going to be completely out of character. And now time to be built if anyone does need to get around there, but looking towards Stewie's, leaning back through by double door. Maybe that B site is the end goal.
We saw Loud do this a number of times on the buy rounds, just going through the motions, trying to figure out exactly where this Killjoy setup is. Someone crashes though all the way into spawn already. FNS tucks himself in behind screen. See how I focus that direction. Does it get cleared here with the Trailblazer? Actually doesn't.
Okay, it's just a frenzy, but look what it can do. Finds both players. Lessons at it going down. It will allow a plant to come in and a rifle recovered for Aspas. Hold on. Now that's it. That's the lockdown coming in that we were looking for.
And you almost didn't want to see that. Yes, it's fine to secure.
Aspas, he's thinking. He's actually
There's two in
considering
spawn.
this. Now Victor does get lucky. Oh! The timing on that snap from Aspas. Aggressions is on the site.
He's sticking this.
Wait, someone, anyone, someone stop him! Crashes! Right under their nose, completely unaware.
I mean, Loud do everything right on the way in. Crashes were just not a care in the world. Sticks that defuse. And even after the lockdown's gone, I'm not sure what the delay is in heaven. They just think, I mean, they bank on it being a tap to draw somebody out. Unfortunately, not in a position from long to stop that from happening. Som throws a wall up to seal the deal.
There we go. 10 now, made for NRG. Loud pumping the brakes again, second time out here. The atmosphere's certainly different now. Loud going to start feeling the pressure of the crowd going pretty quiet here. But again, we're not new to this head-to-head. They are so equally made. Mike, you were talking about it at the start, the numbers you ran through. These two are somewhat inseparable, and it would have been almost uncharacteristic to be too one-sided. I'd hated of this to be a blowout game, potentially not even seeing the third if it went down like split. So actually quite happy to see a bit of a fight back here from NRG.
And the fact that potentially we're going to Fracture, which in terms of the head-to-head has been such a banger.
Oh, truly a tantalizing prospect. I think any Valorant fan certainly is looking for that. Whichever way you want it to go, everyone would love to see a third here. And as it stands, unless Loud make a stand now in this rifle round, Mike, I think we're going there.
Yeah, it has to start now. So you're looking at the outcome of that previous round. Aspas comes into this with 3,100. Whether or not winning this round will mean, look at that operator online. I said Loud previously did like this slow creeping default to try and dig out some utility and play very, very reactive to what they find. NRG also, though, showing a little willingness for proactivity outside A main consistently, and this hasn't been really dealt with once on the side of Loud. It's basically this alarm bot anchoring Art for a three-man stack in A main.
They are falling back at the right time here.
I love the combo there, by the way. Just to try and slow inside that nano swarm.
The pressure's coming through on double door. Galzine, stunning work. So much impact. Honest and FNS, the blink of an eye. Considering the next round. 5 still standing for Loud here. Difference for sure. 3 players, though, from NRG looking to try and get back in on CT. That spike's not on the site until just about now. Victor even finding less. It ain't out of the woods just yet, and the timing from NRG is divine. Dropping back in, finding the challenge, and now just Aspas in a 1v3. Som's low, and he's found the first. 2 more to go, and a spike to be recovered. He's got a lot of work ahead of him. Victor up above, Som on the site.
Well, the smoke missed.
10 seconds, he's got to find one of these 2. He gets one, but 1 is not enough here as NRG will break through from 10. It's 11 now. Unstoppable in this half.
That's one off the Blade Storm. Actually, pretty close to everything. The Seeker's online for Loud. We have to scrape together a purchase here. A lovely play from NRG here. To just be decisive. This is after 2, effectively 3 kills in Link here. Roll your minds back. Those 3 players were in A main.
Yes,
That's how quickly they've made it across to actually prevent the plant coming through.
Ooh, do we have a challenge there? I thought Sadak might have tested the waters a little, but no. Nice to back away. Look at the pace from Loud. Straight through double door. They found a weakness they want to exploit. And it's crushing FNS on the way, but there's still value to this. There's still players on the site. It's Crashies, and he has been wondrous so far. But again, playing your life could be so much more valuable, but he's not got it this time. Aspas, quick as lightning, gets up towards heaven. And this may be an early save, honestly. So little to be done here.
I think that paranoia from Split still there. They're considering the possibility of it being a fake. Full clearance comes through. Spike finally making its way onto site. See here, once the confirmation comes through, what the decision making for NRG is. See lots of the map to re-clear here, so it's looking like they might just hold on to these rifles. Again, we'll think about obviously the knock-on effect, feeding across a couple more orbs, potentially towards the Viper's pit, towards the Reckoning.
Now finally breaking in. I think that pressure towards double doors, and wait and see what they address it with. It's been, what, 2 rounds in a row now. It's like Cow and Zine having some mad impact.
But two very different looks, right? Previously, it's the slow creep, deal with some utility, figure out exactly where people were playing. The second time, it's like, oh, I think we know where FNS is playing.
Just gonna swing.
Let's pop.
Yep. Would they dare do it again, though? Because you're thinking mind games is surely they're going to reinforce this. They're going to either bring players around. Because this has been absolutely the launch pad having a couple of close rounds this time.
And the difficulty being this kill coming through on Link basically completely mitigates Crashy's setup. Yep. It removes any threat from the alarm bot, the nano swarms, anything that's really looking to slow down that push coming from Long instead.
Well, there's a bit of a difference. We do see a little bit of the setup put into this. Crashy's deciding to bolster the hold, but this time it's not the same look. Loud doing what we saw a lot of in the first half here from NRG.
Maybe reading that, actually that previous round is going to draw them towards double doors. There should be less resistance on site here. FNS got to be careful, but he actually finds a kill here. Less will trade it out.
Okay, but they still got a good hold here, but Crashy's HP is worrying me to no end. 10 HP. How much can one man do? A little bit of spray. Oh my god, it's so close. They do get the plant down. Spike's in. They've got the time on their side. Does Les stick around? Well, he can't now, really. Needs to back away with the rest, yep. Looks like the post plan will be set towards Long. LG might be forced to respect this a little bit. Finding a little pocket of safety. This will offset the timing by a couple of seconds.
2 nano swarms still. First one popped preemptively. And the Cove removed straight away.
Oh
now
my,
this wall's going to be ticking away though.
Crashy's going to collect towards Salak, and Tom's going to be sitting on the defuse. He's going to be taken off. Dewey's, Cowanzine holding on, but Ard is still fighting as hard as he can, but the time has evaded him. It doesn't matter less. Getting Loud back in the game. They've found a way back through.
Great conversion here from Loud. And the lockdown even coming fairly preemptively.
Yeah.
Anticipating their very fast retake coming through from NRG. Maybe on the back of that pressure towards Cow and Zine. Him getting tagged up to, I think, down to about 20 HP.
Yeah, super low.
Loud just want to make sure that they can secure. Still comes right down to the wire.
Well, they forced the timeout. NRG have quite a few rounds to play with still in pocket. They do lead at 7-11 if you are just tuning in. They have a couple of ults to play in as well. Artis has his, so plenty of impact there. Crashies and FNS, so some very high impact ults still on the board for them. However, their money has been slowed down, right? Their money is in kind of maybe Stingers, maybe Shares, maybe a Frenzy or two, but we have seen that having impact. Not going to underestimate it, but Loud have found a couple of answers. So the question then becomes in this, what are the answers going back here for NRG? What do they have in store? How much adaptation can they bring out?
I do love the contrast as well. Obviously, talking about that B-site execution, NRG were leaning heavily on this rinse and repeat, almost a carbon copy, time and time again. Yeah. Loud, happy to show just a little variation every single time. It's all based around pressure and looking to punish a player out of position. The sort of things I was talking about with the difference between Sadak and FNS. So we're seeing that on display here on Pearl. NRG, let's see if they're going to try and fight for B main here as 3. Previously seen a similar stack towards A main. Ardis gets very deep. It does actually have the showstopper as well.
It certainly does. Does he decide to go for it? This player seems to be so careful. He was blinded by this. Pulls off. That'll be the player spotted. Boombot decides to be invested and pulls away here. Timing! Yeah, he's caught out. Lovely. Trade, though, for Som.
Som is always good for a headshot with this gun. Always.
It's actually filthy, isn't it? The amount of times we've seen it. Trade-off of utility. But there's not as much commitment towards the site. I'm watching that spike back away from B for a second here. Going for the double pump. It does give some room to re-explore.
There's no utility to stop less either.
Are they holding for the position to come out from this? You're buying a little bit more time to find impact here. Yeah. Okay, Victor's seen it, so this is still very much going to be concerning because that B site will be the one to be pressured. Victor, the flash is gorgeous! Massive work. So if he could do any more damage, that'd be unbelievable. Can't get away. Caught in the heels and dragged back down to earth. Loud winning that plant, but this is damage done. Victor's got a rifle. Aspas, though, leans into CT, takes out FNS. The Seeker's going to confirm where these players are as well. Now everything's noted. There's no more surprises. Agrashi's only have that Stinger really to play with. He doesn't get to keep it. Victor now 1v3. They are lined up. They want him dead. Might just try and make a mad run for it. This is going to be 8 for Loud. Clawing back this game, Mike. I started to think this one might have been all over, and it certainly isn't. What does Victor do now? Absolutely nothing.
Just 3 rounds separating them. See what's behind this purchase for NRG. A lot financially, but ultimates are plenty. Everything but the reckoning online here. See if NRG lean heavily on those in terms of the setup.
This is either going to be an incredibly messy round with a whole lot of ults coming in.
Total overhaul here, maybe on the back of the Viper's Pit from FNS, but this defensive setup completely flipped for NRG.
They are going to be surrounding this Viper's Pit. Aspas stepping closer.
Som's got to be careful here.
He could be the gateway to opening this round up. Som's in a more trouble, and he's dead. Aspas breaks in. And now they're just divided. And conquering Loud are getting closer. Another flash is good on this. On the angle, Calzine's got to be careful here, and he's decided to back away into the safety of the Viper's Pit, but bounds back out, sends the ult through and finds nothing.
Sends a Rosa.
Oh,
Sadak's creeping in the Viper's Pit though. FNS has to be careful here, he's getting surrounded.
Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble, he's dead, Aspas! Huge impact, 2 big kills. The site is theirs. And the final 2 players, Victor and Crashies, I don't know if they're going to stay into this. Yes, they have the lockdown, but is this the time? Do you allow Loud to get to 9? You've been allowed back on the site. Turret takes contact, Sadak now fully aware. And time is ticking, and NRG are running out of opportunities. This one's done, it looks like. Already backing away. Crashies with, oh, absolutely nothing. Aspas is on the hunt.
He wants this kill.
Might just be the prey. Oh, he's just spammed it in. Hope for the best. Victor will punish that. If he can stay alive, that's probably the best he's going to get out of this. Oh, they're shutting down. It's 11 HP. They're just around the corner. He's dead and gone. Loud are knocking at the door now. NRG should be worried.
Viper's Pit and the showstopper thrown into this as well. Just the lockdown available for NRG.
Oh, there should be 10. They can't even really buy it.
No. In a really, really rough spot now. I call it that. I've credited Karanzine previously for how good his flashes are for setting up Aspas. Yeah. This is him and Aspas just shift walking immediately towards connector, finding Som with no utility. No awareness actually on the side of NRG. A very deep hold from Som, anticipating that pressure coming towards site. Yeah, 2 stingers, a couple of sheriffs, a frenzy for FNS. An awful lot for NRG to make this one work.
need on the site, but just on the other side of that
Good
wall.
nade, that's going to do a ton of damage.
50 HP. That's lovely. Follow-up flash. So many players. Victor. Fantastic connection, though. Aspas chipped away at Artist confirms it. Not respecting the utility put down and actually taking them down to just 3 players.
Yeah, 2
Som,
upgrades.
He's got an upgrade. You're absolutely right. The Viper's pick comes in, but do they check on Som? Are they even aware of the chance he could get here?
They can spam with the decay here, sorry.
Oh my god, Tom, they have no idea still. He's just sitting this one out. The spike is to his left, and they are clueless. He will be dead here, but makes so much impact in such little time. Sadakales, what are you going to do now? You're running out of time. You've got 35 seconds. It's all gone wrong. They got the spike back, though, and 30 seconds to play with.
30 seconds
Sadak. Oh my god, he just about gets away Artist. They are just passing each other like ships in the night, and the KJ ult comes in as well. Tap on the spike and spam comes out. It's Crash. He's finding Sadak. This could be 12. Les has got an NRG. Finally break the trend that Loud was running on.
That's all the back of that one nade. It does so much damage. Brings Aspas down to solo HP. And immediately, as soon as the spike is noted, they shut the door on B site. That's heartbreaking for Loud. They've said it, 2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs, a Frenzy. I forgot to mention the nade. That's all they needed.
Apparently so. But this one is a break in the drought of rounds for NRG. Fortunately for them, that hard work already came in earlier, getting them up to 12 here. But now the pressure's on Loud. 3rd map looming. Opportunities now beckoning for NRG to close this out. They want out of this map. They don't want Loud getting any closer. They want no momentum with them, because until this point, it's been very much Loud trying to tear this back. The 4 on the trot that they had was huge. Sadak tested now. Caution needs to be given here. Les gonna find FNS. And NRG not out of the woods just yet. Artist in a little bit of trouble. Needs to respect that.
FNS was the solo anchor as well. So Artist got to be careful.
There's so many.
Potentially be overwhelmed here. That's going to look for the pincher. We'll find it. We'll get ahead of this rotation. Actually, 2 members coming through mid.
Gotta run.
Crashes all the way towards long, and that's the adjustment on the plant here. Great awareness from Loud.
Yeah, Aspas can really capitalize off this too. Yes, they know now the pressure could be coming through on long, could be coming through from Link. Tommy back up to be invested, but the flash, again, how do you dig these players out of CT? That's the tricky part. We can see if there's any chance for a Som, Victor, and Crashies.
Less is repositioned here.
The spam, not gonna find as much as wanted. Lovely shot from Crashies. The time's starting to really dwindle. Lovely hold from CT. Sadak and Tui's beautiful. Crash is still trying to find it out, but again, you can't dig that player out of CT here. Tui's is going to play to perfection the timing. Yes, Sadak tries to make something of it. A little bit of a punish on the way out, but not going to have it. And another step closer for Loud. Double digits made. They're up to 10.
Crash is just baiting in to punish that economy even further. See how it lies for NRG here.
Why do I feel this is going to come down to something silly?
Yeah, even FNS bringing a stinger into this. There's nothing behind this. If Loud win this round, you have to feel like it goes to overtime.
Feels like that. But Loud need to once again kindle that fire that's brought them through in the last, what, 5 rounds really. One more time. And there's a stack. There's 3 players towards double door. There's a pop flash on the swing and Loud! Send them packing! Oh my word, that's perfect! And now just Crashies, still putting up a heroic performance. Oh my god, he's read it. He's absolutely read it, but he's just being melted. Oh my god, what an attempt! 7 HP is the difference. But it's 11 for Loud. And it looks like this could be OT beckoning. What can they buy here?
What a pace change from NRG. To try and catch Loud off guard from that slow default we've seen them rely on time and time again. And when the pressure mounts here in round 23, NRG try and capitalize. 7 HP could be the difference maker.
One more chance for NRG in regulation. One more chance, one more go at it. Lockdown Seekers, they have it there on the other side. Similar scenes. Tui's ult there too. word, it's an A-piece. They're sitting so deep on the defending side. One kind of back of pit, one secret. It's going to come in, should clear sight quite comfortably. And this should facilitate a plant.
Yeah, potentially, actually. Sadak going to get the lockdown off this, and they've got a lot of information on the back of the Reckoning.
Absolutely, Seeker's really just going to ensure that as well. Look how deep these have gone. NRG, this has to be a full-on retake.
If they try and run the clock down here, Sadak's lockdown could be the difference maker. Actually, it's invested here. They're going to trade off.
Oh my god, this is mad. This is mayhem. This is pandemonium. NRG are on the side. They're trying to catch him in the heels. Calzin's gone down, looking for more. Less denies. That's Crashes eliminated. Now they have to respect these ults. And now play begins again. FNS finds it. Less is gone. 4 standing for NRG. And now Aspas, Sadak, and Tuis. What are you going to do about this one? Som's on the spike.
Whoa.
And now FNS finds Aspas. Tuis, he's still firing off. Oh my god. Som tries to hold it. And he's still doing what he can. Sadak! It's gonna be OT. 12 apiece. Loud, bring the game back.
Unbelievable that we've even made it this far.
How on earth, Mike, have they done that?
What a comeback for Loud to claw their way back in. And what a crazy round to see it happening. Another round by the finest of margins. Tuis, what is that first shot? What is that?
Oh, and Sadak. Yeah.
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 It's like that. It's like that.
Apparently so. Oh.
I mean, dare I say it again, this could be decided by 7 HP.
Yes.
That was how we even got the opportunity.
And now, operator out for Aspas. We're in OT. 12 apiece. This is what it's all about here between these two.
Already seeing this adjustment, Loud the awareness of what didn't work for them in regulation. This time around, Sadak giving up sight, a little bit of a trap play towards elbow. Almost hoping to capitalize on that nano swarm to do a little bit of chip damage and maybe find a kill.
Okay, NRG going through the motions, right? This is all clean, but this time not drawing any first blood, no chip damage done.
And actually, they don't even clear through to elbow, looking to potentially reset to a very, very solid long hold.
How does Loud get back into this? This time they're now running with operator to handle, trickier to bring into this. Yes, they're clearing the back lines, but they got to get a move on here. They have no damage achieved so far. So these first steps have to be essential to outcome. Calzine slowed down, Sadak trying to clear towards the back of the site, and does find Som. That's the first bit of damage achieved. And now he looks with the tap on the spike. Next victim, FNS! Calzine and Sadak, they're just heating up. He's pushing the wall. He's getting so close. Tuis is not stopping. They got to try and get past the wall. And it's going to be Loud. Surely. Oh my god. He didn't get the kill. He could not connect. It's 13 for Loud.
Oh, this ran out of ammo. He finds a headshot with the classic, but it's not enough.
It's timeout time for NRG. Panic stations. It could not have gotten closer. Watch this one again. Watch it back. Loud taking the fight to them. And bloody hell, Artist gave it all he had, quite literally.
And you can see just how close. There's so little separating these teams here on Pearl. So many rounds.
Two of the greats to touch Valorant in whatever form, keeping that core coming into these next rosters. New names, similar faces, and a similar caliber of game. These two are incredible to watch. And now NRG staring down the barrel of a gun here. They need something, and they need it quick.
Beautiful adjustment from Loud, though. Like I said, the awareness of exactly what went wrong for them. These adjustments on the fly, first round of overtime. A beautiful retake onto B side. Actually, adjustment on the side of NRG as well. They didn't overindulge. They didn't dig deep onto site. And they were so close to converting that, Lauren. It's heartbreaking round one of overtime.
Could be this year's most open heartbreak at this point. 13-12, the pressure mounting. Crowd is on their feet. They are waiting for this one. Flash. Well, note the players, NRG.
Drifting on this.
3, they're working behind it. This is going to be an all-out brawl on long. This could decide the game if they commit to this. So tense now. Victor, going to try and find that info. Straight out, it's mirrored. It's so identical, and it's Som. Finds Aspas first. And now Loud on red alert, but they're looking elsewhere. It's FNS to greet them over by Art this time. We paint this round a different way. They hadn't had much test, really, at this point before. FNS trying to hold them back here. They've actually dismantled that pressure on long. They've fallen back towards site.
Try and let this one burn a little bit. See Som tagged up early on, will get healed up from Victor. I think Sadak maybe even just spotting, yeah. A pixel out of place. No confirmation on the flash, and actually Som will drift all the way towards A site here.
Ardis, stay focused here.
Can Les do enough here to sell this fake?
Well,
Camden's found one, Victor will fall.
But do they check? Do they check on Ardis? They absolutely don't. It's one. He's seen a second. He knows he's got a second here. But those seconds are dwindling, and he's going to make... Oh, Ardis! The myth himself is coming alive, but Sadak wants to deny it. Quell that pressure. Oh my God, it's... You cannot turn your back on Ardis here. It's a 3v2. Less than Sadak, 12 seconds. Time is fading in front of them. 10 seconds out left. He's got another. And now a 1v2. Crashes and FNS up against the man himself, Sadak. He spots one. It ain't enough. NRG carry on the series.
What an outrageous shot from Ardis to define this round. The number of times NRG have punished Loud from that position, it goes unchecked once again. And it's the deciding factor here in round 2.
Come on, come on. Scouse Powerhouse himself doing well. Him and Crashy's having a series, but you have to do it again. It's 13-13. We dive back in, Mike.
At least early on, NRG setting up towards this B take. Maybe just try and send a bit of utility down here. Very rare we've seen NRG drift away from this as a fake. Only that one round. Yeah. Victor opted to call that audible into Link. Aspas with the operator though, will find one, picks up Crashies, and he sees nothing behind it.
Yep, big info here. But still site success to some extent for NRG, but it's FNS actually to claim twoies. And Ardis this time decides to get a little further ahead. Stunner of a shot coming out. Makes it away for now. The spike now in their side. Les, Calzine and Aspas, this is a brutal retake now to pull off.
And
Two towards long, two
Aspas
still on
still
site.
has the operator. Potential here to swap out a weapon. No, I don't think he can.
No. A little too far away, maybe towards CT if he was trying to get one, but now the time's really starting to work against him. Ardis, he is coming alive in OT. 2 kills already. FNS takes the next point of attention. The utility's coming in, and NRG demolishing Loud here. One more round, and we go to the next.
An opportunity to close once again for NRG. Right their wrongs from regulation. Starting to heat up. Ardis, I said it had been a while, but putting up such a performance on this race.
People question him coming in for Ye. How would he fare? We are seeing a world-class performance out of him now. The impact alone in OT is fabulous. Loud have pumped the brakes.
And this time around, even actually finding that opening engagement, NRG still recover this. Follow through on that B site execute that's worked so well for them. Curious here if we see something very different from Loud. As they're back on the attack. Backs against the wall.
The fact this even got competitive is unbelievable, isn't it? Such a deficit throughout regulation at times, closed in on and taken here to OT. 13-14. If NRG win this, fracture. A I'd love to see it. Look, I just want it for the sake of the game. Loud close out, fair play, but still.
This has got an operator. He's looking to really mix things up. He's towards double doors right now.
And that was a pressure point. It was a big pressure point. Kawazine, he's
got one!
Quick as lightning! This strikes and Kawazine's down. NRG are dragging this game into the third. 3 more bodies to locate and put in a body bag. Tui's less than Aspas. Try and make something out of this.
NRG previously have done so well at converting these rounds with a man advantage. They drift into a much deeper hold here on A site. They're going to explore B main. That should open things up for them. Stuck behind this alarm bot now. And that's the green light. Artist going to make his way back towards A now.
Yeah,
a double flank coming through.
Crashy's just falling away at the right time still. Not overstaying his welcome, keeping cool in this. You don't want to give them opportunity. When Aspas is still standing, there's still always a chance.
And a key molly just to slow things down here, actually. To buy time for this flank.
You need one of them to find big impact here, Mike. Aspas, this has to be everything, and FNS sends him away. Less than 2Es, but later. It's perfect. And we have to go the distance. Surely 2Es trying everything he can. He's got so much more work to do, and it ain't gonna happen. This game demanded it. It deserved a third, and we're going the distance. Fracture now on the horizon. I cannot wait.
What a map here on Pearl. Initially, NRG with so many chances to close this out. Loud clawing their way back in. I've got to say it again, Ardis and Crashies as well. Crashies had such an insane performance here on Pearl.
Yep.
So many rounds just on the back of those 2 players. And I got to say it, this felt didn't have the same bite, the same pop that we've seen previously from this Loud composition. Could be signs of the pressure starting to get to them.
Certainly could, but I feel like if it was anything other than a third map, it just wouldn't have been right for this game. Man, and it feels like so many different stories have happened throughout just this one map. So many different swings of capability, back and forth. And my, tip of the hat to Crashies, had a great performance, but Ardis to me on a role that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
Worked well.
But also just to credit some of the minute adjustments that NRG made. Number of times Loud on this slow creeping default. Then to have things like the operator coming out in overtime just to completely disrupt some of the things that worked so well for Loud. You've got to give credit to FNS in that regard.
Absolutely, between him and Chet. Really fabulous work here. And on the other side, I mean, Loud heated back into this game out of nowhere. You can see it throughout these couple of moments. We saw, what the difference of 7 HP made. One player made a shot going astray. I mean, some of these moments. Yeah.
If that would have been something that obviously Loud then capitalized on and close out, that would have been insane.
Could you believe it? Wow.
The headshot as well from Ardis with the classic. Cool. So many moments in this map, and we get another one.
And it's one of the maps that was so characteristically good for NRG back in the day, or Optic, should I say, back in the day then. But Loud always were up to the challenge, always up to the task. Mike, I just can't believe we're going the distance now.
Yeah, I don't even know how to call this one now. With how map 1 went and how close and affair map 2 is, it almost come into this, it basically becomes a best of 1.
Absolutely.
Literally, I mean, I'm so excited to see what NRG, if they have anything cooked up, to bank on this as the decider. Pulling out all the stops now is such an exciting prospect for NRG.
It is, and that prospect will be really hitting home in just a moment's time. We're going to go back to the desk, quick break, all of that jazz, but the game will be coming up in just a second, so do not go anywhere.
Come on, come on, let me, 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 let me, let me. Wake up. Don't have with us. Come on. And we're all knotted up 1-1 in this epic battle between NRG and Loud. Definitely doing the Americas region proud. And we're going to be going to a map 3 on Fracture. Mimi, what a game. I mean, the crowd, just the calls, the shots, artists just throwing bullets into smokes and getting kills for no reason. The man's absurd. It was unreal.
I mean, it was incredible. We start out that half just thinking, all right, it's over. NRG's going to run away with this one. And then Loud comes out with these absolutely beautiful site execs pushing Osboss deep. He's having incredible performance round after round. And despite all that, NRG still pull it back in overtime.
Yeah, it ended up going way further than I thought. But that is the first map loss dealt to Loud. And NRG had to fight for every inch of it. It was absurd, the difference. And it came down to some bonkers plays. I felt like Crashies and Artists were doing everything they possibly could to stop their team from flumping out of this tournament.
Yeah, and GB, you mentioned the call. Some of the ideas in the last few rounds of overtime from NRG to win this out were great. The post plant where Artist is satcheling up, I think it's this round right here, where he gets so aggressive and finds, I think, 3 kills in the end to win that one.
And then he pulled out the AWP in OT as well on the defense.
I mean, that call too, he's just
like
him in.
the doorway.
What is this? Who does that?
But it's such a perfect read on what Loud was doing. It took him a while, but those last few rounds, it really felt like FNS had the perfect call to close that one out.
But think about this, the amount of effort that is being put forward by NRG to make these rounds happen, and it just feels like Loud just shoot good gun and win round maybe. Like, that, it's nuts. They're so freaky. I mean, I'm not trying to like devolve what Sadak and Fraud are doing over there, but it's like just a natural raw aim from these guys. It's disgusting, Josh.
It definitely is, and I think they've got some clutch power in these big moments. But I think also there's some big things that have been going wrong for NRG that they fixed in that last half.
True.
To me, one of the big ones was the pistol, right? Loud have won 3 out of 4 of the pistols, and this was the first one that NRG were able to take. But it goes deeper than that. It's not just the pistols. NRG forced twice as well on the previous maps. So this was the first half where NRG didn't go 0 and 3 or 0 and 4 to begin. And that was one of the biggest things that propelled them to that advantage. And then they only just managed to scrape it through anyway. So in these pivotal economy-defining rounds, Loud have the extra edge, whether it's based on tactics or whether it's, like you said, shoot, gun, good, big clutch factor play. Like, whatever it is, NRG are struggling in those moments to get across the line, and they just managed it there in that second half.
Yeah, and I think what you bring up, GB, with just the star power on Loud was one of the reasons they were winning so many of those pistol rounds across the first map in the first half here on Pearl. It was huge individual plays that were pulling those ones through, and then good game plans to be able to forward that into more and more momentum. On top of that, NRG, some of those force buys weren't working out, but finally they do get that down, at least for this one half.
Well, and momentum is the key word here, because we're going to Fracture now, and sure, NRG have managed to pick up the win here, but we are going to be going into, well, territory that I don't think, if you look at that track and the scoreboard there, that NRG are going to quite like, because they're going to have to deal more than likely with the double duelist here, Sideshow.
Yeah, and I think the double duelist is part of the problem, but also we have no idea what NRG are going to be going for. Right?
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, NRG, this team, this core, used to be amazing at Fracture in the past, but that was when Victor would play Neon and they'd play crazy aggressive behind that. We don't know what comp they're going to run. Is Artist going to be playing that primary duelist role for them? We just have no idea, and it worries me, because Split, their anti-stratton against the double duelist, just didn't work. They fell over.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking at the defensive side for both of these teams. For NRG, if they can do a little bit better, you saw they only got 3 rounds on the defensive side versus the double duelist on Split. If they can do better against that here, and also for the side of Loud, in their match against Gen G, their defensive side started off dismal. They almost choked that map away because Sadaka, I think, really struggled to call with that composition.
Yeah, both defense sides might be a bit cap here.
Yeah, potentially. And of course, you know, we're going to be waiting to jump into the action here in a moment as the players are going to get loaded up and ready to go. But this has been genuinely, like, when you think about how the players, how the coaches are just trying to like call against one another, figure things out, but then it just really comes down to those hero plays. And you've had a lot of heroes on the field there, Sideshow, whether it's Artis or Crashies. Aspas was a superstar. I mean, just unreal stuff.
And I think this map's going to allow different people to step up. We know who the big players are going to be, I think, from Loud. It's going to be Aspas and Sadak, the double duelists. They're going to be asked to do a lot. On the other side of things, we don't actually know who Chet's put in that star position. Is it Victor, going back to the Neon? Are they going to have Artis run Raze on the map, maybe? Because the Raze actually looked really good. You know, Hypoc was talking about the fact that we hadn't seen Artis Raze in a long time, or does he end up pulling out the Jet? There are so many different ways that NRG could have crafted something, but I'm just worried their defense is not going to hold up because the site anchoring sucked on Split and their opping strategy sucked. They need to have taken away the correct lessons from Split.
Yeah, that they absolutely do need that. I think as well with the answer to their composition here is going to be really interesting to look at for Loud as well. They're going to be going in somewhat blind. So have they pulled out something new? Are they going to try and change their style? Or do they just stick to what was solid in their first time showing Fracture?
Well, let's see what we end up getting here with our Prime Gaming Agent Select Fracture, the Battleground, 1-to-1 in the count. You can see the hovers, and already we're getting a little bit of a change up here on NRG side here, Mimi.
I mean, those hovers are from history. That's what these players used to have. It was like 2 neons. It was Artis on Chamber. So these agents, a pretty big switch up. They go with the Cypher, which I think is a good choice against this Jet of Aspas. Forces you to play a little bit slower on that attacking side, give it a little bit more respect. And we do get Artis on the Jet. I think his star power will be crucial.
Yeah, Artis trying to hold on, but even more so than that, like, how is FNS going to be able to stop the double duelist from coming in? It's one thing when it's a Neon and the Neon might run into a trap wire. It's different when it's 2.
All right, well, this is it. And obviously, it couldn't end any other way. NRG, Loud, Map 3. Let's find out which team moves on to the semifinals, and we're going to send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc. Have fun.
I think it's impossible not to have fun at this point, if I'm honest. This game has been a treat so far, but let's talk about these compositions, talk about your expectations here, because there are some adjustments from the classic quote-unquote optic on this map.
There are, but I have one major concern, which is we were talking about the double duelist comps from Loud looking a little underwhelming. The fact is, in map 1, we saw a total tempo shift to completely throw off that prep factor. NRG had the opportunity to look at that. They thought as if they would have the upper hand against a one-dimensional comp, but Loud literally doubled down. They went over and above to make it work, and that's my concern here on Fracture. Bringing the Cypher in, the questions around obviously countering, the ability to counter Aspas at least, but it's the double duelist. It's 2 up front here in the comp.
Only one of these two can carry on forward. Brazil's hope placed with Loud and NRG getting overrun. Instantly, Calzine and Aspas break down Som and Ardis and draw first blood.
Actually, the pinch is perfect as well. The fault line, so precise. A double flank coming through from Bridge, but Tui's on hand for the first and the second. It's a Prime Gaming flawless to kick things off here on Fracture.
Ferocious start from Loud, coming out swinging, cracking down on NRG. And I want to see if this pace can continue.
This is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about, just absolute commitment to this composition working for them.
Yeah.
And NRG, even here, you can see they're set up potentially for a set piece to open things up, but Loud are so ahead of the curve.
We're learning as we go, and the purchase is hefty. Coming out from Loud here, 2 rifles on the board so far. Less and it's Aspas, yeah, with theirs, and it's just classics on 1 sheriff for Ardis. And that's all they've got. Proactive work to clear. But again, what do you do with it when you find out all that information? You still only really have classics here, trying to maybe get a read on the overall game, see what they can extrapolate early on.
Loud was so good at this, by the way, finding the space on A main and feeling no resistance there, and that mid-round in place to immediately punish it. But NRG are here, they have numbers.
They don't really have the weaponry to do it, but the flash is really solid. Less than Aspas still mowing them down. Hold on, there's a little bit of a fight back. But it is now just Ardis. Calzine is low, Sadak chipped away at, but Les still sitting pretty. Spike going to be planted. Time is on their side.
They'll be able to retain that Phantom as well. So actually a Bulldog to round out the 3rd weapon saved across. Actually in a position for Aspas to get a rifle back on the board as well. So I'm curious here, NRG, do they get proactive? Just coming back to reference that Gen G game, they were tested. Loud stretched to the absolute limits. And some of these slow burn rounds look better on this composition. The mid-rounding was so good from Sadak. I'm so curious to the pace we'll see here from NRG, particularly on the defense.
Nothing too out of sorts thus far.
Should catch both, actually.
Yeah, that actually probably will. They're in a whole lot of trouble. Yeah, they are in dire straits. FNS, actually, it's Victor on the swing that found the perfect timing to try and back him up just as FNS fell. He did manage to get the punish, but Les swings up towards tower. This plant does go in and safe to back away. 3v3 post plant now. Tui's, though, gonna catch crashes. Huh? How the hell did Tui see him then?
Seeing something we don't, that's for sure. Ardis now. A 1v3 once again. Can they get anything done here? Gotta consider just holding on to this rifle. But he wants another stab. We'll spot out Cow and Zine. That should force Loud a little deeper here. The fault line will catch.
Oh, sharp still. But I think he knows his days are numbered if he sticks around. Yeah, time to try and peel away from this. Stuck around long enough to take one with him, but still. This pace from Loud is good, and you got to say, for me, once again, Tui's, what an outstanding addition. Oh, this lovely stuff still. Keeping hold of the rifle, taking them away. You can at least keep Loud's economy slightly humbled, not swelling as much, but still fine on the repurchase.
Yeah, we'll force the repurchase, but still as good as a purchase behind this for Loud as well. And it's reminiscent, at least here, in the first 3 rounds of what we saw on Split. That commitment to overwhelm. Right, Tui's just got 2 blind. Yeah, just 2 blind headshots through the smoke. And when players are hitting shots like that.
What are you meant to do?
Exactly. Sting is here to round out, actually, to complement this rifle in the hands of Ardis.
Oh, he's trying it, Ardis. A valid attempt, just trying to be some sort of saboteur to this FNS. Deleted as Aspas strikes in the sight. Taking over tower, no more resistance. It's just the Stingers left here. The plant's in, Loud. Lovely on approach.
Breeze will find another Isolated here. Crashes
Not
will
bad.
close that out. It is a 2v2 now. The Nano Swarm will find one, and actually a little fumble there, but Cowanzine will clean it up. Beautiful adjustment as well. Artist takes contact and the awareness from Cowanzine to adjust that fault line to catch default. Also, actually, to catch tower as well, at least the stairs out of tower.
Yeah.
Al's ultimate's just about coming online now. Well, 3 out of 5 available, missing the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper. NRG do have an Orbital Strike and a Blade Storm to work with. Aspas to invest his. Saving do here, potential to get the Operator online in the next.
Ooh. The aggression on the test here. But Aspas exploding towards site. No Som on the way through, but by now the spike's actually being safely ferried through. Cowanzine going to get a plant, very unorthodox thus far. Sadak might get the next layer of contact just around the corner. Great timing and completely unaware. NRG seems so out of it.
You hear this drop as well. Crashy's isolated but still finds one.
It's still a 2v3, it's possible.
Crashy's has the Rolling Thunder, but they're both coming from the same side.
Oh, but Artist really heads up played, still just have that diligence in case Aspas was lingering. Dewey's, do they catch him? Yes, they do. But how do they clear that out? Or do they even have the time for this? Can they just start that defuse?
They could stick it.
And
they could
now
absolutely stick this.
To defend this, Les needs to get involved. He has to try and do something. The stick on the defuse. They've answered back with a second to spare. First on the board for NRG.
You think there the Rolling Thunder was almost going to miss that player in main, but luckily finding that kill ahead of it. And NRG on the board. Big investment from Loud, actually. See a couple of seconds difference here with the lockdown. It's a great awareness, though. As soon as they find this kill onto 2Es, they know they have the time to full stick that, and Les actually tagged up very low. Put in a rough spot. And the aggression continues for NRG. Go through the space, but Victor find the information on the back of it, the smoke, to prevent any quick progress here on the side of Loud. But again, able to navigate their way through the absence on A main.
Oh, Les.
It's always Les and Sadak, constantly pressuring here.
And look at the attention they've drawn. Craving a response, NRG responding kind, but now Victor not going to be able to, desperate to slow this down, and does really well to buy this amount of time.
The smoke almost going to seal the deal here. Loud should have access to sight, but they're hesitant.
Oh my god, Artist, turn around. Yeah, he's going to catch Les and send him to the Shadow Realm. Sadak going to burst on the site though. Loud should be able to get a plant out of this, but Artist on the way. The surround's going to come in. Sadak swings through, takes the fight towards CT as 2Es to succeed against Som. And now the push through again, Sadak going to double down on this aggression. Loud fighting for territory and winning it. And now FNS and Artist, what do you do? Up and above Artist! Decapitates Cowanzine! Takes down Sadak! And now 2Es has to sit and watch as NRG fight their way back in.
Loud make the right decisions here. You can see the awareness of potentially Artist making his way all the way into Arcade already. The aggression comes through with the Rolling Thunder. Artist with 2 fantastic shots. Keeps Loud in check. Just 2 rounds separating them. The timing there almost. If Les, I think Les actually goes quick on the rope initially. About halfway, and I think that's why. Artist still catches him. Just a second or 2 either way. We're talking about slim margins on that previous map. Continues here on Fracture. Loud will call a timeout. Like I said, a little bit hesitant for me there. Outside B main, usually so good at reading the setups and playing this reactive play style. This time around, a little offbeat.
You can see the check-in here from the coach. 20 more seconds to have a conversation about what the approach may be. Chet on the other side. Now again, yes, Loud do have lead, currently at 4. to 2. But at this point, NRG starting to work it out, starting to hit that form, and we asked for a superstar performance out of Ardis. Thus far, 10 to 3. Very good. More than up to par. But now we see what the adjustment is for Loud. Not letting this game get too far away, but the economy they will have to somewhat respect. You can see what the purchase looks like. I see a Stinger and Bulldog. Spectres, excuse me. Not even a Spectre, just Sheriffs. There it is. Spectre for Aspas in the end. But the full purchase sitting pretty with NRG. Not really got too much behind. They haven't got that swell of wealth just yet with the 2 on the trot, but they will be soon if they keep this sort of performance up.
First time really FNS is going to be tested off the rip here, because there's a couple more bodies, but Ardis has found the space once again. NRG continuing to try and pressure this north side of the map.
They've had free access here towards Sand, though. We've seen it tested a couple of times. Crash is good for it, going to deny Sadak. Bulldog's still in play, though, with Tui's. And 4 players very quickly here. Yes, Les is looking for that punish, but the commitment still looking like it's towards Sand, but not finding the success they really want. Smoke's going to come in, and NRG looking to confirm this. Maybe a little flash through, but it's going to be difficult. Yeah, there it is, turned wonderfully. Crash is still good for 1. And yeah, it's just not threatening enough. 4 standing for NRG, and again, gap closed, but that wasn't that full purchase here for Loud.
It's the point where you do get a little concerned with Loud's emphasis towards Tree and A main. That gap being exploited once again by NRG. See what the response is, whether or not the awareness is there from Loud. So they're basically hitting sight there where there's 4 people and minimal resistance elsewhere on the map. I'm already seeing 4 members of Loud heading across that direction now. NRG slipped back into a much deeper hold here.
Yeah, the tempo change from NRG is curious as well, seeing this stark contrast. And it looks like they want to get a little bit further aggressive towards Som, towards Drop, but it's actually Victor who remains unscathed by this utility early. We'll ensure no progress is made beyond this point, but they will lose control of Dish. So little by little, Loud trying to take over a little bit of this map after being kind of dictated to by NRG early on.
I think NRG with the correct read, though. This is just a probe from Loud. Retrieve the orb. Still, 3 members digging their heels in towards B site. I think actually...
Ooh, double pump towards
yeah,
A.
This is almost perfect. Aspas should be able to dash onto site and create a lot of pressure. Perfect timing on the molly to slow things down, though.
Really reading this well. 45 seconds here. Picked up, falls away, sits a little deeper. Yeah, gonna respect this. They didn't have that 3rd man to the side, didn't manage to cheat him over earlier on, so...
It's only the Rolling Thunder for the retake here for NRG. If Loud can get a free plant and reset off it,
yeah, they have.
It might be completely mitigated.
Yeah, and again, no pressure on the back line either towards A main. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, they send it to site. It's not going to catch anything.
No, absolutely ineffective this time. Aspas still waiting patiently as well, over by Drop. Denies Som any chance to get into this retake. As FNS the one to see it though. Spots out 1, does not see the second, already slipping through by Sand, but still up for the fight. Ardis being the tip of the spear, the defuse does begin. He's going to be putting his body on the line. He's going to be holding it down. Oh, lovely from Tui's though. And now just crashes, and he's seen Loud finding adjustment really well towards the A side.
Tui's such a safe pair of hands in A main there. You see how calm and collected he is to reset for the second. You almost think there, with 2 players being forced so deep in A main, NRG have the upper hand here.
Yeah.
FNS holding down the fort. This reset here.
Oh, Tui as well.
So clean with it.
Now this guy, see why he's on Loud. You can see why he was one of the high priority players to get into this roster. He looks marvelous. 10-6 for him, leading the board for Loud here.
Operator in the hands of Ardis here, so could be grounds for a little switch up here. Still proactive to clear through the north side. FNS going to be left on an island here. Adjustment of the trips as well. He's looking to try and shut down Aspas on this dash.
Let's see if it even comes into question. Already Ardis back on the case, but the timing just slips away. As Loud creep towards the site, and they're further ahead than expected. He could have a terrible surprise, but he's so aware. But Aspas is so quick Denies Artist any play this round.
But again, look at the setup in A main.
But
Les and Sadak again take the space.
But I'm looking towards Dish. They're quick to this time, quicker, should I say. Still able to put in a potential fight here. Obviously, Loud don't know how clear this site is. That window of chance is slowly but surely closing. But the site is now somewhat under Loud control. Yes, NRG have to peel away from that.
Flank coming in nice and early, though. See Crashies have his hands full, but Tui's needs to survive. He has the orbital strike here. So he's that late round piece here in the post plan. I think actually NRG considering just holding on to this operator. With Som bringing a stinger in, he will get the upgrade. They will ride this one out.
Yeah, that fragile economy would be brought in, would be a problem. Loud navigating this incredibly well, though.
Do NRG switch up where they get aggressive here? I mean, A main always feels a little awkward to push through. Especially without a raise in this composition as well. On the side of NRG. They need to prevent Les and Sadak from finding this space time and time again.
Yeah, this work from Loud is wonderful. Succeeding over by B,
I mean,
also taking that space on
it's
A.
a banger of a shot from Aspas. You can't even fault Artist there. The timing, pretty painful to watch, honestly, with when he drifts back towards Arcade. Could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, the difference in that round being essentially 1 kill. That's it. 3-6 though. NRG decide to take a moment here. Holding for a second. And maybe wondering where do they get aggressive? Where do they take that next approach? Do they continue to try and clear towards Arcade through Dish? Or switch it up? Dare they challenge that A-hall approach, that A main positioning? That's the consideration. Still have that operator, was recovered in the hands of FNS, able to take it through to this round. Pop it back over towards Ardis, but the options then become Loud's kind of choice, I guess you could say. They can then decide where do they want to adjust to just for the fun of it.
And it's tough as well to see the operator in the hands of Ardis. What's worked well for NRG is being proactive, right? They clear this space, they then reset. Ardis is left to drift all the way around the north side. They're able to get ahead of Loud.
Yeah.
I think a key indication in that previous round is seeing FNS's utility. As soon as that cage goes up, they find the kill on Ardis, they see the cage go up, immediately Les and Sadak able to capitalize on that elsewhere.
Let's see what this timeout's done. Tui still with that ult in pocket, only one that's currently in play. Aspas not far from his, one off. FNS has his, but again, you're looking at impact. And this is the man who could have it. Ardis and FNS now exploring deeper options. That's the first blood they needed. A double dip though, maybe overdoing it. Aspas even this out, but Victor on the other side of the map. He wants a bit of the action too. And now Loud at the man deficit again.
This is exactly the type of adjustment I wanted to see. Aggression through B main here. And as soon as Loud feel that, they look to capitalize in A main. NRG this time around with 3 members to shut that down.
FNS is going to be told he has to be ready. They've already cleared through A main. They know that it is coming towards his B site, and FNS is the only one here. Does he just hold tower? Does he play patience? Might be the name of the game. But they've got freedom. Aspas starting to wander.
Double flank though from NRG coming through tree.
But that's going to be a loss of life to Crashies. CT now open.
Les found one!
How did Les connect that? Cow and Zine still on the site. They know where the final player is. Cow and Zine up against Victor. 2 with utility still to play, but it's just the guns in hand. Victor, second bite of the cherry. He's been tagged up now. It's the trade out. 11 HP on Cow and Zine. The flash, it's found him. Victor trying to play around this, readjust to the side. Oh, he's got him. Victor is the victor in this one. NRG up to 4 now. And this mind game, this chess game is back and forth.
That shot from Les, he was dead to rights. Victor will retrieve the operator. But straight away, seeing the perfect adjustment from NRG. A beautiful setup to almost bait Loud into what's worked for them previously.
Wow. Wow. What a game. Wow,
Curious now, I mean, it's looking as if Loud's answer to that is, right, we've drawn NRG into exploring towards tree and towards A main. Can we find anything from Arcade? Or towards Dish, potentially. Might fault line off this boom, but once again.
They're both here. Oh, they're so stunned up. Crashes and Som in perfect unison. Right place, right time, and Loud left in tatters. Oh, left again. This guy's firing on all cylinders. But this is surely too far. FNS just trying to play his life. He's buying time. And the spike is left a million miles away. Oh, and the adjustment, FNS. Ambitious with the judge. 3 more to go. And they are low HP.
Yeah, Som and Crashy's very low HP. Victor making his way back through tree, but you have to show restraint here.
50 seconds to work with too. It is time to make something of this.
Trying to hide that operator as best he can.
Full utility kit to work with if he has the opportunity, but the double stack now down towards the underpass is a problem. And the next step could be fatal. Nothing on the first, and there's the second. NRG waiting. And the gap closing now. Loud not finding as many responses as they'd like here. And it will be tied up potentially at the half if NRG are able to convert this. Looking at the purchase as well for Loud, it will be lacking pieces.
It really will. One of them being a weapon, a Guardian in the hands of 2Es, but 4 ultimates to work with. And this is potentially cause for concern, considering it was an 8-4 half allowed versus Gen G, and they struggled in the second.
Yeah, what a reminder. So many ults to invest this time, though. But Artis is on the case. Oh, and he's walking on water. He's walking all over him. 2 huge kills. Surely is dead to rights. And actually, they got some as well. Maybe it's not over just yet. What can Victor do? He actually avoids him. But Sanak denies the ult's in place. It's a 3v2. After all that damage from Artis at the start, it's all for nothing.
FNS will be identified on this flag. So both Crashes and FNS position known. Utility on the spike. And time ticking away.
Defuse the spike.
Haven't got time for this slow approach right now.
It's so hard to clear this. With utility on the site, what are you meant to do here? They've just got to run through the motions. Loud, if they keep their composure, they should take the lead into the half. Crashies sees the first potential target, but again, time is against them here. Working it down perfectly. FNS is just going to try and sit this one as best he can, and it's actually off. Hold on, there was a chance and it slipped away. Loud at 7-5 will be leading on this.
Give themselves a little buffer here for the second half, but the response is there from NRG. Artis and Crashies once again putting up numbers for this team.
Yeah. As close as it could be here, 5-7. Loud do have the lead, but they struggled in this half in the past. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens now. Let's hand it back to the desk to talk about that first half we've seen.
What an incredible game of tug of war that we're seeing here between NRG and Loud. And you know, to immediately jump into this one, it's very clear the impact that's being felt here by the duelists for both teams has been very profound.
Yeah, it feels like this half has been a story of how these two sides have been utilizing their jet players. For Loud, it started quite strong for them with those fast executes in the first few rounds and utilizing Auspes to be able to get deep, find great value. But what I was really impressed with was what Artis was able to get done on NRG. Multiple rounds, he's pushing north side, taking that space and setting himself up to have a lot of value into the retakes. Or it's kind of helping out, being able to push down the ramp towards the B side of the map, getting that opening kill with the operator. Artis had a fantastic half.
And this is the pistol round, though, and while they go for the north side crunch, which I agree is a good anti-strat against the way that Loud play, they were not ready for this pace at all. It was round one, they hadn't got a feel for the tempo, and when you look at how this first half played out, NRG were actually winning more of the rifle rounds, but they are starting every half 0-3 or 0-4 down. I mean, Loud have won 4 out of 5 of the pistols. If NRG tried to force, NRG have lost 2 force buys, and if they let Loud get a bonus off, Loud have won 2 bonus rounds. They're going into round 13 here, and they cannot afford to lose another pistol. Otherwise, they are just going to lose the game like that, just based on the pistol rounds. Nothing else. They can hold their own elsewhere, but they're going to lose off pistol rounds.
Yeah, they absolutely need to get those pistol rounds under wrap as well, because traditionally Loud has been pretty rough on this side of the map. They really struggled versus Gen G to get a read on how to play the defensive side with this double duelist composition. And I think NRG have likely come into this with a game plan of how to counter that one on out. But if you start slow, if you give Loud the momentum, they can still absolutely come out and win this one.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You simply cannot afford to give this up if you're NRG. And if you're Loud, you're feeling pretty good about your chances here. You got the lead. Can you close it out, though? That is the question. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a wild ride. Let's send it back over to Pansy and HyperX.
Cast aside all doubts, this is an incredible matchup we've seen so far. Mike, leading into the second, what is your main thought going in here?
I'm so intrigued to see Loud's approach to the defense here. 'Cause like I said, they struggle with Gen G being so slippery in some of those rounds, really mixing things up and almost playing, defying logic in some rounds, just playing so unorthodox. And that's not really NRG's forte.
Oh, it's 3 players. No subtlety about it toward Arcade. Tui's getting temptation, but it's actually just Ardis getting demolished. And they're just running. They're making a mad run for it, a mad dash over towards A. The other 2 holding towards spawn, seeing nothing, so they have to start being proactive. Sadak showing a little bit of patience here.
Cowanzine, though, ready to play off this contact. Cowanzine, I don't think he actually has the fault line yet, so Sadak has to back away from this.
Sadak
just misses the nade. That could have been devastating.
Crash is already down to 58. That would have been potentially huge. They get onto the site. The other hand, the time is actually good enough to catch one. It's a bit salty so far, a bit messy. Fall through by Tan. Cowanzine with a trade towards FNS. And that's Bass taking it in the way of Loud. Soft stands, cannot deliver. It's Cowanzine. Takes down Som. And Loud get the gateway forward now.
And Sideshow just alluded to this. This is massive for Loud to establish a lead here. Can they do it again? Can they convert this into a bonus? Which would be huge for them. Do NRG force back into this? I'm seeing a Bulldog off the rip here. I'm seeing light armors. I'm seeing SMGs.
Oh, Christ. Oh my God.
This could spiral out of control.
It could.
For NRG.
So precarious. Okay, Stingers, Spectres, that Bulldog got traded out on. Jesus.
A lot rides on this.
Pressure moments now. Loud could start tearing away this game. Sadak does get checked on here. Gets caught up too by that as well, but no one to close the gap yet. Cowanzine by his side. Ardis and Victor towards that right side of the angle though, already making progress. They might need to respect this.
I was gonna say, now that they've seen there's a force behind this, Loud will back away.
Oof.
Big headshot, but Ardis can't close that out just yet.
No, but it's quite equal footing here. Ardis does find Cowanzine. Crashes! Takes away Sadak from the equation. Sights under wraps now, flying that NRG banner. The other 2 players who are over here have to respect this now, sit towards that sand side. Spike planted. Ardis is low HP, but again, you've got so many other bodies to get through to get to him.
There's no pressure coming towards main either here. Crashes might get isolated with the molly. Forced into a corner, but it's not. Yeah, it will catch him.
Oh my God.
Tui's has got it.
Hold on. It ain't over yet. The 3 players from Loud trying to work out the 5 that was against them. Now just 4. 3-step towards the side. Victor spots 2. Comm's going to be made. They've got to be able to support him on this. Where's the rest of the team? 1 by 1. NRG are falling. Tui's tearing him limb from limb. But now just down to FNS and Ardis. And he was already low. It's only FNS.
No way.
And Loud do the unthinkable. There's a 3v5. But the individuals from NRG just get torn asunder.
No way Loud have just got away with that. The molly comes so late from Som as well. But 2 pivotal kills put FNS into such an awkward position. He has to come back to main. A gut-wrenching round to lose for NRG. And a big boom for Loud.
For me, Tui's has been man of the match. Love what he's been bringing, the impact alone in some of these rounds. The ones that matter, ever present. And now pressure on NRG, starting to mount, but well, Ardis certainly up to the test. Anyone else willing to try and succeed at Cow? No.
Oh my God.
He's got so much of a chance. Artist traded that though. But they won out by Dish. So Aspas is still in this one. Oh, he's waiting. Anyone dare go for it? No. But he reads his fake so early on. This should be called out to less.
This has got a judge.
A demolishing hold. Demoralizing. After Artist somehow did wonders with that Sheriff. How do you get past less? He's just going to buy time. He's just going to be a nuisance as long as he can just buy a couple more seconds. Smokes really good. Gives him space to work. Oh, and only Artist can try. And try as he might, he doesn't get past Dewey's. It's double digits for Loud.
Look at that same position again. Potential to convert this. NRG will call the timeout. And they've had a fair shot of these first few rounds as well. Loud potentially getting caught off guard in some of these scenarios.
And you can feel that pressure starting to rise. The atmosphere thick with excitement here. The crowd knows this could break the back of NRG. Buy is here for them. Ult for Ardis. 2 away for Victor. On the other side, lockdown for less. But again, NRG need answers.
That's a huge ultimate to have as well. Coming into this round that potentially could break the economy once again for NRG. That would get Loud 11 rounds and NRG a broken purchase. Potentially back on those stingers again.
Making the cameraman work for it. Jibcam's never worked so hard in his life. All right, 5 to 10. We focus back in and we look at the buy. See Aspas, I see an operator, I see rifles beside it. For me, this could be one to truly start hammering those nails in the coffin of NRG. It's got to start now. That's what the timeout was for. And Aspas in early danger. Will be warded away, down to 53, still able to make that operator work, but has to respect the early investment and falls away from Dish.
Not rewarded initially, down to 53 HP as well. We'll back away from this. Actually, commitment from NRG behind him.
A little bit of a spam from Cowanzine, but not enough of a connection to really write home about anyway.
Eyes on less. Can he make it to Dish here? There's one member in the form of Crashies holding this down to prevent this retake ultimate.
There's the pop of 1-0. And as much as the pressure is here, you're right. The big swing factor will be by Dish, and timing is everything.
Less
And
has got a judge.
Oh my word, Less. Surely he can't close this gap. She should now be on red alert. Nice. There it is. Main threat now eliminated. They have to deal with the rest that's coming towards the site. Yes, Sadak is close. But you've got to feel everything is now favorable towards NRG. And waiting in the back lines is Som. In case he has to pull that trigger, going to invest it now. Time now on their side, and Loud want to keep these weapons. Rifle, the Vandal going to be kept with 2Es. The operator with Aspas. And 3 walking away with their lives in a round for NRG.
Big one. For 3 to survive as well. There's some footing in terms of the purchase here. Bladestorm and Rolling Thunder available for NRG.
Massive.
2 big ultimates. Loud encroaching on that orbital strike. Their own Rolling Thunder.
That one kill, truly essential to outcome, could have potentially changed how this looked. Judge not quite enough, but Less right back into it. Still able to get a buy here. 2 judges, 2 Vandals and that operator. And already proactive beginnings, Mike.
Doubling down, 2 judges now in the arsenal for Loud. Sadak playing very close up here with NRG happy to show presence very early on outside A main. A deep smoke. Cowanzine here in support. Should have that fault line coming back online shortly. NRG though slipping towards the operator of Aspas.
Precarious, dangerous. Waiting coil like a viper, Oh my god, waiting to strike! Takes out Artist, takes off the head of the beast. And now Energy working with far less than before. The rest of Loud slip away slightly, not too far, still wanting to hold that A main control.
Victor found space on Dish though. That should give Crashes an opportunity to get across the site. Too easy. Does he spot this out though?
I don't think he's seen Victor. Finesse did find Sadak, so still winning the fight over by main. The pressure, whether or not they expect it, is going to be coming through by Sanders. Tui's expect this. Yes, Kaozin turns well enough to get the trade release. Kaozin now locked in between.
Big
a
ultimate.
A hard place.
Oh, they found the kill!
A quiet performance from Son, but when he needed it, he finds it. FNS already tenderized earlier on, down so low. Good trade for Som. And the 1v2, Aspas needs a rifle, gets it. But the ults are there, Som and Crashies both have round-saving ultimates if called upon. Som trying to play safety. Aspas gives away position, trying to check as he goes. And the players will hold. A good crossfire here, draws the attention on one side. Crashies digging deep now for NRG. They are not out of this game yet.
It's only really the judges that ultimately are the demise of this A main hold.
God almighty, how?
And that's going to be so frustrating. A crucial kill to flip this back in NRG's favor. Sheriff's into this one.
Yep, could be 8. Very much could be 8. See if anyone gets any opportunities, any slipperiness to be had. But now that early attempt at aggression gets warded away.
NRG actually very quickly in a position where they have a little bit of a cushion in terms of the finances here. Very loose hold here on B. But Aspas, a ton of information outside tree. Sadak and Kawanzin, likewise outside A main.
Oh, what a shot. Artist instantly nullified in that turret posing a threatening position for a moment there. Not going to get a second attempt at this though. Som going to take down Aspas. The site started looking far more secure. Nothing denying the plant. Looks like it's all through main. The threats. No, FNS not going to fall for that. And none of these looking too threatening just yet. Yes, that initial shot towards Artist was a problem, but he's now able to kind of stabilize, sit back a little deeper. Should allow the cross to sight. Handled well. NRG up to task. Tui's. Still good damage. Needs a whole lot more to make this round actually a potential.
Some already set up with a molly as well, yeah. Still on the picture-in-picture coming through. Should allow NRG to hold on to pretty much all of these rifles.
An attempt.
Tried to body block it.
Bloody hell. Making a go of it for sure, but you all can hear the time. It is just dwindling. Yes, they're doing some damage on the way out here, but it won't be enough to change the course of this round. NRG hurling this game back in now.
I feel like this is almost the pivotal round here. NRG not burning up a lot of ultimates. They're close to that snowball round, which could come.
I think Loud agree with you. This is quite a pivotal round.
This is a huge round for both sides. It won't reset the economy of NRG. But if there's investment behind this and Loud win out, it's going to reset a lot of this progress that NRG have built up already. Already see the operator in hand for Aspas. Showstopper available for Sadak as well. And the lockdown. Orbital strike behind that. For NRG, the only thing they're missing is Victor's null command.
Yeah. Tense now. Starting to feel it. Starting to feel that end of game pressure coming in. As you said, big swing round here. Certainly could be the gates fully open for NRG to kind of close round by round at that point. Money keeps getting brought back down for Loud. Ults get cycled through. Have to see how they work those investments here. Some fair amount to play with. On the other side, have to give credit to my eye. Ardis, marvelous. Needs to keep it up.
Huge day for him.
Yeah, really showing why he was such a prized possession during this. Fitting in well, it looks like. And what a test for him coming into this roster, facing off against one of their biggest opponents. Not an easy task. 4 seconds we're going back underway.
Let's not forget, actually, that first run of 3 rounds didn't really equate to much because it's level pegging now in the second half.
How much do they put to this? Oh my god. Oh, the flash is gorgeous from Victor. Opens up the A side, but will they expect the one player still here? Aspas, no, he's got one. How long can he stand here and try and take the fight? He takes one with him. He's doing everything he can. It is a 3v2 though, in less than 2 he's still have so much work to achieve. The ult is ready though, buying seconds here. The lockdown considered, I think. Rolling Thunder gonna come back in, just buying a couple of precious seconds, and the plant now attempted. There's the lockdown. Plant will not be denied by this, but that will deny the ult.
Again, a trade-off of ultimates here, and it almost locks Loud out of this site. 2 and less. Still want to make a go of this.
They need a spark. They need something to ignite this round. 2 players on site, 1 above Som. Waiting on the swing here. There's going to be the investment of utility. It's done well too. He's still going to get 1. Oh, I thought he was going to snap to it. Not to be. And here comes the spiral rounds. Loud now needs to be worried.
I was talking about investment. This one actually swings the pendulum back. Loud will be kicking themselves with that exchange of ultimates. This opening exchange was so close to going either way. The flash on the back of the boombot coming into the smoke and spotting Victor. And he's rewarded with 2 kills. But it's that investment of the lockdown when the orbital strike is there. 2E's throwing the orbital strike out. FNS baiting out perfectly with the tap of the spike. And that's effectively the wind in the sails of NRG.
They need someone to have an over-delivery in a round. They need an Aspas round, they need a Sadak round, they need something to change the outcome here. Because so far, the ball's starting to really roll for NRG. Less though. Gonna take a wind out of their sails a little bit. Let's get away with just a tag into the loving arms of Ardis. Good trade for Sadak, it ain't over just yet.
Showstopper available.
And you're right, but FNS gonna take down Kawanzin. Good, keeping even numbers. Aspas takes it right.
Oh my god!
Aspas doubles down! Doing wonders, we said we need heroics, and maybe he's the hero they need! Loud! Out of nowhere!
How have they done that? What a ridiculous round when everything looked so good for NRG on the way in. Out of nowhere, Loud pluck a thrifty, force a full repurchase, and all those positives, Lauren, that I was just talking about, the wind in the sails, the economy built up.
Keep farming these kids.
Ardis actually has to reconsider the operator because there's almost nothing behind this.
Knife's edge now. We wanted the spark, we found the spark to ignite. Loud again. It was 4 in a row for NRG, almost knocking at the door, bringing it back all even. Revitalized maybe Loud now. He look towards 12, but NRG not done yet. Still have something to say in the matter. Ardis, quick work, fast work, less. Still alive. Ardis tries to dice him up. The flash not good. This is sloppy. It's not working out here. Aspas delivers a missile to the brain of Victor. Speaking of missiles, Sadak's got one of his own. Oh my god, posts it, finds nothing. And now they're falling like flies. Som still standing, less than 2Es. Got an uphill struggle and a half. The spike's down and they've got everything they want here. 2E's barely got utility to work with. Less, not really much to be seen here. And NRG looking like they want to answer back in kind. Shoving it down their throats with 4 alive. And Less looking like he wants to slip away here.
Yeah, to at least scrape some weapons into the next, but what a response from NRG. Going toe to toe. Fighting fire with fire here on Fracture.
Brutal.
And they'll get double digits. Aspas 4,200, Sadak 4K. Kawanzin and 2E's going to struggle behind that. And again, it's right down to the wire. 1 round separating them now. Som's 33 HP after that showstopper as well. Sadak desperate to find anything there. Unable to do so. Seeing Loud stacked up towards Dish.
Yeah.
Now they might just clear through the north side of the map once again. Repeat that thrifty success. A stinger in the hands of Cowanzine, though.
Time to mull it over, consider before they stampede. It's only less than Aspas here. Could be a quick rotation from Sanak, but again, keep in mind his purchase is not perfect. Aspas perfect. Actually has a gap to work with here too. Out it is! Sent home! Sent away! And he wants more. Aspas hungering for it, fiending for it. And Sanak still got his side. FNS creeps. Oh, the timing! That could have been the death of FNS, but it's not over yet. Aspas is on the hunt. He wants blood. He wants FNS gone, and he's got him gone! Aspas! Digging deeper than before. This could be 12 on the board. Crashes though! Finds 2 back in. And now Aspas and Zanak still standing, but not for long. Crashes! Is it all his to be had? Aspas getting closer step by step, but he's down so low. And time is against him. The chances are going as we speak. An operator recovered and he bows out of the round. This is going to be it. 11 to 11. It's all even.
I can't believe it's coming down to this. Loud will struggle to scrape anything together here. This should give NRG 12.
You can't say Aspas didn't try. My God.
He needed the ace to close that out.
What a terror he was throughout that round, but Crashies answered in kind.
Big response from NRG.
Oh my God, this buy. It puts it on Aspas again. He's got an operator. The rest, the best they've got is a Judge and a Stinger, a Spectre even.
No ults to work with.
Could be crumbling in front of their eyes. This could be so heartbreaking at 11-11 that if Energy finally take the lead here.
The only saving grace is it comes down to a purchase next round. All 5 members of NRG looking to waterfall from drop here. A smoke from 2Es. There's clearance elsewhere on the map. Yeah, the penny has to drop, but
wait.
NRG.
Hold on. What a call this could be. Do they leave Artist to try and sell them a Fable?
The mind game's in play.
But Aspas hasn't left yet. There's still not enough that sold them on anyone else moving from the site. This should keep him present. There is still a chance here for Loud.
They're going to try and fake. They're going to try and draw the rotation with some utility here.
Oh, wow.
But Aspas, he's active. He's clearing tree. He's going to keep 3 members allowed towards A.
Who do we have here? Calzine still sitting
This stun in the paint shell could be devastation. Actually, the paint shell built up a little early. 30 seconds left now, Lauren.
This is down to the wire. This is so pressured. 25 seconds. They have to make a move soon. There's no other option to it. It's time to go. Time to fall in towards the side 2Es. Is there anything that you've got? No! Overwhelmed. 12 is beckoning, but 12 seconds is all that they've got to get that plant down with nothing to stop it. We're in the post plant with 5 standing.
Still got that operator, but Aspas got to be conscious. He's going to find one. Crashes will fall here on the first peak. Loud are going for it.
But where's that next layer going to come from? How do you pry these players out of these corners, even with that operator?
Look at the discipline here from NRG.
Look at this dirty off angle from Som as well. Okay, one's dashed in. Victor ready for it. Oh, and it's perfection from NRG. It's 12 made, and the arena falls silent.
A purchase, yes, but no operator here for Aspas. It all comes down to this. Again, just, you can see some real positives here. The setup, the paint shell, the fault line, the molly. So many opportunities to stall that. The aftershock on top. Ever so slightly off with the timing. And NRG capitalize.
It's OT. Or it's GG. Loud facing down a terrifying prospect now. In front of their very own, falling short of the mark by potentially one round. But the ult's invested too. They're trying to chase down these 2 players, but Aspas He's pushed up by Dish. He still has a chance to maybe be the game changer.
No
the
dash,
difference
though.
maker in this. No, he's just got to stand and fight. How much can one man do? Oh my god, maybe just enough to spray. He's praying for it. He's not going to get it. Artist answers. Another 4v4. Smoke in towards Sand, and they're going to try and burst towards this. Ult goes in. Going to keep him humbled. FNS holding them back here. Sand goes down. The trade comes out. The spike now left loose on the ground. It ain't out of the woods just yet. A 3v3. And FNS maybe trying to slip through those smokes, but no, decides against it. Post-plant time. FNS, it's time! And the ult gonna come up for the back of it too. He's just pulled so many problems in for Loud. In a 2v3, they've got to put everything into this or it's done for. Kawazine, he's trying so hard for his side. And the 1v1, FNS.
Oh my God!
Kawazine keeping hope alive for Loud.
What a round! What a round from Kawazine. FNS post up a huge round from him to even get it to that point. I can't believe it. They refuse to give up. And it's 12-12.
There's no way we're here. There is no way we're here.
What is that shot? Ardis slapped on top side, the aftershock. And then the headshot to seal the deal. You can see the frustration.
You can hear the elation though. Christ, these new players are something else. How on earth did he just pull that off?
He's had such a quiet map as well.
Yeah, in the most dire times, he pulls off that. And is that it? Is that how this goes now? The round that changed the fate of Loud? Or is it just a blip on the radar for NRG who carry on forward? 25 seconds as NRG pump the brakes on a timeout. I want to reset that mentality.
And we saw NRG really switch things up in the overtime previously. Loud, likewise.
Yeah.
We know how it went on map 2. So little separating them. Loud once again in a position to play overtime here on Fracture. Closed out 14-12 versus Gen G. Can they do the same again?
A new hope is born from that round, as it's not over yet. 12-12, it's OT time between these two. And oh, ferocious start, but no blood drawn on either side.
Oh, this very active. Looking for a second opportunity here.
Oh, he's going for it as well. He actually might press that corner, but timing is everything. And already they're on the side. Sadek surrounded though. NRG instantly quelling the crowd, quelling that aggression. Kawazine less than 2Es, not having that chance now to step to side, but it's actually less to find Victor.
In front of it, a ton of damage onto Ardis as well, forced him completely away from sight.
They've actually got side control to an extent here. Cap on the spike to draw the first fight, but they lose it. FNS this time will not miss towards Kawazine. It's less than 2Es.
They must have heard that jump.
Centimeter apart, really. The spike not the focus, they need a pick. It's just too many bodies and they're falling. NRG look pissed off, they look mean about it. FNS individually, huge impact.
2 massive rounds back to back from FNS.
That's vengeance right there from the last one.
FNS hasn't been placing these aggressive traps. You see how long it takes for Loud to realize they need to deal with that. Sadak punished for it. Ardis as well, rewarded for his aggression early on. Can NRG drag this across the line? As fast noted here, no operator.
No.
Tag comes through. He'll be stunned up, has to respect this.
He does get away, and he has support from Dish, though. He has 2 players up there, so he's certainly not alone here.
First time we've really seen this all-in A-main take from NRG.
Dirty angle from Kawazine. Site now smoke, they're on the way. Spike in the hands, making it through towards site. Plant's gonna come in, nothing to stop it, no utility to deny. It's down. Pressure starting to mount though. Trying to get away from the site just a touch, leaving Ardis isolated, but that's fine by him. Holding towards main. How do they break back in this for Loud? These seconds passing are heart-wrenching. Ardis with the first, Aspas! Finding the follow-up towards Som, it's a 3v3. Flash goes in, no one able to capitalize really. They're stunned up here, but they still can't break through those back three less. Thinking about it, and now the time is to strike! He's taken down FNS, and now he takes them all down! We go again! It ain't over! Loud refuse to lose! And NRG once again must face the music and go back in!
The full 5v5 retake here from Loud. This execute, first time we've seen it this well choreographed. This Aspas to be the deciding factor here from Loud, less to seal the deal. A beautiful take from NRG as well. So much value just on it, but they're so proactive behind these two smokes. They just can't hold on to it.
And the pace is quite quick. Making no mistakes this time.
FNS spotted.
No subtlety. What? FNS still good for a kill. That's obscene to me. Victor already considered. This time, there's potency to this hit. They're clearing the site early.
Eyes on Ardis. And let's find this kill on the flank again. No, Ardis has punished it.
Oh my god, and that's potentially a huge avenue open, feeling surrounded. Is there any safety to fall back to for Loud? Time ticking, but getting ever closer. That's a problem. Cowan's in, Bird's alive! Som got it pinned towards default. Aspas tries to turn the flash, but Som there! That's the time for Som! That's his moment to shine. A quiet performance, sure, but the moments are hitting now with 14 made again for NRG.
NRG do such a good job. I was just crediting how well they utilize these smokes, how much they achieve behind them. And this time around, the util coming through forces this plant to be safe, forces Loud into a position where they have to commit towards his sight hold. And with Ardis punishing that flank, it's so difficult for them to hold on to. NRG, another chance to close it out.
How much do Loud have left here? So many times now forced into this position. Digging their way out twice. A third time now asked of them. Sadak, how much have you got in the tank now? An attempt made towards B. Ardis springboards off the back of the knife, tries to take the position towards tower. Less unrelenting, but will fall. The trade there for Sadak. And it's just mayhem towards the site. Loud is still getting bodies on the ground though. Cowan's in!
Oh my God!
Holds the line! And once again, it's FNS. This time in a 1v3. A tap on the spike. No one wants it. Oh, they've done it again. This game is bound to go on. Loud, how many times will they do this?
How is Cowan's still alive? How has he still got ammo? It's unbelievable what we're seeing here. A massive round from him.
God, this matchup between these two is just second to none. I don't care what finals we get. I don't care what tournament point we're at. This is one of the greatest matchups we've ever had.
And it sets the tone for both teams. Whoever continues here in Sao Paulo. Ardis.
Ooh.
Ever so slight miss on the operator this time around.
Oh, punished though. Could be held in place. No one there to close down on it, but Ardis calling for support now. Feeling that pressure, and he loses. The smoke criminal flies in, takes out Ardis, and now FNS. No way, no way, he finally falls. It's a 2-for-1 trade. A 4v3 now favorable, make it more. Crashies and some. Insurmountable odds against them, but Kawanzin in trouble. We'll get at least a tag onto him, I think. But he's still standing. Holding the way back through here. I don't know if Som and Crashes can find a way back into this. 2 on site to get past. They take the lead. Loud back with the upper hand.
It's such a fast and furious exchange here in overtime, Lauren. Both teams throwing themselves on the line. Loud now with a chance to convert. On the back of Aspas, he's so sharp. Ardis repositions perfectly. Aspas just walks out of his own cloudburst.
See the smiles creeping onto the faces. Quickly to be refocused and wiped off because there is still a task at hand here. They are not clear yet. And Aspas will be once again noted.
The switch up here might even be isolated, yeah.
Counter flash, yes, but nothing to make of it. Sadak on the swing, it's messy, but he will get FNS. It's actually crashes to find Sadak too. This is a bit of a problem. It's a 4v3.
Counting?
What? Oh my god! Hurrying at two there! He's made it possible! It's a 2v2! You can ask no more of that man, but 2Es and less. Up against Som and Crashies. Som's angle. Oh my god,
he got spotted in the smoke.
He slipped away, he's kept his life though. But they're both on the site, they're both cornered here. They only know of one. 2Es looking for that jump spot, finds nothing. The smoke's keeping them somewhat hidden for now, and that time slipping away. They've got to get a move on. And the swing, the double swing is perfect. Oh my god, this game! It refuses to end. It keeps going. 15-15.
It's unbelievable. I talked about Loud being stretched to the limit by Gen G. Scrap that.
Cowan-Zine, man, how did he turn
Was
that?
he 1 HP? It's just insane. The heroics on display from both teams here.
The highs and lows of this game are second to none. There is no feeling like this either team. It takes one moment, one player to make that difference here. And they are so equally matched. And once again into the breach they go. Loud bring themselves to the moment here. Crashies, Som, waiting, pressure mounting. They're over by Sand already. They've taken a whole lot of space.
Crashies found the opener. Sadak will fall. Loud have to find a response here. They're sat behind these smokes right now.
They have no idea about FNS, and look at the rotations, they're all in. They put full faith in Ardis, and rightly so. He's holding down half of this map and surrounded, and the firing squad is called upon. It's Aspas gone. Oh, the follow-up flash is gorgeous. Good trade, but the numbers so favorable to NRG. This should be 16. Should be taking the lead. Les doesn't like that narrative. Oh my god, he's making it damn good. Oh my god, oh my god, what on earth is going on? FNS, breathe a sigh of relief. There's still 2Es.
Got the spike.
40 seconds still as well.
If he gets the plant, he's got the orbital strike. Ardis reading this.
Yeah, he knows.
Can he catch him ahead of CT though?
There's
no smokes left for 2Es.
This is just bold. 2Es, hold your breath, try and make that cross.
Oh my god! He's so aware!
Out of nowhere from 2Es, and now a 1v1, and FNS is 4 HP. For the right place at the right time. FNS, get your gun out.
Oh
2Es!
Word! What are these rounds?
You won't see anything like this again. We ask questions of these players. We put the unthinkable scenarios to them, and they are up to the test time and time again. Look at this.
Was that a 2v5?
It was either 2v5 or 2v4. But if you're an NRG fan, you are in pieces, 2Es, come on.
We talked about him and Cowan-Zine having the potential to pull one of these rounds out, and 2Es still delivering them here.
Out of this world. Big info off the back of that knife though. Normally just noting one, just noting Aspas for example, but this time seeing a whole different look here.
The Loud dig a little deeper here. Tempered aggression here in A main. Only less to hold down the fort here. NRG should be able to navigate away from that setup.
Shouldn't have lost that last round. Seen crazier things happen in this series, Mike. And away we go, off to the races. Les, first fight lost. NRG are in. The site, by all rights now, should be pretty safe. We know it, obviously NRG do not. They still need to go through the list. But this retake, who's waiting? It's going to be Crashies. He could greet them before the expected angle. He tucks in. Oh my god, Artis goes down, but it almost plays into the factor. Do they still check? Yes, they do. Sadek, brilliant heads-up play. Som there to help him out, but actually, Crashies has fallen. Victor dives into effect, desperate to help him out, but backs away at the right time. Maybe just Tui's and Sadek to try and pull off again the unthinkable.
Still got a smoke. 24 HP here. Sadek has to lead the charge for Loud. NRG tucking in now.
Shot and a half, FNS, big work, safe pair of hands. Tui's at 24 HP, probably the death of him now. First player seen, second considered, we go again, Mike. Inseparable by all rights, we can't say it enough. 16-16.
We're in round 33.
I hope you didn't have plans for later, mate. Or having a voice, potentially.
I don't want to leave.
No,
I don't want it to
chain
end.
me to the desk. We'll keep going, I don't mind. Such violent delights between these two. Individuals out of character, step-ups from players. I mean, FNS has elevated beyond expectation. We've had on the other side less huge pop-off rounds. Tui's incredible clutches. It's had it all. And once again, we go back in.
Sadek here to plant the seeds. Now, 4 members of NRG this side. Aspas will get close to this trap. There's a big gap in the defense right now for NRG. Deal with the trap, and they follow through it. FNS could be isolated here, Lauren.
Yeah, and he is mowed down into the blender. Sadek with the follow-up too.
And another.
Tell me where. Maybe straight through the smoke at this point. Looking for a response to Crashies. Not gifted one though. Time to be purchased on the plant. Good utility there. Crashies willing to dive in though, but the second round is going to hurt. It's going to chunk him down. Aspas! Huge round. Crashies the only one alive, barely breathing. The walking wounded. And now to be the walking dead. Les closes it down the account and gives once again Loud the advantage. Series points.
And the free first blood means there's so much utility for Loud to dump on that spike. One more shot to seal the deal here for Loud.
God.
What is that second?
Oh, that's unfortunate for Victor, isn't it, really? Feels
Rough
quite
scenes.
bad.
Rough scenes.
Oh my god, 16-17. This is something else to me. Deep breaths for NRG. And hold tight for Loud. 17 rounds by their name. The one that's so evasive is now, but the rotation, the timing on this is massive. Yes, he'll note the trap, but that's fine.
I think he's far enough away to updraft. I think he has.
Yes, he is quick to this, and they are sitting deep. Don't want to allow any of these picks to come in. NRG will probably get a plant from this, but they will not be safe in these deeper post plants.
Roll your minds back. A full 5v5 retake previously for Loud in this very situation.
The tension building, the plant comes in, and they question the discipline.
Tagged up heavily on the flank. He has to peel away.
He does. Now it's meant to be a big factor here. Sadek, though, isolating Victor towards CT is massive. It opens up a way back in. Artis tries to give himself a little bit of a one-way to play with, but it's Som who's going to benefit as well. Ooh, the timing! Crashies finds Sadek, and maybe it's all but done! Crashies and FNS, the last two alive! And they've got their work cut out, to say the least. FNS, the timing ain't there, and it's over!
My God!
Loud have poured their hearts and souls into this game! The crowd is on their feet! The Brazilian hope is still alive!
What a series! What a close! Absolute madness! NRG giving it everything they had. So little to separate these teams today, Lauren.
The legend of El Clasico continues. These two teams providing some of the best Valorant you can ever see. NRG putting up a brilliant performance. But of course, the team we're here for right now is Loud.
Crashies and Artis trying their best What a performance out of both of them. F&S stepping up towards the end of Fracture.
But look at that.
You can hear the reception here. What an exhausting series to have to endure. But what a relief.
Finally breaking ahead. These two teams, so inseparable till this point. Second to none, bringing the highest quality games you can have. I mean, this is one for the books, certainly.
Absolutely. One of the best series of Valorant we've ever seen. And that's with the first map aside. Brought your mind back to how this started.
That could have almost been a 2-0 at one point. Man, yeah, start to finish, this game was unbelievable. You can't really put some of these series into words. These two are just something else, facing off against each other. Sadak, F&S, incredible capability between the two. Credit as well, we've got to talk bigger picture now. Ardis, magnificent performance from him. 29 kills in the end, but the impact alone was fabulous. Crashies stepped up to no end.
There's so little difference between Aspas and Ardis on the scoreboard, by the way. I mean, 8 first bloods apiece, 30 kills for Aspas, 29 for Ardis, and it's the impact. It's in some of the pace changes of some of these rounds where they both delivered so much. And it's a tall order to step into that server and go toe-to-toe with a player like Aspas.
Yeah.
Take nothing away. Cowanzine and 2Es. Those names for Loud, keep your eyes on them. There were questions coming into this, but they delivered so much. So many individual rounds for them today.
You can talk about, do you think the caliber, the quality has changed? In my eyes, you have such a high potential ceiling with this new Loud team.
Like I said, this makes a statement for whichever one of these teams was going to continue.
Yeah.
I said Loud doubling down on this kind of, well, yeah, I'll say it, unorthodox, right? Some of this unorthodox approach to some of these compositions, but committing to it fully here and making it work versus an NRG. It's such a fascinating, like, entire series to go back and watch. The reads in some of these rounds were insane on both sides of the coin.
They truly were. It was a marvelous game. And one to watch back as well. Take your time over, really enjoy it. But now though, match MVP, I dare ask you it.
The 2Es for me.
Same.
It's a guy I've been singing his praises just from the first few opening series here. Again, coming up clutch so many times. And it's almost criminal not to have Cowanzine up there as well.
It is a little unfortunate to an extent that he's not there, but I think, again, when people talked about Loud, it was always the 5 players that are all as good as each other. I think we have something similar here, and magic has truly been made in this arena for those guys. You know, this could be a lifetime sort of achievement, and they are not done yet, but that could have been a grand final any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely fitting of that.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, but the day is far from over. We still have a game coming up after this, so don't go too far away. The analyst desk will join you in just a moment.
it all comes down to this, the Alpha Bracket Finale. Today, we'll find out which teams move on to the semifinal in 2 regional showdowns. Are you ready?
This could be deadly though. Yeah, close. A loud move in. Aspas. Oh my god, he's got 120 HP. How does he do anything in this? The time is dwindling and Tui's just driving. Loud making it up to 9. And well, we'll call this round done because Tui's has got 3.
Guys.
It's map 1 locked in for Loud. NRG falling to pieces. Oh, Loud with a tap on the spike. Unless, oh my word!
Nice try, it's okay, it's okay.
The backlines are no longer safe, so they need to win out somewhere. They're going straight through towards Link. Big to lovely work from NRG. Aspas breaks in. Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. He's dead, Aspas. Loud are knocking at the door now. NRG should be worried. The utility's coming in, and NRG. This game demanded it. It deserved a third, and we're going the distance. 3v3 postpone now. Tui's though, gonna catch crashes. How the hell did Tui see him then? Spots out one, does not see the second, already slipping through by Sand, but still up for the fight. Oh, lovely from Tui's though. This could be 12 on the board. Crashies though! Finds 2 back in. Crashies!
Good call, baby. Good call.
Kawazine, he's trying so hard for his side. Oh my god! Kawazine! Cross. Oh my god! In the right place at the right time. FNS, get your gun out. Oh, Tui's! Loud have poured their hearts and souls into this game. The crowd is on their feet. The Brazilian hope is still alive.
Those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and Loud has met the moment here in São Paulo in front of a home crowd, cheering them on through and through in what truly was, in my opinion, one of the greatest series in esports history across the board. I would tell if you have a friend who doesn't know anything about esports, you want to show them what it's all about, show them this match, and they will become a believer. What a game that was.
I mean, it was incredible. I came in today, a Loud doubter was like, I don't know if they have what it takes. I don't know if this team is going to be as strong as what we've seen in the past from this roster. And then they come out and they absolutely play up to the moment in such incredible form. Every one of their individuals was absolutely popping off in this final map. Honestly, it feels kind of like old Loud. You can't even pick out one star from the mix of all these fantastic individuals.
Yeah, I think Aspas played incredibly. Kawazine came alive in overtime to save them from 3 separate match points where NRG had them up against the ropes. The 3K he found on the A side, what
Ridiculous.
was that? I mean, absurd situation. And on the other side of things too, you've got to appreciate Crashy's just playing so well. Crashy's and Artist look nasty.
Yeah, and I mean, the kind of the new version of what Loud came out with, their style worked so well in this matchup. They started on Split, absolutely dominating with their double duelist comp, came out here as well, and I think showed us a little bit more depth to it. They had the fast hits, but they also had quite a few slower rounds, utilizing the tools of both those duelists to great effect, and then also just enabled the star power to shine in overtime.
I can't believe that this is going to be a domestic rivalry now. You go and watch the Americas League, you're getting this in the regular season. You don't have to wait for Masters or Champs or Lock-In. You can get this on a regular basis, straight into your veins. This is nuts. I mean, the quality of play here just can't be overstated. I think you're absolutely right. I think this might be the best BO3 we've ever had in Valorant, and it's pushing up there with some of the greatest games ever that we've seen in the scene.
Yeah. I think it's, you know, a combination of the fact that NRG, you know, not to disparage their good name here because they played a hell of a series, but you really felt like the whole time NRG were playing from behind, trying to catch up, and it just felt as if Loud were constantly in control. Even when things were kind of falling apart and NRG were coming back, you still knew that Loud had that extra oomph in them to bring back the game.
I mean, I think it started with the pistol rounds. You talked about them so often, Josh. 5 out of 6 were won by the side of Loud, and they did a great job of building momentum off of that.
At Champions, Loud were incredible at pistol rounds as well. They won 20 out of 34 pistol rounds at Champs, and Fraud was a big part of that, and now he's the head coach for the team. It's nuts. But I think another part to this too is the rookie players are playing so well. We talked about how Cowanzine, who has been to a LAN before, stepped up in that big moment. Tui's, I mean, he went crazy. The opener, he popped off. The finisher, he went nuts as well.
I mean, again, just like Cowanzine, so many of the moments where this guy was the star, saving rounds in overtime. So much impact out of him as an individual across the board.
And I think that part of what you're watching with Loud and with their big players, they were able to recover bad situations. They had a 40% win rate down a player when it came to their final map. They had a 66% win rate down a player on the first map. You know, that is absurd to be able to recover situations in a 4v5.
I'm stunned. I genuinely thought that this was going to be just Artist popping off, and then he just swings a corner with the confidence of a freaking army, and then just takes the shot because he knows he can. He actually did have an army of people behind him, baby. It was incredible.
We haven't even mentioned that yet. The crowd in here during that overtime was such an insane experience. Every single time one of those miracle rounds got pulled out for Loud, it was ridiculous. The support this team has is wild. Seeing them make it to top 4 in their home country, defending their title, it's just such a good story.
Also, in terms of the full buy versus full buy rounds, Loud, despite winning the first map 13-3, they only won 4 more of the rounds. So this was an insanely close series.
Yeah, it really, really was. But unfortunately, that means we have to say bye-bye to NRG for now. But like Sideshow said, we are going to get plenty of this in the Americas League. And I'm just so excited for it. But this match, top to bottom, or rather NRG top to bottom, it has been awesome to see this team evolve and grow. But there are going to be some things that they need to clean up going into the Americas League.
Yeah, I think every player on their way home is going to be thinking about the moments that they slipped up, the moments that they missed.
Yeah.
And that's natural. Crashy's had an insane game, Artist as well. Victor had a really rough final map there, but also they really pushed Loud. They needed heroics to get to OT on both of the maps where it went to overtime.
True.
And they had 3 rounds where they could have won the series, so you can't be that down on them.
And to pull out wider to their run here at Lock-In overall, they've implemented 2 new players, both of whom have looked fantastic. They've managed to change up their style a little bit. They've moved away from being reliant on that one superstar in Ye, and I think there's a really strong future for this NRG squad.
And now that means that Loud is going to be heading over to the semis. So, you know, I guess all of this continues onward. It's going to get even more bonkers from there. And I'm curious, Sideshow, to get your thoughts on this, because is this Loud capable of winning the event?
Of course we're going to start talking about that, right? We've never seen a winner of 2 international events before. We haven't seen a back-to-back, which is what this would be. I think Loud look like they might be in the form, but we haven't seen, you know, DRX, Fnatic, 100 Thieves, all of these massive teams yet.
I mean, that's what's wild about this format. We have absolutely no idea who from the Omega bracket will come out to challenge the teams who are making it into the top 4 from this side. And that's also, I think, a pretty good advantage for Loud, because they get 2 weeks off to go chill out, watch the games, prepare, and get ready. It feels like there is a good chance that they maybe could pull it off, though.
Coach Fraud with time?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy, name a better combination. Now, before the break, though, we asked you guys to vote for the player of the match, and good luck on that one. The polls, of course, have closed, and with 100% of Twitter predicting what's coming through, we got Aspas. I think, you know, look, actually, it doesn't matter. Anyone could have been the MVP. Yeah, anyone could have been the MVP.
I think that's completely correct. I mean, Aspas had so many big moments. He always plays amazingly against this NRG core. He just always finds his moments.
I'm pretty sure that FNS has Aspas as just his sleep paralysis demon. Every time they come to one of these international events, it is Aspas sending these guys home.
Oh, boy. Well, that is going to do it for us here. But for more on that win, let's go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, because she's going to be standing by with the young gun Cowanzine for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That's right, I have Cowanzine with me. By the way, he was robbed in that poll, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. And Arthur is going to be here to translate as well. First of all, massive congratulations. That was such a long game, a grueling battle. But I want to quickly ask you about one particular clutch that you were in. The one that got your team into the overtime. I think at that point it was a 1v3, maybe even NRG thought it was over. Talk me through, you know, what was going through your mind? How did you manage to clutch that out? And also all of the other impact kills you'd managed to get in the overtime as well. It was kind of crazy.
Então, primeiramente, muito obrigado, muito parabéns para a vitória de vocês. Foi um jogo muito extenso, imagino que você esteja bem cansado, mas a gente quer saber um pouco mais de um momento específico sobre um clutch, onde que estava um momento que até a NRG parece que ia conseguir ganhar ali, mas vocês conseguiram segurar. Como é que foi isso? O que passou na cabeça de vocês?
Olha, pra falar a verdade, quando eu vi que tava 1v3, eu nem olhei o placar, não olhei nada, só joguei e, sei lá, consegui ganhar o clutch. Acho que eu só joguei mesmo, sabe? Só entrei no estado de flow e aconteceu.
Honestly, like when he saw it was like a V3, he got into like a mode that he was like not even looking at the score. He was just like, let me just like bring my game, and that's what happened.
Well, your game was the winning game. Now, you know, you've been to an international tournament before, but you never had this level of success. And also, I'm sure you've watched all of the Optic versus Loud kind of rivalry back and forth. So how does it feel to finally be involved in such an exciting kind of El Clasico in front of the home crowd here in Brazil too?
Então, com certeza você já teve alguma experiência com coisas internacionais, mas o sucesso que você está tendo aqui está sendo assim fenomenal. Como é que você se sente estando agora envolvido diretamente? Porque antes você já deve ter assistido muitos embates entre a Loud e a NRG por conta da rivalidade. Como é que você se sente com relação a isso?
Pra mim é incrível, acho que é um dos melhores sentimentos que eu já assisti na minha vida. Principalmente agora estando jogando com a minha família assistindo presencialmente e jogando contra um time que ganhou muitos campeonatos no VALORANT. E que eu pensava que eu não tinha nível ainda para jogar contra eles. E logo nesse ano, 2023, né, um ano depois de eu ter jogado na NiP, eu consegui disputar com eles. E tô fazendo uma disputa muito acirrada com eles, tanto é que mano, foi pra OT, acho que 2 vezes, se não me engano. E, pô, foi insano e pra mim tá sendo algo muito incrível, tá tipo, lado a lado com o nível deles.
To be like side by side in such like a situation is an amazing experience for him. Like especially like playing here in Brazil with the family, like watching him live. It's something that was not like he couldn't even think about before. He thought he was perhaps not in the same level, but like last year he got a chance to actually join Loud, and like only 1 year after playing for NiP, and now he's here like matching such like a level, so he's like feeling incredible.
Yeah, you're setting the level right now. And lastly, and very quickly, of course, a couple of the other teams in this tournament don't play any duelists at all. But your team, you stick with double duelists and more than one map. And one of them is your IGL Sadak, which is not very usual. So what's that? What's the reason behind that? And does the IGL any different when he's playing that duelist?
Então, agora a gente quer saber sobre uma coisa que parece ser bem única de vocês. Não são todos os times que usam o duplo dualistas. Então, vocês conseguem trazer para mais de um mapa até essa função onde você tem 2 dualistas ali e geralmente é o Sadak que está nessa posição. Como é que ele está ali como IGL quando vocês decidem fazer desse jeito?
Acho que na verdade esse segundo duelista está sendo mais como um flex mesmo, não é tipo um duelista aquele que entra, que vai matar todo mundo, sabe? Quem está fazendo essa função mesmo de duelista é o Aspas. E meio que a gente encontrou uma forma boa de jogar, principalmente com o meta novo agora, com a saída do Chamber. E eu acho que é isso, a gente só tá aproveitando essa oportunidade.
Like, especially with the exit of Chamber from the meta, like they think that they found like a very nice way to play that has a synergy with everybody. And like not necessarily only like Sadak, but like Aspas also play as like a double duelist as well. It might not be common, but like so far it's something that he sees that is actually growing like in popularity.
Well, it definitely works. Thank you very much, Arthur, for translating. Congratulations, Karazin.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Now, we're going to give you guys a well-deserved break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, DRX will be taking the stage against Talon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Chewy, Kaku. Quiero que tú dices Parle pour français. Esta noche me la voy a comer. Esta noche nos vamos a beber. Prenda los blones que vamos a prender. Dale, mueve, mueve ese culo como dice R1. Tirando patas como si fuera judo. La yo la diferencia, Kaku y Chewy. Llegaron los duros. Porque esa vaina vibra. Porque esa vaina vibra. Porque esa vaina vibra. Porque esa vaina vibra. Porque esa vaina vibra.
Welcome back to Lock In, our second match of the day. I hope you guys at home had a nice break because we're about to throw another match here at you guys. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Achilles and Bren. We got another game going in this DRX versus Talon, and I know you have 2 horses in this race.
Very true. I can't really walk away being upset because we got 2 Pacific teams here, much like we just had 2 Americas teams square off. But it's a question of, can Talon continue this Cinderella story? Can they break through the team that has been at the top of Asia pretty much since the outset, since the release of the game?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'm really looking forward to this one. The Alpha Bracket just turning into the Battle of the Americas, like you said, and the Battle of the Pacific teams now.
Yeah, let's talk about DRX. Of course, out of all of the teams here, Bren, this is the one team that we're not surprised about. In fact, we're expecting them to go even further.
Yeah, they had a bit of a rocky path, though, as well, to get to this point. But ultimately, these guys are showing that veteran presence, you know, that consistency, that ability to go deep into these events time and time again. There was a reason that everyone's expectations was that they would be going far in this event. And so far, so good.
Yeah, like I said, a couple stumbles there, particularly against BBL, dropping that Ascent for the first time in a very, very long time. So that was definitely a little bit of a stumble for them, and then getting completely smashed in that first map of Pearl by Cloud9. But you could see that the mental resiliency has not been affected here for the side of DRX. And this is going to be a look back at all of the times that DRX has competed against other Asian teams at international VCT events. You can notice there's only 1 loss here out of all of the times that they have taken the stage, and that was to Zeta, the second time that they did play against them at that Reykjavik event. They ended up falling.
Yeah, I mean, really just hammering home the big brother status I think the DRX have in that region, right? Because other teams as well, like the team they're going to be playing up against as well, you know, they've been looking at DRX leading the charge for the entirety of the region for so long now on the global stage.
And let's talk about talent, Bren, because it feels like every tournament an Asian team comes in and gives us something to smile about, and in this tournament, it is them.
Yeah, this team has been making waves so far this event, and honestly, how could we have doubted them? They've done it here before, you know, they've been, you know, the upsetters of, you know, Envy back then and Optic as well, just being the thorn in their side time and time again with the core roster. But the most impressive aspect of this has to be as well these recent new additions coming in, because the expectations we had for Talon, I think, were, you know, quite low in comparison to a lot of the other teams as well. Their side of the bracket, you can argue that has been slightly easier as well in terms of just the opponents they've been facing. But I don't want to take away whatsoever from the individual performances that a lot of these players have been putting up, including Cruz as well, who's been picking up the IGLing for them and changing up his role as well. That guy's had some unbelievable impact.
It's been insane. I mean, from that first series, going out, playing on Haven, and just dominating. We did saw a little bit more of a quiet performance from Cruz in their last set, just yesterday versus EG. But it was those rookies at the end of the day, at the end of that series, getting that 2-0 that were holding their heads high because they were absolutely crushing Jit Boys as well as Garnet's. Incredible performance from those two.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. These guys have just been lights out, honestly. In terms of just performances for rookie players on this big stage, I mean, the pressure's just immense. They had a hard time of things, I would say, in their first series. I mean, they had the entire crowd working against them, and yet still they were able to pull out just absolutely miracle performances. But now they've got their biggest test yet, and it comes in this match here against DRX, where they're playing against, you know, the big veteran talent, the big veteran presence that is this team, DRX.
I mean, that is the kind of the contrast between these two teams, right? Because we're hyping up these rookies, but we can't forget that the DRX team, Seth, you know this, they've been here, they've done that over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, they've had the crowd against them in the past, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be a hell of a battle here, as you see Stacks and Buzz kind of being the ones laser focus eyes set here on the side of Talon, and they have their work cut out for them. They definitely can do it. They've shown that they are capable of it. DRX have shown that they are capable of stumbling as well. So if the stars can align for them, they could be walking away victorious here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think that this is going to be the biggest test yet for them, but I'm sure Talon are up to the task.
Yeah, one matchup I really want to talk about is the battle of the coaches. These two are also absolute veterans, and Bren, in this format, in this tournament, when you just have one night to prepare for your next opponent, I think a lot is going to come down to the preparation of these two coaches.
I could not agree more, and I think this is the next obstacle difficult it's going to be facing a team like Talon if they're going to be able to continue the Cinderella run that they are on currently with this event. And it comes down to the preparation, because DRX are a team that have, you know, generally speaking, they come into most events, they have an incredibly deep and wide map pool where they're able to play a variety of different things, and it comes down to that preparation. And when you look at the head-to-head between the coaches themselves, the interesting thing is as well, they are very tenured on either side. You wouldn't think of it as well. You don't really think of Zeus as a tenured coach, but he's been to 6 international events, tied with Termi.
This is actually the record. No other coach except for Mini, who's also tied, Seth, has been to more international events.
Yeah, it's incredible. The consistency from these guys is just impressive, and now we're finally seeing those performances coming out from Talon that is really just showing us how talented of a coach this guy is. He's got these new players, and he has been working them magnificently into this form that we're seeing here.
And the question is, what have they got prepped? What have they done last night? Did they get any sleep? I guess we will find out soon. I think it's about time that we find out which Pacific squad will be moving on to the semifinals. We had a crazy best of 3 already. I hope you guys at home are ready for more. I know Seth is definitely ready. He's been waiting in the wings all day just to see his boys play. And of course, like I said, we have a theme of the bangers. Every game seems to be a good game today. And it's time to bring the next 2 teams onto stage. You've seen them already. Give a warm welcome and make sure you guys let us know who you're supporting at home. It is time to see DRX and Talent Esports once more. Certainly enjoying their hot streak right now, but let's not forget, the team that stands in between them and that Cinderella run happens to be the greatest Asian Valorant team of all time. And I know we like a Cinderella run, but surely if you look at what's going on and on paper, this is where it ends.
I mean, really, at this point, I think we can say just TAC FPS Asian team.
Yeah.
There's been so few in the past that have been able to achieve nearly as much as DRX have been able to do in this, you know, just the first 2 years now going into the third of Valorant. Kind of going back to the coach note for just a quick moment, wanted to get that out there before, but it is worth noting that DRX are lacking one of their most important coaches. They have 3 of them. There's Termi, then Argency, and then Glow. An FPS legend in his own right, used to play alongside Termi. Glow's not here. He's actually on his honeymoon right now. So he's just having a good time watching the boys and seeing it, you know, hoping that everything's going to be going all right.
Congratulations to him. Hopefully they deserve a win, I suppose,
well,
as well.
I mean, I'm surprised that Talon took away Haven. They look so good here.
They have, but this is a bread and butter pick for the side of DRX. They've been playing it since time immemorial. So, like, it's not that shocking to me that they said, okay, you know what, we've shown a lot of Haven. DRX is a heavy counter-strat team. Let's take it away.
And I think that's a difficult thing for Talon here, because where do you take that map pool is a big question, right? Because, like we said, yeah, Talon, they do share a lot of the similarities when it comes to the strengths of their map pool. Fracture is a first pick is an interesting one. They played it before. They've showed their hand. There's been a lot of time for DRX to be quite well versed in terms of what they want to do. And DRX, they do get their Ascent map as well. They haven't had the best of times on this so far this tournament. They did lose to BBL, like you mentioned earlier, Seth. So it might not be the easiest of path to victory for DRX to win, but they have had time to work out a lot of the difficulties that they had prior.
And DRX are actually going to be taking away Pearl as well. Maybe not feeling that confident on it after getting just kind of destroyed by Cloud9, dismantled on that map, which once again does leave for an Icebox map 3 for them.
Yeah, the Icebox map 3 is going to be very intriguing if we get there as well, because I think DRX pulled out some really unique stuff, honestly, with the Harbor composition that we were running. But I did see, I think, ways to counteract it as well. It struck me as one of those compositions where if you had given the time and actually prepped it, like Talon, I think they could come up with answers for it.
And speaking of funky stuff, if we look at Fracture, of course, DRX, they did play this in the off-season, but I think it was like the Giga Troll of all Giga Trolls. Mako played Phoenix. And also Foxy9 was on that roster at the time, so Seth, it's safe to say that we're not going to see that here.
Yeah, definitely not. We're going to go back to brass tacks, I think, for the side of DRX. So I'm expecting to see kind of those bread and butter picks. Brim, Neon, Fate Chamber could come out there, but the Breach for sure. We'll have to see where Buzz ends up laying. Maybe they swap the Chamber, just go for a Killjoy.
Yeah, there's always a possibility of that, I think. But it looks like they're just completely alternating it. So I'll be playing the Omen. This double controller comp is what it might be leaning towards what FPX used to run back in the day, but we'll see, honestly. Buzz on the Raze is really interesting. Okay, this is going to be an intriguing composition from DRX. I think there's, I mean, they're not running a Sentinel. There's going to be gaps in their play, probably, but let's see how they mitigate that.
I mean, that's, as Prime Gaming agent selects go, that's one of the more surprising ones, I would say, Seth, but what do you make of that?
I mean, I have faith in DRX because of what they've been able to do in the past. If Termi makes a call, typically I'm going to say, okay, you know what? This has been really well rehearsed. It's been practiced quite a bit. We'll have to just wait and see, though, because this is not at all what I was expecting from them.
Yeah, it is not indeed. But like I said, we got some bangers today. And who better than your casters, Mitch and Tom, to take you through the second match of the day. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Insu, and the analyst desk. Yes, a regional matchup about to go down here, Tom, and I'm excited to see if DRX can keep that record looking as clean as it does. Just Zeta that they fell through. Ever since then, nobody has been able to take them down if they're from that same region.
Well, that's the thing. We're giving some spoilers for the Pacific League, which will be coming up over the next couple of months, but ultimately, this is an uphill battle. Like, Talon are a team that have already managed to cause maybe an upset or two, but against teams that definitely don't match up to the caliber of DRX. DRX are looking to blast their way through into those semifinals after what has been an impressive campaign, taking down Cloud9. So we're going to get to see it if Talon can do it for the Thai fans at home, or if DRX are keeping Korea on the map.
Well, it's time to kick this one off. We've already seen the barriers go up, but a very slow start out of DRX, expecting some aggression perhaps. But when they see none, the call is made. It's an A hit that they're looking for. Viper wall set up and fired through. They're going to have a ton of utility waiting for them there, but no players. Bar those spams on the cross, and the occasional nano. They should be safe enough. They've almost dropped Sushi on the return.
This is a pretty bold call. He's managed to find one just with his nano swarms, though, so that's something. But yeah, playing retake versus DRX, who are one of the best afterplant teams in the world, you've got to have a set plan, and already looking to try and force RB out into the corner. He's got Marco for support, and he's managed to dodge that aftershock. The Viper wall as well, already helping him out. The trades aren't going too badly until the cavalry arrives. 2 kills off the back of the nade. Well, Foxy left alone.
Yeah, Buzz has got the nade back online again because of that double kill. So the second that he's spotted, he's in a ton of trouble. You've also got the post-plant potential of just lobbing it through. All that means he has to move pretty quickly. And that makes it all too easy for DRX. 1-0 as they take the pistol here. We're looking for Talon to have a good start because, look, DRX are the kind of team that can definitely run away with a series. The number one thing I'm worried about in this game is getting inside their heads. I was speaking to Kan Yang yesterday, and he certainly seemed confident at the fact that, hey, this team's from our region. We know how to play those mind games.
Yeah, that's the thing. They know how to play the mind games. They know how to beat teams from their region. They've been doing it for an incredibly long time, making it to numerous international events. But Talon, this Xerxes core, have always been good at pulling off those upsets. The only problem is it's normally earlier in the tournament. When it comes to the late game, they're going to have to throw in a bit of spice. But Ascent was always the map they could do it on, and that will be our second in the pool.
I could have expected Garnets to go for a bit more aggression, but he has peeled back.
after a little bit of initial B main. And they're looking for a north side crunch on the back of the utility they'd seen thrown down and where it came from. I think maybe there's some bodies for them to fight there. But It's retake A again. yeah, the turret's seen them on A. Players are up, trapped inside of the dish. So a retake here is the best play. And I mean, realistically for Talon, they've got these players boxed in. You know, they can force the exits. If they're going to actually try to blitz in and take the fights, though, you know, you've got classics. It's going to be very hard to get value out of this round. Yeah, I'm looking at Garnet with a couple of stuns. That might be enough to actually just hold some players in. The thing is, though, I imagine DRX, especially with their current plant spot, are going to be able to exit fairly quickly and not to have too many issues on the way back through. I am also looking at Foxy with a fragment. So they might just try and throw that extra utility in just to try and hold them into the site. And with DRX picking off a couple of players here and there, I don't know how much damage they're going to be able to do. That's got to be coming close to a record. On Buzz, he's managed to find himself his 4th kill. There it is, finally. That's his first kill with a rifle. First kill with anything other than a nade, you know? And his first 3 kills here, all coming off the back of a free piece of utility. Certainly being a scary player to come up against when it's that, but he's cleaning up low HP players. Ultimately avoiding fights being taken by his teammates and allowing them to survive, you know, with a lot more guns. They don't come out of it in too bad a shape. Yeah, I think as well, early round, maybe you can get those sort of expectations. It's an agent that he hasn't played massively, one that we sort of lean him towards into the jet, so I'll be intrigued to see how his raise actually looks now we have weapons on the other side, but with still a rifle in his hands and the rest of the team full investing into SMGs, there's still a chance. And they're just doing it again. They're running straight into the same A setup. Yeah, they certainly are. This time, though, there's a little bit of a difference. The flank play coming through from Talon is quick. 2 players looking to move in. Killjoy utility positioned slightly differently, and this is to not be removed and instead delay your opponents, allowing that flank to come in a little bit quicker. Plant has come through, but this is all part of the plan for Talon. It's the main aggression. All 5 players will be coming from here, essentially becoming the attackers in this round as they open the door, create 2 different avenues, and the angle nets them the first kill. Smoke's removed. The blind fire and the molly, though, that's going to cause some problems. I mean, time starts to be the real issue, and with weaker weapons and players running into them, they might actually be able to net a lot here on DRX. Just comes down to whether they can win those opening fights or not, and so far it is back and forth, but with the damage done, Stax has to be the one to clutch this out. 1 versus 3, Stinger in hand, he'll catch the diffuser. The time's not quite that far gone. Yeah, still made this round incredibly costly, taking down 3 weapons and having plenty to buy back up with into the next round. It's not a bad retake from Talon, and I like some of the ideas, like using the knife to almost distract as they go through the door, basically create a couple of angles that have to be hit, but even still, just almost turtling up on the site, a complete variation to what we've seen in terms of DRX so far. I do worry now that the guns come back in if it's going to be the same success for Talon. Yeah, you know, the reality is DRX in a round like that, as you said, they take a different approach because they got the weaker weapons. They're trying to use their numbers to their advantage. They're seeing that full push come through. They're fighting the B main angle. I guess the problem for now is that although the delay has been there, they haven't really found that early engagement, and now they're seeing where that aggression's been coming in from. Talon did this in the previous round, a little bit slower. This time, though, with an orbital strike, they are going right down into their spawn. Mako isolated, and he doesn't need any help. He's just stopped them all by himself, and a 5v3 comes out of it. Talon, that was an attempt at something different, but one I don't think we're likely to see again. Well, yeah, they basically just used the stim of Brim to just sprint all the way down through tree. Tried to win some of those opening duels, but that's the thing. There might not be a Sentinel on the other side, but Marco, you watch him on a map like Icebox, he's always fantastic on those lurk plays. Now it comes down to Sushi Boys. What can he get done here? Well, he's in a ton of trouble. Every piece of utility on the other team coming at him. He somehow survived this long. And got the double! Sushi Boys! How has he gotten away with that? They're in with a chance, indeed, a probability. Just Buzz and a 1 versus 2. They know that he's in main. This round should have been done. But a monumental hold of that site. Buzz will use his blast pack to speed it up and look for a plant on B. A 1v2 retake, sure, you've got a lockdown, but low HP on Sushi Boys. It's anyone's round right now, but this should have already been DRX's. Yeah, and that was the scenario where I expected him to get next to nothing with how much utility that was pushed into his position. But now the clock is at least in his favor. 85 HP, a little bit of shields alongside it, and a very low Sushi Boys. And that's the thing. They're so far detached from this scenario that he could be anywhere. They're going to have to clear all the close angles, probably expecting him to fight for an additional kill before getting into this clutch. And even using the knife and it being dodged, they have no clue where he is. Such a problem with that plant spot. Sushi Boys, 1 HP, easiest kill for Buzz at the start.
HP?
And now he's even lit up Foxy. It should be the round, but Talon again with low HP and against all odds. They have come back into this round and found 2-2. An unbelievable start to their series.
Absolutely no way. The BS meter's gone straight off the charts. Round number 4. Just the absurdity of the initial aggression. Sushi Boys somehow managing to find a double spray down with a Bulldog.
How is that all the same round?
And then the 1 HP from Foxy to land in. All it took was a single bullet, and Buzz, well, you can already see the frustration. They should be in the lead here.
Absolutely, yeah, DRX certainly feeling a little bit frustrated after that when we saw it in the cams. This could be an easy game right now. Economy ruined from Talon, but instead they're having to fight back with weaker weapons. And that's what's leading the pace here. The Stinger on stacks as they attempt to take the site, but it is another retake setup from Talon, something they've done a lot, but they might not know there's already a player up close, and Buzz has managed to completely catch them off guard. A blindsiding push.
Hey, he's got Showstopper as well. He could just try and take him out. Sushi Boys again is going to land a shot that, well, maybe unexpected. Garnet's found one through the Viper's pit as well. This advantage diminishing, and even though this pit is in play, if they can find Marco, or more importantly, force him out of it, using that lockdown, this could become a problem. Already one going back in the other direction. Garnet trying to slide across and catch them, and somehow we've ended in a 2v2 with more utility going down. He has got a double off the back of a snakebite in combination with a Nightfall. These rounds are ridiculous.
And the worst part is, and I'm sure we're gonna see a replay of it, just keep an eye on the KO. He had the knife in hand, went to throw the 0 point through, and just a disaster. It comes in a second too late. The snakebite was already fired. Here it is. And then the suppression comes in, but the round was already over. That double kill, clean. It was their only chance to get on it right there and then.
But that's the thing. The Viper's pit would have already brought them low. The Nightfall made sure they were low. And they wouldn't have heard the snakebite either because their sound was removed. It's just a filthy combination. And they're just continuing this bombardment of the A site. They're running it down again.
At the end of the day, you know, we said it, this team's playing the retake. Hold on, though, this time they're fighting right away, running out of the spawn. They weren't on the site a moment ago. And now Talon are mounting a full defense. Just pistols here, weaknesses all around. And Cruz is left in what is a 1v2. Stacks now passing away. And Cruz retrieving a rifle. Ammo is the main problem. He would have won that round without it. A headshot needed to RB, but he's gonna TP. It's a fake TP, no it's not, okay. He's going all the way, committing it on the B site, grabbing the plant, and setting himself up. 150 HP versus 22.
Again, positioning unknown. A completely different after plant to the last one we saw. Sat back up in the tower, just waiting. And they might even just consider on Cruz that it's going to be the same position as before. Only 22 HP, and the timing's going to go the way of RB. Perfectly positioned, that this time they win the clutch. But again, that was a light investment. That was just some pistols. And Talon still make it incredibly close.
Oh, they do. Yeah, the fact that they have everybody sat in the defender spawn and they just come running out to take those fights, pistols in hand. That scrappy duel was all they needed. Bridge the gap of those rifles with just sheer numbers.
One enemy remaining.
And this, if there were 3 more bullets there, that round could have been over in that moment. We end up going all the way back in 4-2. DRX, they've stumbled. They've had some faults, but despite that, the lead is still most certainly theirs, and Cruz off to a flying start on main, but they've traded him out immediately, and it didn't look like he had any sort of way out of there, any support, just a brave B main push that's now left B wide open. Yeah, he loves just running it down. It seems like the immediate response is nuts. And okay, this time they get one at least, but it's still not the greatest of trades. Now, a Rolling Thunder available for a retake here. So the rest of the players are just pushing all the way through. The thing is, the info should be there. They've already gone all the way down, and now that wraparound should start coming in on the other side of the map. But again, they've allowed DRX into this afterplant, and it's going to have to be a stellar retake from Talon. I'm even just going to call for it now. At about the 60-second mark, there was nothing happening, but if we want to chuck a replay up at the halftime, or after this round, that was kind of weird. Like, they had a great setup on A main, but having to play retake sucks. Rolling Thunder can help fighting your way back in. Garnet's already down. Foxy able to find one, but carving out this map control doesn't seem possible. Too many bodies here, and it's Mako. He's been phenomenal so far, but not able to deliver this time. It's left on to Buzz in the 1v2. He spotted them both. The flash is good. Too good, as Sushi Boys claims another victim. Talon pushed to 3. They're doing incredibly well in these retakes, but they're always so scrappy. Like, it just seems like fights that they shouldn't be winning, sprinting through some of the players of DRX on the wraparound and maybe not expecting, I think it was Foxy, just to be lurking around their own utility. It's another one on the board. Well, you start to look at the economy of DRX. I think they're going to try and slow this one down, not because the game's getting out of control, but just because they're not really having any clean rounds. Every single time they're being caught by something. Yeah, you know, I was really curious. As I said, at that 60-second mark, we had 3 players around the A side. Cruz had already fallen long before that with the B main push. They were watching for aggression coming out of B main with Jip Boys, who had rotated off A little bit. But the thing was, the setup they had in main was gorgeous. Carving out that early map control got Garnets into a corner. They had a Killjoy turret baiting for him, so that when those players, you know, faced Cruz, perhaps, or pressured B and decided to go back. Whatever it was, once they came to A main, they'd see the turret, they'd think it's a similar setup, maybe a Killjoy playing around the door or something like that, quite a passive hold, and with Cruz aggression on B main, that probably should funnel them to A if he wins the fight or just doesn't end up going out like he did. It was a great setup, like great little bait play in A main to give Garnets like just free reign over those players. The problem being that Cruz ran it down in the first couple seconds, died in a 1-to-1 trade. They lost their map control, and then why would DRX go back towards A? They know that B's wide open. At least they slowly pushed up to it and found it a lot easier. But I am curious to see if Talon attempt that kind of control again, that bait setup with a Killjoy turret. Cruz has a judge.
It won't be right now, but in a future round, something to keep an eye on.
They're definitely not trying it now. They've also got Orbital Strike again. RB going to try and take that initial control. I think they're wary at this stage of how aggressive that man likes to be. Already, though. Whoa! Just to spam through, but the trade is quick. And then hiding in the smoke is Cruz. He's going to run through it. So aggressive in every move he makes. And the rest of the team once more are going to try and set up for this retake, Mitch. They've got lockdown. They've also got overdrive, but they're running straight through. So fast. That flash there actually going to catch Mako. The stun coming in from Garnets. He's trying to find some players, and there they are, right in front of his face. Swinging out to try and deal with this. Looks like he'll catch one in heaven. The stun is good. It needs to go a little deeper, actually. The judge comes out. That'll do it. Looking now for the last man, Mako. Inside his orb, out he goes, and there's 2 players staring right at him. That defuse will come through on Sushi Boys once again. And we end up 4-4. A fantastic start for Talon, it has to be said. Being equal at this point, already a positive, but in the context of how they've gotten here, they could be looking at a 6-2 scoreline in their favor. But that's the thing as well, in these retakes, a lot of what it comes down to, firstly, okay, they've got the ultimates, but just the stuns that are being placed onto the players on site, there's not really anywhere for them to go, and you can see the frustration already starting to come in for Termi on the other side. It's like, they are putting themselves in position which DRX are renowned for pulling off victories, and they are losing most of them now. It's been a strange start to this map. Talon's map pick certainly has a unique taste to it. Look at this push-up again. They love their aggression in the early round, and you need it on a map like Fracture. This time it's the heavier side of the map they're pushing on. A main, lots of players here. And Cruz, of course he's going again. We hear conversations about how, oh, IGL Duelist is good because you can go out and fight and just keep dueling. Well, it looks like Cruz has that idea. Even against Sheriffs, he spots 5 players and he's like, I'm just going to keep going, keep fighting. In the end, that results in him getting the sight and a rifle. Oh, he's not going to be able to wallbang him. They're actually going to get the plant. Oh, never mind. Eventually gets him. Now, there is still a Nightfall, and we saw this in prior rounds, how they were able to combo utility with the Nightfall to get kills, but this seems very optimistic. They need something extra, and with Foxy already taking one out, Marco is left to try and win a 1 versus 4. He's at least got himself a gun, but that won't matter. Garnet at this point is just feeling so unbelievably confident with that Neon. And wow, after what was an initial decent start for DRX, Talon now have the lead. This is a pretty unbelievable start to the series for them. I know a lot of people have had faith in Talon since that first game that we saw up against MIBR. I know some have had it before, Vans, before you tweet at me, I know. But at this point, coming into this game, it's still so. We even had the discussion on the desk, actually. The question was asked, I believe it was Sue asked, at what point do we stop underestimating them? Do we stop calling them the underdog? And well, this is the thing. We came into this series and we said on the desk, no, like, up against DRX, they're still an underdog. Again, any other team, maybe not, but their play has been remarkable and so far showing a lot of ideas. And the main thing, Tom, when you play against DRX, they get in your head by making you play something else. Talon look comfortable. They're playing their A plan. They're getting aggressive, up in their opponent's faces, and Zest now in a ton of trouble for exactly that reason. I'm loving watching these guys.
Yeah, they took deep B control with Tree, had a sick little smoke that went into some of the stuns that were thrown off the back. Now they've taken the same control and just making sure it's clear on the other side. Now I will say the orbital strike to clear might actually bite them a little bit because it's the A site that's already been taken somewhat, but the spike crossing might be a little bit tougher. I don't think they know Buzz is here. In fact, they have no idea.
No clue whatsoever. Stacks, though, has fallen, and that's the spike in the open. Might get some of the Talon players to play more aggressive sometimes, but right here, it's just going to be a Viper's pit and a plant. Garnet's finding control over main, though, so these players are stuck inside the pit. Do they try to go elsewhere? We're seeing the Buzz wants to, but Garnet's is a little too quick. Now Mako's all alone. He's suppressed, so he can't throw out his utility. Got to try to fight them up close. He got the man behind. But Cruz, he's had a good game, and I got to say, a unique playstyle. It's like watching an Angel on Breach or something from back then.
The fact that he's alive at this point in the round is what's surprising to me, because normally he's the almost like the initial point of contact throughout this match.
No, it is actually literally like Angel when he played this agent, right? But the only thing was, on the defense, that wasn't really his vibe. It was more the attack. He's just sprinting in.
That was normally on, like, what, Split? Or
Split,
like
and he would also just blitz those 3 smokes down and then go in, right? So he's not really a controller anymore. But right here, we're just seeing Cruz be like, all right, we're 3 seconds in, I'm rushing main. And I'm here for it.
So this round, it looks like they're going to do the same thing, but on the other side. They're going to do an arcade pinch by the seams of it, because they've got so used to somebody pushing on Tree that they're now setting up different utility to try and deny them, and they're going to run all the way up and try and trap them. And he's going to catch him going all the way down to the rope. It doesn't quite get the kill. It's a little bit of damage, and the reaction from DRX is now, okay, let's try and get ourselves into the A site that little bit faster.
Well, a quick kill by Stacks. That's caused some problems to try and play for the late round retake. Removed some utility, but they've still got plenty to work with, and it's Sushi Boy's ulti in hand. Still stuns to play with for Garnets. He's also got his fast lane, and, well, there's just a ton of opportunities to work with here. RB has spotted them out. That information is not very helpful. And even a nade going through now quite early on. And look at the aggression. You think because they've got them sectioned off, they'd want to defuse, but instead they're going to fight. Talon are bringing the fight to DRX, and they're winning every duel! Unbelievable play from this team! Now pushing up to 7 rounds and a half that has felt entirely dominated by them. DRX don't look like even a shadow of themselves.
That was disrespectful. Like, that was them hit by a Nightfall, so all of them had no sound and
had most of their HP taken away, and they're like, okay, guys, let's keep pushing. Ran through their own
When have you
smoke.
ever seen someone put a lockdown in play, said, okay, we forced them all back into this choke point? Everyone from that point goes, let's start the defuse. Let's make them peak. Let's have that last stand, that gunfight right here and now. And instead they went, give me 2 seconds. Garnet's just going to just run into them. Run into the one angle that they're looking at, the only one they need to care about. Unreal. It might be because the nade was on the way through, but I think they had that plan all the time.
They've now got a Killjoy operator. Like, they really are doing everything! What has just happened? Cruz has just sprayed down 3 players. This team is lighting up the server at the moment. They lost the pistol, and by the looks of it, DRX are still only going to walk out with 4 rounds, unless RB can pull off a miracle. He's now stunned up. He's picked up an off. He needs to hit a no-scope, and it's just not happening. Talon, 8-4 in the lead. This is absurd.
This is not the way that I thought this game would go. 8-4, it could easily be even more with the way Talon have played those first couple rounds. DRX were lucky to get out with them, I'll say, at this stage, because they need those foundations to build upon. This guy is just unreal. The level that Talon are bringing to the stage is just beyond belief. With Cruz leading the charge on that brim, Talon seem to be in a good spot to close out this series. Let's toss it back over to the analyst desk and find out what they think about the rest of this map.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. After all of the slow starts Talon have had in the last couple of matches, Seth, I was not expecting that.
And from the outset, they are just absolutely destroying. 8-4 on the half is an incredible scoreline for them to get set up with. And if they can close out this pistol, who knows, maybe they can just take it from there. Because already, that was 6 consecutive rounds to be able to achieve that score. It's an incredible feat here from the side of Talon, and one that we didn't really expect at all. We knew that they were looking good, but this is a completely other level. Bright spot, though, for the side of DRX, it's Mako. Mako continues to put up very solid numbers, but right now it feels like he's the only one doing such. Buzz had a decently hot start picking up those couple kills with the paint shells, but it's really only been Mako who's been able to find some consistent play.
Yeah, and on the Talon side, honestly, one of the part of the reasons they were so good on Fracture last time when they played EMEA was just massively, I don't know what you want to call it, RNG plays, just pulling stuff out of your ass, it felt like. And they were doing it again in this series. But the thing that I loved about Talon so far in that first half, it wasn't just these miracle plays that we're seeing from them, just that. They were doing a really good job of the adaptations to it as well. They adjusted their setup. They noticed that DRX were playing super heavy for that A-Horse control, and they were actually playing to disrupt it a lot in the later section of that first half that we saw. So Talon are actually thinking about this intelligently. They're making correct decisions in terms of how they're adjusting their setups, and they've also got horseshoes somewhere stuck somewhere. I'm not going to repeat the same line as Josh, but listen, they've been getting lucky every now and then, but it hasn't been the only component.
But it's just been nuts, because even though they are going for some really wild plays, they're not getting punished for it. That Brim ult over on Dish.
Oh, that was nuts.
There's just nobody there. They already got the kill on. They already got the kill on Zest Spade, and that was because they were playing, with good protocols. They said, oh, he might be right side. They flush him out with an aftershock. They get that kill. Then they just Hail Mary, send an orbital strike. So there's still quite a bit of whimsy here for the side of Talon, but just still making it work.
And honestly, call back to the pre-show. We said that there was 2 obstacles. It had to be the rookie stepping up again and the prep difference. So far, it's all coming together. I think they're just overcoming both of them.
Yeah, it's scrappy, but it's great. VALORANT, I can't wait to jump into the second half and throw this back over to your casters, Tom and Mitch.
8-4 at the halftime wasn't a scoreline that I would be too shocked if you told me we were about to experience, but I'd be pretty certain we were about to see DRX
need to make a comeback,
walking out with 4, with the 8, excuse me. The funny thing as well, just look at that timeline. The 4 rounds that DRX got right smack bang at the start. The pace of this series fully behind Talon, but mainly they had a pistol under their belt as well. DRX had nothing to say in that buy round. I don't know if we're going to...
threw out the boom bot, and because they dodged it, because they sat back, DRX don't realize that there's anyone here. So they're just going to walk all the way up. Buzz has started to go back and try and check for this, but he's only just making the realization as they full execute into the site.
I've never seen DRX look this uncomfortable setting out in a series. Cruz, on the other hand, delivering again and again, but just the 1 kill for him this round. As he goes down, so too does the Spike.
A small consolation prize for Talon, but they want a bigger prize looking towards the spawn. A bounty on Zest's head. He's trying to fall back, but there's just too many players coming after him. Good map control, but they've still got the advantage on DRX, fighting their way back in. They can even start to defuse that spike after the nano's gone, and the time isn't too far ticked. They need to pick up a kill on the cross here on that attacking side. And instead, they're gonna have to just run at this defuser and try to stop him. The time way too low. DRX, 2 out of 2 in pistols, still 3 behind. Yeah, the thing is, their adaptation on the fly there, it didn't work as well as they hoped. Like, they wanted to try and get aggressive to find some of the players, fight back, not allow them to go on the retake. But because 3 players came back through from main, the only chance they had was on the cross, and unfortunately, well, we did actually have some investment into the shadow step, which was basically the one thing that you kind of hoping he didn't have going into that round. So 8 to 5, as you said, another pistol on the board. There was a spike plant, but it doesn't look like we're going to get too much of an investment here from Talon. But you know what? They've made every round close in this game, whether they've won it or lost it. So I'm not going to hold my breath just yet. Well, that's exactly it. If there was a team to make that second half comeback to look like a completely new unit, it would certainly be DRX. On the defensive side, it feels like that's typically where you should be the one getting the pace set by your opponent, right? You shouldn't be the one controlling it. From what we saw of Talon, though, here on Fracture, it's definitely a possibility. They've taken the orb, and they're gone runabouts. Moving over towards Dish, whether that's just another orb, but there's a spike there, too. They're trying to sneak their way in. Some spams in the smoke, grab kills, and, well, the late round B is certainly predicted. Oh, stun in. Oh, it hasn't actually connected somehow. Garnet has managed to make his way around the corner, and you know what? They'll get a plant. Nope, maybe not. Maybe not. Buzz was waiting. And Foxy's lurking. Yeah, I think it was around just an attempt to do as much damage as they possibly could. Unfortunately, it ends up as a Prime Gaming. Flawless and DRX are definitely building their way back into this game again. Oh, yeah. Look, the pistol, the follow-up. We've seen this before, but remember, they won 4 out of the first 5 rounds and nothing afterwards. For DRX, this is a bit of deja vu. It's a repeat of how we started out the previous. But with the side swap there, there's definitely a tangible difference, or at least there should be. This is the round that Talon won the last time around, and you know, for them, it's understandable coming in with your rifles. Well, it was still hella close, though. It was like, I think 2 players saw that surviving. Yeah. Not It the great had been start a for messy, Marco, messy economic start as well that leads to that. I mean, DRX losing 1 to start with, it's not ideal, but it's expected in a round like this. Yeah, and already, again, Garnet taking the space. Good work from Zest, and Buzz has been picked off. Again, these rounds looking incredibly close, but Zest should be screwed. Lives a little bit longer than maybe I was expecting. And Stacks, he's expected. He was the one sort of point of contact, but he somehow wins that battle as well. Yeah, this is getting way too close. This round should already be tied up neatly for Talon, but instead DRX are looking for a very early comeback. That flank from Foxy, expected as well. He's actually looking at this angle. RB, he's got a galaxy brain, but he turned away at the wrong moment. Luckily, the shot whizzed past. He won't be dropped in main. Chipboy survives, and that's the spike denial. They know now they've got this with a Rolling Thunder. There's no way. And you know what? He's not going to try and deny that fuse with an Aftershock. Instead, the Rolling Thunder's put through, committed for the round win. And at a crucial time, because Talon should have won that one with confidence, and instead, they lost 3 players and an ultimate. Yeah, it's about the same spot they were in the prior. The thing is, they did then go on and manage to clutch the next one with 1 HP, I think it was. So 7, we've seen them go incredibly close in a lot of these rounds, and now 9 to 6. Is there going to be a response from DRX? We expect them, to be honest, taking this one not easily, but cleanly. And thus far, Talon have shown they are more than a match for DRX.
And I mean, it's no disrespect to the side of Talon in saying that. It's the regional history of DRX and their performance thus far.
He's just walking it. He's just straight up walking into the site. The rest of the team coming through the other side, but he's getting so much ground. Sushi Boys might be able to do a huge amount of damage just catching them on that rotation. Not expected, but somehow again, that's 2 rounds in a row. RB should have been dead, and somehow he's still alive. DRX ending up with a kill out of it as well. The numbers just extend further and further in their favor, all thanks to Stacks. Quick 3 kills and an end to that round with DRX pushing up to 7, 2 between them. Still very early days of this half, and you know, we're coming up to the point where Talon started to run away with it, but that right there was a fresh-faced looking DRX when they rolled into that site. But
that's the thing we've learned with DRX over the years, is that ultimately they probably have one of the best mental fortitude of any team out there. They got absolutely spanked on the first map yesterday, came back and did the same in return. We've seen them, even in going back to the likes of Champions, be really far down versus Furia, turn that map into a victory. So being a few rounds down is not something they're going to be too worried about. Whereas for Talon, this is when you need to close out. You do not want to go on to DRX's map choice, letting a game slip.
I mean, it's already a fact for Talon. They've got to be regretting the fact that they've lost both of those pistols. This is a completely different game if that first round of either half goes into their hands. But for now, DRX are using those early half foundations to keep this game competitive. When it comes to buy round versus buy round, the ratio is stacked very heavily in favor of Talon. Again, though, the sides have swapped, and we have seen a significant slowdown. I mean, Talon were suffocating DRX when they were attempting to attack, but now that Talon are mounting the attack, they're certainly running into a lot more resistance. So, not the same kind of defense that they were playing, but, oh wow, this is going to be a speedy one.
Oh, he's almost just died to the utility, and well, Stacks, I think, took away his ultimate. Marco lurking within the smoke, starting to take a lot of damage, just 40 HP remaining. The thing is, though, you can still tell that DRX is tentative to go on the rotation. Stacks, though, has just started to connect his shots. A second dropped already, and well, the rest are still stuck by tree.
There's just no need for them to rotate, right? Like, they don't lose players. There's no gaps that they have to fill. And for them, on this defensive side, okay, you lose the one, but
30 seconds left.
They're still keeping themselves in an easy spot. Now, this rotation comes in, but indeed, even though they've rotated RB, he was just watching the door, something you'll still get an audio cue for. He's still close enough to hear, and he's going to be on site to help with this cross. So he can well, unfortunately, Buzz is going to be forced in the open, so he has to fight. But here is where things are... No! RB!
Oh, no, this is horrible. And he's got across now. RB, I don't know how he survives in half of these rounds. There's been about 4 times already that he should have died, and well, this time, if anything, okay, a rifle save for Jitboy. It doesn't matter too much, but even still, that was horrible. I want to bleach my eyes.
That right there was RB playing time. Don't worry about it. He knew he was running the clock down. I'm hearing that from Seth in my ear. It's apparently a very common strategy for DRX to be running. Jump in the open, jump around, and
I'd actually like
jump
Seth
up,
to
and
give me
get
a breakdown of that round.
That would be great, actually.
Like a hardcore
we can we
segment.
boot up the telestrator, get the clip shipped over there. Seth is he's on his way over now. He's going to get this one for us. Talon even called a timeout just to make sure we can hook up all the cables in time. I'm looking forward to it, Tom. But look, hopefully we don't see too many more rounds like that as we rock on into round number 18. As we said, Talon calling a timeout, and you cannot blame them. I think in terms of the rounds that really matter, your buy rounds, when you've got your old econ management coming up, Talon have looked like the better team. But despite that, they only have a 1-round lead to deal with. It sucks losing both pistols and having the start of the half go that way, but for Talon, it's now or never, really, because DRX will run away with this game if they win this round.
That's the thing as well. They now have the ults to play with. Lockdown, orbital strike. Not only can you force them off position, but you can trap them in positions, almost having the null command online as well, and with 4 orbs around the map, I feel like they should be able to get that in fairly easy. Buzz has his showstopper potentially, and again, he'll probably battle for an orb somewhere in this round, but it depends what DRX want to do. I'd almost be inclined to say you're either going to look to push, get aggressive, try and take the early fights, or just try and play a retake.
So it was 4 of the first 6 they won last time, DRX. Now they're on 4 of the first 5. Not too bad. Let's see how the rest of this half goes for them. Rifles up on Talon. As we said, ultis online, close to a null command. And early round, they are making their way up to Dish. That orb is theirs. We should see a null command online.
Yeah, this control is nice, though. Just having that might be able to deny the lockdown. It's dependent on whether or not they actually need it. The dancing man of Garnet was just the distraction. And now Stacks, well,
He's managed to find one on the other side in the orbital strike. They've used it just to try and get them the plant guaranteed and deny a little bit of extra space. And DRX has said, you know what? I'm not about this life. I'm peacing out. Well, in all seriousness, I would love to see Seth break down that one because that was actually a gorgeous round. Everything about that for Talon, the fact that Garnets just serves as a distraction diving into the site, not in one, but 2 kills. I love this guy. He's so good. He is a stand-in. He's just supposed to be replacing a dude who had surgery, replacing Patapan at that. Those are big shoes to fill. Historic shoes within this game, within other esports titles too. He comes in as someone relatively unknown, regionally all right. 18 years of age. 18 years old in front of a crowd. And this is what he's delivering. Okay, again, in that round, he goes on the site. He distracts the player on site so that his teammate can grab the kill. I believe it was Foxy. Yep. And then a stun comes in. He's staring at the main guy, spraying away at Buzz, telling him, oh, look at me, buddy. I'm going to come kill you. I'm about to dash in. And Buzz, rightfully so, looks at him. And then his teammates come out of main and kill Buzz. I think it was Sushi Boys. Just look, he's going down. He's distracting 3 of Stacks that killed him. So 3 different players are fighting that man. He kills no one, but he wins the round for his team because all 3 of them end up falling. Stacks survives, right? He runs away to save, but they grab the 3 kills, they grab the side, and that's all they need. I love watching this team, honestly. Yeah, and this is crunch time now. DRX taking a timeout because financially they're somewhat in the bin. It's been a quiet performance for RB, even though he's been, well, living in the matrix, dodging everything that gets put in front of him. And again, with that lockdown still online and the null command, you're almost sat there waiting for that afterplan to come through. Like, it's such powerful ultimates to get you into that sort of position. You can already see the pings coming in on the map, out from that attacking side, potentially going to go for that B hit. And I honestly expect this round there has to be something from DRX to take some space. If you sit back and you allow them to use these ults, you're almost just taking a massive risk that you can catch someone. Especially coming out of this timeout, you have to imagine they've got an idea for where the showstopper is going to go. You don't come into a round like this and just leave that on the back burner if the opportunities present themselves. And for Talon, that's somewhere that could cause problems if they decide to go for a faster push if they didn't have that null command. Being able to fight into the site early on, straight blitz. I almost expect it. It looks like a south side crunch going to be attempted here. Oh, wow. Gets hit by the turret. Good counter to a showstopper. An insta-dink, and then the turret kills him out. That is about as cursed as you can be for Buzz. And well, we've seen Talon do that many rounds with those tree pushes, but I don't think any of them went as bad as that. Well, Timmy's opening duel stats looking pretty solid in this one. 2 rounds between them, and DRX man disadvantage, showstopper removed from this, and we have a minute on the clock still. I think it's fair to say Talon can take it where they want to, and where they want to go is onto the B side. Lockdown comes into play. They have to move. There's nothing you can do to counter this. It's a bait play. It's a bait play. They're trying to go back to the A side, but once again, DRX haven't moved all of their players. Marco, he started to move, and he's going to go down for it. Cruz was none the wiser that he was even there. The thing is, though, this will allow for the rotation. They've spotted that cross, and Zest has gone through. He's trying to get into this site as quickly as possible, knowing that their afterplan has been sublime. But it's even better for Talon when they try to fight them. Face forward, it works out null. As 11-8, Talon are running away with this. DRX might be strong in those regional matches historically, but this opening map certainly not looking good for them. The turret besting Buzz puts them 3 rounds up on Talon. They only use their lockdown, so they're still gonna have a null command to fight their way through, and look at the frustration visible. DRX, they're facing a challenge like they've never faced before, and this is single elimination. They can't afford to make a mistake. They can't slip up here. And right away, Talon not giving them a moment of solace. They are on their way towards the site. Fast lane goes up, and the fight is bad. Buzz having a mare. Nice shot from Zest. Oh, a chance to even get 2, but then the trades come back thick and fast. Only 1 man standing, and Stacks is down as well. They fought from a deficit in their prior match versus Cloud9. It is looking like they're going to have to fight from a deficit again with a 4-round advantage, a streak of 3 for Talon, and just 1 needed to take this map over the line. I'm not gonna lie, I think most people expected this to be a fast game. A 2-0 of sorts, and DRX sauntering their way into the semi-finals. Right now, we don't know if they're getting there at all. No matter what player, what coach, what region they even come from. I spoke to a lot last night, and the common theme seemed to be, is this finally Korea's time? Is this DRX, Vision Strikers, finally having their moment at the top? And it, you know, it looked like it. I was starting to believe. But it turns out this actually might be the Thai era. Talon coming in with some incredible performances so far in this tournament. But we always had that little caveat of like, what if it's a top 4 team? Are they there yet? Yeah. Sure looks like it. Rolling Thunder right away. Talon, they got Stacks to deal with. He has been a consistent, phenomenal factor, but for Garnets to pick up the back line, to lead Zest. Hold on, there's the flank from Mako. The spray was a little whiffy, but he got there in the end. Yeah, and this allows for the rotation. They were pressured, the flash is avoided, but Buzz, he's gonna come out with 2. Finally stepping up to the marker, and the trades are fantastic as well. Leaves just Sushi Boys. 1v4, and he has to try and get past Marco. He will not be able to. DRX, this time they catch them before they can throw a spanner in the works. And they're still fighting their way back through, but there is so much finances available for this Talon squad. They are not having any troubles at all. Garnet's still so much fun to watch. Early aggression out of him, and to be putting DRX in a position where they're on the back foot so frequently. I mean, we're actually seeing this team have to not only think about what you're doing, have to set up for it, and even then, having Zest in a good position to catch that push through from Garnets. The dude's just winning the fights when he goes for it. Like, you kind of, it's not even just about predicting them. Even then, it's hard to follow through with the win. DRX need 3 in a row. They have some ultis to play with, but they've got to be cautious about when they use them. They've got to preserve them, and Mako barely preserved his life. He might have to use one now. Viper's Pit to try and slow them down. They're going to take positioning below. Now, Opwise on the other side, there's not much. Sushi Boy is just almost trying to find that initial pick with the operator, and there's aggression all across the map. North side, Zest has taken that control. A main still held by Buzz. They are almost sandwiching them at this point, and they have every piece of information they could need. Yeah, it's a great starting point for this round. DRX have definitely set themselves up for success in the flank from Zest. No better than any other opportunity they had. Still just 1 kill for it and no responses. I mean, here for Talon getting to reset, that's a pretty damn good start to the round. Already going back. That's the thing. They have started to do the same thing again and again with these rotations, so they have to split 2 and 2. They're so wary that there's going to be a push back in the other direction. Bear in mind, Marco already tagged low on the site, so he needs to just sit back and relax and just support onto Stacks, but that's exactly what he's done. And now, with a late move back in the other direction, it leaves Cruz to try and fight alone on this side of the map. He might just be able to get an afterplant, but Stacks is rotating back around. Oh, this could be it for Stacks if he has the timing, and the shot is hit every time. With Cruz down, the round follows, and DRX's comeback may just be on. 2 more to push us up to an overtime. And right there, you know, it was I feel like a blip on the communication spectrum. We ended up with Mako playing anti-flash behind that wall, but they actually just spotted Foxy on the other side of the map. So they knew at that point you're not going to end up with a flash coming through. They couldn't put 2 and 2 together in time. He just got executed. Despite that, though, the thing is as well, though, like, I feel like Talon right now, they're trying to play so much with those rotations that it seems like they're very, very split on a lot of these battles. And it's giving some individual fights to players like Buzz, which, okay, initially he was losing those fights. Now he's starting to come back into the game. This is definitely starting to slip away from Talon, but they do have some really strong ults coming into this round. But again, DRX, they haven't actually used any of theirs over the last couple. Quickly back across the wire. Foxy's going to be bailing. Full south side play out of Talon. They're looking for some control on this B side. Gotta get themselves arcade. Cautious of any pushes. But with no utility watching north or south side, I mean, at this point, it genuinely looks like they were just waiting for the aggression. They very much expected it to be coming through. That is a very interesting Viper's Pit. they're going to play further off, but what control does this give them for the late round, you know? I think they were expecting the push to come from that position in Arcade, but it has also held them in. If he goes through the edge here, Sushi Boys has a free kill. He's just trying to play the timing, and actually the pit's gonna get dropped. He's just let his teammate die dropping that, and Sushi Boys comes out with both. It couldn't have gone any worse for DRX, and now the remaining two are trying to make that space back in. There's so much still to find, and although it's a little whiffy initially, it's Buzz to try and face off versus 3. The turret even giving them the info. There is no hope for DRX. Talon have taken map number 1, and tell me now, who predicted that?
They are making noise down there and between, I mean, the entirety of this Talon roster delivering. Garnets has to be a take-home name after this tournament. He has been unbelievable. The role he's playing here as well. I mean, he's got more assists than I can count. That board certainly doesn't show every fight that he was involved in, blitzing into sites, but between Jit and Sushi, they are them boys. Finding that first map and putting DRX on the back foot. It's not the first time we've seen DRX there, though. They are one of the best teams at making that fight back, that
they've
reverse
lost
sweep.
a map in each series so far this tournament. It hasn't been the end of them. They lost the second versus BBL, they lost the first versus Cloud9, so let's not pretend that this is a team that's just going to crumble under the pressure.
Not at all.
But at the same time, the stories we've had throughout Valorant, sure, you've got the likes of Loud, NRG, Optic as they were, you've got the story of FPX, now Na'Vi. One of the greatest stories we've had in the VCT is those surprise factors coming out of Pacific. Talk about that Zeta story, HyperX, and maybe, just maybe, now Talon are going to make that list as well. They are a map away from making it into the top 4 of this event. Sure, it's one of those events that's a little bit spicy, it's a little bit different, but if you came in and predicted that they were going to beat DRX, one of the favorites to take the whole thing, even taking a map, I would have called you crazy.
Taking a map is a monumental victory for this team. At this point, they have to be, if not already there, extremely close to being the most successful Thai team of all time.
Their best map in the past was Ascent. So I am very excited to see what we've got coming up, Mitch, but of course we're going to pitch it to a break, and I'm sure that there are some people on the desk who have got a lot of stuff to say.
Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and around. Back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and around. Back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and around. Back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and around. Back it up and down. Girl, break it down. Show 'em how you like it. Wave around and around. Back it up and down.
Welcome back once again, everyone. I'm Yingsu. I've got Brent and Achilleos with me. It is happening, guys. It is happening. We might finally have a proper upset on our hands in this tournament for the first time.
It's looking incredible right now. I mean, like Tom was saying, if you told me that they were going to take a map off DRX coming into this, I might believe that. But the fashion in which they were able to do it was just so damn impressive. A very dominant first half there for the side of Talon. A little bit rocky. DRX were starting to find their footing, but they were able to kick the legs out from beneath them again to just go ahead and close it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a talent that had literally come into this, learning from the mistakes in the previous map of Fracture, even though they won it last time they played against MIBR, but they definitely came in with different looks, different ideas of how they wanted to play it against DRX, and they made a lot of really nice adjustments as well. But overall, there was no shortage as well of miracle plays. I mean, Sushi Boy's pulling out multiple of them. This guy had 5 first kills.
And only 1 first death.
In this game, 1 first death. He was playing out of his mind. But there was a real turning point in here, and it came off the back of those timeouts as well. Zeus took one, round 18, immediately into the A split. I was screaming on the second half, just begging Talon to take A more and put pressure into them, because it felt like their combo is so good for taking that A control just through holds. And then round 19 was another example of it, where they ended up faking pressure towards B. They got a first kill. They used the lockdown as well, and then they late round pivoted to it. But a lot of that success in that second half came from those adaptations and finally recognizing that they could take that A control.
Well, it was a really good start for the side of Buzz in those first couple rounds. He was able to find a lot of value with the pain shells, but then kind of just started slipping away from him. And Garnet, my God, what an incredible performance from him. On the defending side is where he was actually getting the most work done as well with that Neon. Him getting into the sights, being able to really blitz through and start those retakes off for the side of Talon, which is instrumental. So a huge performance from him. And we need to see Buzz get ready to step up, because now we've got a set on the horizon. We're anticipating that he's going to be going back over to something like the Jet, which Garnet has also shown that he is incredibly cracked at. So this is going to be a hell of a battle.
Yeah, might see that head-to-head just continue getting into Ascent as well, but we said it in the pre-show, the rookies needed to step up. They needed to hand it to the veterans that they're going to be going up against in the form of DRX, and they've certainly done so far. At least Garnet has. He's been pulling his weight and more.
Yeah, speaking of Garnet here, he is in the AIM Lab shoot-around before we get into the next map, but also, I can't help but feel his Neon reminded me a little bit of RB's Neon back in the days. Do you feel like it was a bit of a mistake to put him over to that Omen, debuting it here, and not playing the Neon?
I do kind of agree. I mean, granted, there's a lot you can study, because they have played that RB Neon Fracture so many times in the past. But I think that I think that it would maybe deliver a different result. They are so very comfortable on it. I think you could have just as easily moved, shifted the chamber out of the composition and had Buzz there with the Killjoy, which is something that he has played an immense amount of in the past.
But I think they've just been wanting to prioritize Buzz on that primary duelist right now, rather than putting him on it. I mean, Buzz can play a ton of roles as well. And honestly, I've liked RB when he's been flexing now. He feels more like the glue of this team, where he just fills in the gaps of what they need. And it feels like he's been enabled a lot more, where that pressure's not on him to frag as much as the primary duelist. So, I don't know, it's a lot of hindsight, right? Saying, maybe we should have, changed up the comp, and maybe RB shouldn't have been playing Yeoman because he was bottom fragging. But the comp was pretty nice. I think the comp has legs itself. It's just that it's clear that DRX maybe just don't have that much time playing with it.
There were a lot of crazy moments in that match, and let's revisit one of those in the Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to Cruz. Of course, he's IGLing as well, Bren. I know he wasn't feeling great either, but my God, he's having a great tournament.
Yeah, currently the guy is a bit under the weather as well. That's why you're seeing him all bundled up. But, I mean, just...
You wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah, that sickness buff, I mean, it's supposed to be a debuff, but the guy is coming out, he's pulling out plays like this. You can't really complain, can you? And, like I said, like we've been mentioning, right? The guy's been IGLing for them. I don't really know in what capacity he's still being able to continue that when the guy is a bit under the weather, but he's putting up big numbers. He's pulling out big plays as well. Super reminiscent of his Haven performance, like debut, honestly, at Lock-In that we saw from him playing the Omen and just making massive impact plays for his team.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance from him to start things off, and this is now just the 5th map that DRX have ever dropped to another Asian team. and in
Insane,
VCT
right?
events. So this is truly going to be maybe a historical moment here for Talon if they can finish the job.
Well, the good news is I'm going to play into some of that DRX copium or hopium because, Seth, if it was any other map that is coming up, maybe we can already jump on the train of Talon's Cinderella story, but it is DRX's Ascent.
It is, and it is a little bit more concerning than it normally would be just because they dropped it to PBL. But again, I would suspect that they have kind of rectified the mistakes that they were making on that map. I also would have said the same thing. I did say the same thing about the comp that they chose for Fracture, so who really knows what's going to happen? But yeah, I think we're going to see some tighter play. Buzz going back over to Jet should be just full form comfort for him. I mean, just comparatively, you've got 130 games played on Jet for Buzz. Going into that map, only 14 on Raze. So it wasn't something that he had played a ton of. This is right back to being cozy at home.
Predicting that that Jet head-to-head as well. We'll see if that battle between the rookie and Yvette continues.
Well, we're heading to the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. It does feel like in the off-season, Brent, Sushi Boy's leaned more over to that Cypher on Ascent rather than the Killjoy. I wonder if he's going to do that here.
And the Cypher could be a good option, honestly, as well, because it gives you some nice kill trips. But Killjoy's just too good right now, like especially Ascent. I mean, Killjoy was getting playtime even during the chamber meta on Ascent as well. That tells you how good, you know, she is just as an agent to be played. And yeah, we see Garnet and Buzz going to be matching head-to-head on the Jets as well, so that battle continues.
Yep, heavy info comp here for the side of DRX. You've got that Fade, you've got that Sova, lots of scouting that can come through. This is just a bread and butter comp for them, but it is something that Talon will have seen in the past. Have they counter-strategized?
Well, it's the 10th time the DRX have played this comp on Ascent. They have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Tom and Mitch, let's see what they can do.
Well, it certainly is a big comeback needed from them, but one we've seen before. The reverse sweep from DRX, Tom. Are you believing? I don't want to say yes, but I feel like I am. Like, we're going into Ascent. It's still probably with that old Xerxia core. This was my favorite map to watch them on. They had so many cool little like flash plays off contact. They had a load of ideas, and it was a map they managed to beat some really top teams on. I think you've got the likes of FPX at Champions. You've got Optic when going back to Reykjavik. You've even got Gambit at the Champs in 2021. They beat a lot of good teams on this map in the past. It's just whether or not this iteration of the roster can take down DRX, who have always been good at this map.
Well, that's exactly it. But look, with a map under their belt already, Talon got to be feeling good about their prospects. We saw DRX win both pistols in the previous game and still failed to walk out with the map victory. That is crazy to see, and Talon will be starting this one off on the defensive side. Heavy stack on B. Late rotate from Foxy to spot the mid push, but DRX are running, by the looks of it, right into this stack. They've left the spike outside B. We don't expect a push just yet with Mako's position.
This stack is nuts. It has the full setup of Killjoy's utility, the turret playing contact on the stairs, so that when they dash into the site, it's basically just going to be a three-man stack up. They've got Foxy trying to spam on the cross, and he's doing damage. Even going to get the headshot onto one of them, and now they've realized that there's a stack on this side of the map, but it's too little too late. They're stuck in the mud.
Fantastic play by Talon. They expected DRX to take it this way. Read like a book. The Sheriff spams even coming through. Attempted wall bangs here, and the pistol stack still alive. He's going to try to get himself onto the site, but there are so many players to deal with on the way through. Still with an option to take it elsewhere. 30 seconds on the clock, but they've committed so heavily at this point. And in the end, the spike will be dropped, leaving Mako to clutch it. 1 versus 4. He's already got the first, but that is where he'll be finished. Talon have found a pistol, Tom. This is not looking any better for DRX.
What a read. Like, to not only have 3 players in the back towards the boathouse, have your Killjoy utility. So it's not even like they were using that utility to try and delay and slow people down for rotate. No, that was their whole plan. Their whole plan was B, and they just read what DRX were going to do. Someone has been watching that tape.
Oh, that they have. And for DRX, you run into that opening pistol and feel like they expected everything that you were going to do. They predicted it perfectly. It's something that can certainly start to get into your head, and it feels weird to be starting map 2 and talking about Talon's conditioning, about the mental situation DRX are in. I expected to see it the other way around. This is an aggressive push down mid. Talon are swapping sides entirely. They've decided that they actually wanted to start on the attack here. They must have made a mistake during the veto.
You have to remember that because they're going with this triple initiator composition, they don't have a Sentinel. So that's actually one of the biggest dangers of the comp that DRX is running. It's the flank. And right now, they've just got them surrounded. They had to try and attack out. Well, DRX will take a plum, but that's absolutely all they're going to get. Another Prime Gaming flawless round coming out of the likes of Talon. And as said, thus far, they have had the read. They avoided anybody falling here. A flawless round. Not committing an A main hold. Everybody on the same page. They're fighting for short. They're having their flank come through. And then they're playing passive towards the spawn. You know, it's remarkable. Even Garnet's having that get out of jail free dash stops him from being traded. And at any point there for DRX, they're as a group, they're looking forward and attempting to kill the first player they see to take those trades. They couldn't find a single one there. It's unbelievable. What a start, 2-0. This is where DRX need a response. Barely done any damage thus far in this game, and they have been read like a book. Foxy already pushing very deep. They did this on the last map, but pressuring on Fracture is one thing. Pushing this deep on Ascent is another thing altogether, and Garnet is just hoping for a miracle shot of 2, but you can see the hesitation on the other side of things. Gonna force him back with a drone and take that control eventually. Well, I think he actually hit the top button on Buzz. You know, it was close. You got to give that Marshall some credit, just a pixel or 2 away from the kill. DRX obviously up against very weak weapons in this round. Only the one rifle in the form of the Bulldog on Cruz, and that's on the A side. So for the most part, this should be a very easy round. They've certainly found the weakness of that B site hold. Although Sushi Boys has been remarkable before, he has to hit absolutely everything here. And nothing will be found waiting for some utility to come his way, but it was just Buzz dry swing in the corner. Yeah, they gambled again. That seems to be what a lot of this defense is about, especially in the early rounds. They went for the A stack, and this time DRX have waltzed their way into B. Now with these sort of weapons, you've got a choice to make. You can try and battle back in, have a chance of winning the round, but a diminished one, or you try and make this as costly as possible. Well, on their way back in, Talon have a lot to deal with, and for them, just, well, trading out the weapons should be the goal. They get nothing. 2 quick kills. The players left to just attempt a few spams through smokes, perhaps as they're exiting. In fact, are they even looking to fight Foxy here? They've spotted him, but no, they'll take it towards main. Let him die to the spike. Certainly seems to be the correct play. Yeah, don't give any weapons up. Don't give him anything extra for this round. And while DRX are going to come in with a Prime Gaming flawless of their own, keeping every single member of the team standing, and it'll give them a very good stance going into this next purchase. One thing they won't have, however, Mitch, is going to be that operator. Garnet's going to be pulling that in, a chance for him to really fight mid, and that's the thing.
Sushi
We've already
Boys.
seen that happening over the last one.
Oh, Sushi Boys. What weapon is that in your hand? He's been saving up his credits a little bit,
It's
Tom.
this contact play. We saw this from them, like, I think over a year ago. It's like basically using the turret so that if anybody walks in that direction, he's just going to spam the living hell of them. Well, he's going to do it anyway at the beginning of the round. Garnet's operator in hand, looking for a fight on mid. They're aggressively pushing up mid. Flash ready to come out. Push should follow. And it's off contact that they see. This is a smart strat. And the Odin is actually pushing B main. They've spotted so many players on mid. The call is made. Let's just go. Let's take the fight to them. They attempt to push on short. They're a little bit late to spot Cruz. He's good for 1. And Sushi Boys flank, okay, not going to serve the purpose, but that short hold has done enough here. They're set up for a 3v2 retake. And in all seriousness, the Odin combined with Foxy's utility. Oh, never mind. Foxy's utility is gone. It still leaves Zest low, but this definitely becomes much more of a troublesome retake, trying to get back in that little bit too soon, and 2 weapons that definitely aren't the best for retaking. An Odin alongside an operator. Still a little bit wary of Heaven, though. They haven't spotted Garnet's just yet, and already being forced out. Marco goes for the peak, and now it's left on to Zest. 30 HP, just trying to hold on, and the rifle's already been retrieved, but he's dancing around the side, spotting his opponent, just trying to buy that little bit of extra time. Even lower he goes, but he's still going to take it home for DRX. Zest with a 4K and a second round on the board. Unbelievable stuff for Zest. That clutch will get you right back into the game. Talon
Just that little bit too greedy, a 3 versus 2, and the fade. Obviously having the position, just thought I can break this, I can get the kill, and look how close it was.
Yeah.
Devastating, but in the end, just 11 HP makes all the difference. We even saw the swap from Garnets over to the rifle, knowing that player had such low HP. We saw the swap from the Odin to the rifle, but both shot off first in order to tell them, hey, there's no operator, guys, it's all good, go ahead and swing. And that did get the kill in the end, but 11 HP, a small margin, and that's all that defines it. Talon now neck and neck, and DRX, they've lost the pistol, but they're back in control of this game. They should have the lead here, remember. As you can see, Talon don't have a lot to work with, just a few pistols, and already the element of surprise in B main is clearly not with them.
Surprise elsewhere. They pushed all the way through A.
There we go.
At the top of mid, but they're never going to check top mid. Why would they expect anybody to be this far forward? Now the flanks coming through the spawn as well. The rest of the players can start to really hold in towards this B site. It's just going to come down to timing. And Crew's now spotting them going in this direction. They can try and stack the remaining players up and buy some time. The smoke even coming through might delay them at least that little bit longer.
Certainly while they set up the utility to breach through, they're now grouped. Flash is going to come in, the push is going to come through. That's from the attackers. They both actually flashed at pretty much the same time, but the defenders are so cautious about going in until that flash comes through. Garnet's then able to take a double on the back of that utility. A triple, in fact, a Blade Storm, stopping them in their tracks. Talon with a remarkable thrifty round. And DRX, they might get a 4K clutch to equalize, but they will not take the lead.
This team is just brilliant. They're brilliant. They're reading DRX so fantastically well. These deep pushes into A, because again, they don't have a sentinel. They don't have that utility that they can place to hold onto their flanks, so they are just bullying with it. They are taking so much control early. They then get that Blade Storm on from the first kill, and then they have a paranoia from behind just to leave everybody blind. It's fantastic from Talon and DRX. They're going to have to change up here. They're going to have to slow down and play more default, and they will! Oh, it's so sick! Every setup is sublime. Crew's even TP behind them, but DRX recover.
All of a sudden, this is a game yet again, but in the corner, Sushi's caught. Not this time. All onto Foxy in a 1 versus 3. DRX with the immediate response to that early round aggression that, well, I thought had really sealed this round's fate, but apparently not. What a recovery.
Oh, Foxy. Not much of a chance here. A player sat passive, waiting in the back. Stuns being put through, a smoke to try and run past as well. The rest of the players are just sat outside, almost waiting for this time to tick through, not giving him anything, not giving him a chance. And Buzz, pretty much the savior of this entire round. I will say though, that setup was gorgeous. Just using his own smoke, having the haunt over the top, but the thing that's even more perfect, and it's actually kind of what bit them, the idea was sublime, it just didn't quite work. They used it from the shadows to TP into the spawn at the same time, so while all of this havoc is going on, a player is then behind them, but some of their own utility catching off and just stopping them as they try and peek back through.
Cruz did also massively whiff. I think he shot like 15 bullets and didn't take the kill on a guy that didn't see him there. So, you know, in those sort of moments, you can't really account for whiffing.
Yeah.
But certainly the push up, and we've seen it before earlier in this tournament, a similar strategy with a recon dart. Talon attempted a pistol push here, but that has been put to bed immediately. And even Sushi Boy's getting spotted here on the B site. They know what they're in for.
That's the thing, DRX are starting to adapt. They know in these sort of rounds that normally you want to group up. Normally, oh, that's nasty. Normally you want to try and play this one as a 5, so that versus pistols, versus weaker weapons, you can easily trade out and not risk any guns. Well, you can't do that versus Talon. You don't have that flank watch, so you have to just double up, hold the map, watch for their aggression, and now the real thing will be, what else have Talon got? They have shown their hand. They've shown some of their ideas to DRX, and DRX have taken them and used it against them.
I was about to say, if this man was about to nightfall A main, then we should probably check NPC. I don't know what's going on, what he could see ghosts on his monitor, but
with a little misclick. You know where he is at this point, 60 HP. Credits aren't that bad for the rest of the team. You know, he can try to take some weapons out of DRX's hands, but yeah, his chance is not too high. That is the lead back in DRX's hands. They have found it. You know, this is a team that started out the series with a 2-0 lead, a 4-2 lead. And I think this is the first time they've had it back since. Prime Gaming flawless once again. It does almost feel like right now, DRX, they're the structure, they're the calm, and they're just trying to fight against that storm. And if they can, they'll win this map, maybe comfortably. But it does seem like the depth of ideas for Talon, I think credit needs to go to Zeus, to Cruz, who I think is now calling for the squad. They have got so many cool little things that they're throwing in here, but they are still behind. Prowlers traded out on both sides of B. A very interesting setup when you take a look at Talon's Killjoy in particular. Obviously, when you look at RB having his ultimate, makes sense that you're not going to be playing too close to your utility. The turret holding mid, the alarm bot for short, and nanoswarms on B. There's 5 ults here for DRX. You have to expect this is a round they're going to take. Do they expect the player in the corner? They've dashed past, but they've not cleared it. A chance for Jitboy, he comes out with 2. But even still, Buzz is doing well to trade things back. Looking a lot better on the Jet at the moment. Oh, good kill. Fantastic stuff from Sushi Boys. Damage done. And it makes it all too easy to close it out in the end. 4-4. A good response. And look, a different feel, a different vibe in that round for DRX. One that I think they'll be hasty, or they won't be too hasty to go back to. Yeah, I think the fact, though, that you sort of had a good read again, like just having a player in this corner, it was like they expected this push to come through short. Even with the Nightfall that gives away, or should have given away where he was, they don't check it, they don't clear it properly. And obviously, I don't really feel like it's the job of Buzz. He's got to dash into the site. Somebody needed to clear that on the way back through, so a few mistakes, and I think that was the same on the last map as well. DRX not looking quite as clean as usual. And again, we've got this mid setup based around that operator. But remember, the last time they had this smoke, they flashed through it. Recon gone out, didn't catch him. Okay, eventually the third piece of spotting utility finds Garnets, and he's been headshot through the wall. Left to 40 HP. A push comes out of it, though, and he's able to find one. Flash down low, still going to blind the whole pop. Cruz has supporting fire. This is a fantastic hold. Talon dominating middle. And although Mako's walked through on A, well, that was maybe not the play, Cruz, I'll be honest, ambitious as it was. He's still got a 1v4 on his hands, and these players are lined up in a firing squad. Lead back in Talon's hands, and it is going to be a scrappy end to this half. See, this is what I remembered from this Xerxia core. This is what got me excited about this team in general, to maybe catch a few teams off guard, is they are so good at these mid crunches, and it creates a scrappy environment. And that's not where DRX thrives. They're one of the most structured teams we have in the entirety of the VCT, and a team right now is going, oh, you want to take mid? Well, how about here's an ult peek, here's a flash, here's another peek, here's a paranoia, here's another flash, and you see what the Buzz's attempt there was to updraft and dash onto the box just to try and clear them from that corner. They are forcing them into their own game and forcing DRX out of their comfort zone. The first timeout for DRX in this map, and certainly going to be a lot of things to talk about over on that side. They're coming into this round with a lot of disadvantages. And this is the kind of one where on the attack side, typically you would want to play it as an info finder. That's how we see a lot of teams work, but the reality is Talon's defensive sides have been very, very hard to read. I mean, they are changing this constantly. round, they all pushed A. Next round, they challenge mid, and the round after that, one of them hid in a corner on the A side. So what are we going to do this round, Tommy? And he's going, Let's see where their turret is. Did they put it mid? Did they put it A? Or did they put it B? And next round, it will be somewhere else yet again. Like last round, for example, you had the alarm bot, right, on A short. You had the turret on mid. This time, again, shifted back to that B setup. And we're just going to see this constantly. They do not want DRX to be able to read them. And so far, they've been doing a very good job at making that a difficulty. You're gone. You're done, Shirley. Just about. Oh, it doesn't matter though. Foxy manages to get a pre-fire in. He's got his Nightfall. He can't afford to go down here. And I think Cruz has just spotted Mark on the other side. Now bear in mind, he only has a pistol. Nightfall goes through, he's down to just 15 HP, but he will make his way back to the site. The problem is they have no extremities left. They are stuck within B. Well, the nade at least to clear the corner. They're going to be quicker on focusing up on the site. Good flash through, but there's a player right beside him. Buzz hugging the wall, able to grab one. What was that? A shorty attempt. They're all lit up on DRX. 1 HP on Buzz. Seized, but he's surviving for now. They're taking their time on the way back through. That might be time enough for DRX to set up, to take these fights, but it's Stacks left alone to hold on, and he cannot do it this time. The time plentiful for Talon to finish off this defuse, and they've at least guaranteed themselves 6 at the half, at even scoreline at worst. There are times where I wonder if they know what's going on. Like when you see a player like jump in and another dash through and just fighting around this Cosmic Divide. All in all, it's not an awful round for DRX considering the investment, but they threw some ults into that. They expected to have the opportunity to actually be able to win one, and although, sure, you saw a Nightfall go through on the other side, well, now they got a Blade Storm. Now they've got themselves a lockdown, and honestly, after what Cruz attempted in the last round, for the first time ever, I might be excited to see what's going to happen with From the Shadows. Oh, here we go. I see players outside B, and I see a man with patience holding an Odin. The worst part about this strategy is he is playing contact off his turret. Yeah. That might be the... Or Foxy. Well, that's true. And indeed, there's the Prowler on the other side coming back. Still no spams. They are holding this in their back pocket, waiting for DRX to make the move through to reveal that they've actually got the ability to wallbang, to take those fights. And it's actually leaving DRX in a spot where they're waiting for the B main aggression. Because of the utility that came in earlier, and now I think they'll start to make noise elsewhere. They want someone to push B, but that's just never going to happen with the setup that's in play. Well, they did have a push on the other side of the map. The patience of DRX almost rewards them, but this could be a very nasty surprise. They actually sent 2 players, and now the peek through from Garnet. He's not low, but he's not going to land the shot either. They're going to pressure onto short, but the paranoia is going to leave them. Nion completely blind. A second flash going through, but they spam it. And Buzz and RB combined to get a double opener. The only player anywhere near now is Garnet. Well, no one's fighting him at this point. Well, he has the operator that they saw earlier on, and they've heard the Blade Storm pop. They know this is a man with a deep utility belt. And facing him on range is almost certainly a death sentence. Now spotted to still be on main. It's good info to work with. They have lost Zest on the other side, and here's the Odin. Blind fire, of course, with no utility to reveal just yet. Has to rely on just finding it through look and predicting their positions, the lockdown to force them out. And right into the hands of this operator. Focused in, but they've got a nice spot to play in the smokes, keeping them alive for a moment. He's waiting for the angle, and he won't land the shot. The defuse is underway, though, and they need to run it down halfway before RB can land that kill. And put 5 on the board for DRX. Not down and out of this half yet. Still close for comfort, especially with that lockdown forcing them all the way back, but DRX do well. They burn out nearly all of the ultimates on the Talon side and look ever closer to bringing this back to a 6-6 scoreline. And from expectations for both of these teams, I kind of expect to see more on that defensive side, especially with what Talon has had in the past. That's where they've really thrived. So now we'll see if they can at least convert the half. Weaponry somewhat in the bin, and Mitch, they're going to take a timeout. I don't think it's too much of a surprise. Just look even at the previous map for DRX. Talon kept it close the whole way, but it was the rifle rounds where they were winning time and time again. DRX have lost a pistol here. They're still in it. Can't let Talon walk away with this towards the end, but for Talon now gathering themselves in the last couple of moments. They have a few ultis that could come online here for DRX, and I think, you know, Buzz, Stacks, both almost being on theirs, RB 2 away. It's definitely a round to approach with some caution. Those early round defaults could be rewarded when you see the push come out of the defenders to grab an orb or 2, and so far they have been relentlessly aggressive. Let's see, once again, Garnet setting up into mid. I'm looking at that also, the Omen KO. We've seen this so many a time. Foxy as well, they are looking to brawl in the early stages of this round, but for DRX, it's looking like much more of a default, much more of a patient affair as they spread out, waiting for what Talon has to offer.
The players outside B, they've got to be careful. Already Wallbang's coming through. Sushi Boys not on the Odin this time. The threat is a little bit lower.
He still hit Buzz. Like, he still hit him.
If that was an Odin, it could have been the kill. But the finances here, the real issue in this last round. You know, Jib Boys is even having to play with a stinger in hand, focusing on his utility for his teammates instead. Garnets is going to be forced out of this corner by the looks of it. Again, that drone coming through to cause problems, and it's even going to be revealed and taken down. Huge kill.
Yeah, finally able to punish him for his shenanigans. Operator actually picked up by Foxy. He goes straight back. No fear from this man. Okay, he's tagged desperately low, but that is a worthwhile trade to get rid of Zest, get rid of a lot of that utility, and again, right place, right time. 3 players flash through. They're waiting in the smoke, but every kill goes well the way of DRX, other than the TK. Cruz still fighting around the edge, but RB is doing everything. And now Foxy, we saw him tag low, 1v2, to try and gift his team the half.
He could be coming from anywhere. That's the upside to play with. But you also have to remember, RB's going to have his knife. I think it should still be 20 seconds or so away. But it won't have a chance to come back online. That was only 5, so that would have been a disaster anyways. 6-6 at the halftime. DRX have done well to come back into that. They lost the pistol, they've kept it even. I think, for now at least, they can come out of this with a smile on their face, especially if you're anyone but Buzz. You know, he got team killed that round. I'm sure he won't be delighted, but it is what it is.
Well, they have managed to weather the storm. They've managed to fight back versus the craziness of Talon, but they're going to have to do it again in the second half. We'll see what the Des thinks of that.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Yes, 6-6 at the half. Not bad if you're a DRX fan, but Bren, we got to throw back and look back on all of the stories we've been setting up. It is once again Buzz versus Garnet here.
Yeah, I mean, just a continuation of the same storyline, the same battle taking place between the rookie and the vet, and they are really just going head to head. Just when you think one player might be getting an advantage, Garnet pulls out rounds like this. Absolutely disgusting. I mean, here's the same play again, just in case you miss it, but it was just back and forth, back and forth. I think the follow-up round was this one where Garnets, they do a tiles crunch, which was a classic play that DRX should be ready for, but then immediately overheat, and then they just punish it again. Buzz gets 2. I mean, it's just ridiculous back and forth gameplay between the two Jet players.
Yeah, it's been so tight between them. They're separated right now by a single kill and 3 assists to Buzz's advantage. It's been such a wonderful Jet battle. This is what we were expecting. You know, we knew that it was just going to be some bread and butter comps coming out here for the most part for both of these teams. We were going to have that Jet head-to-head, and that's exactly what we have. But it feels like the fate of both of these teams right now in this map, for Talon trying to get a 2-0, for Buzz and DRX getting back into the series, extending it to Icebox, really rests on these guys' shoulders right now.
Yeah, and it's a big test coming up, I think, for Talon if they do want to try and close this out in 2 maps now, because DRX have claimed their 6 rounds that they got now on that attack side. It's a better look than the prior times they played this map, at least at this tournament. So I think DRX are feeling probably pretty comfortable, I think, as we head into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, versus BBL, they started on the defending side. That was an 8-4 half for them. Things fell apart for them when they were only able to find 3 rounds on the attack. So 6 should feel very comfortable, but Talon is still a very fiery team. Having them go on the attack, having Garnets play the entry, that could still be the breaking point here for DRX.
Well, we saw Talon come back from a 9-3 before, says, so who knows what they can do here. Let's jump back into the second half with your casters, Mitch and Tom.
I'm going to have to agree with the Talon pessimism perhaps over there from Seth. You know, the reality is, we heard from him before, they made it back, they made a huge comeback happen, but the reality is their defensive side is where we expect to see them mount that incredible stand. Here on the attack, it's a bit more of a challenge, and DRX are known to be strong on the defense. We'll see if Talon can break through that near impossible hole. DRX
running.
They might not be ready for this pace. I mean, this is so quick. They're already flashing into the site on the reload. And Zest, okay, does well divide praise. He's still going as well. 18 health, and he's trying to hold the site while his teammates sprint from the other side of the map. Any damage here would be massive. And now he's got some support, but Foxy's found a kill from the connector. And with him on 18, this is getting very dangerous. Shock Dart goes through. It might be perfect. Zest has got 4 already. 1 more to seal this round for DRX.
Foxy's trying to play it patient, expecting his opponent to maybe make a misstep, but this is an unorthodox position in this sort of stage in the round. He's going to give it up slightly, make his move, try and use his utility to almost bait his opponent in, get that little bit of extra information, but it's cat and mouse, and he's looked away as Foxy starts to make his way forward in towards the site, just 18 HP, and I don't know if you'll expect him to be here! Zest is going to get the ace to take DRX home the pistol.
What a game this guy is having. Standing on the back of site with a ghost in hand, his first teammate shut down by the flash. And yet he delivers 3 kills, lit to 18 HP, turns in a Robin Hood, and that sneaky little hideaway on short. It was a game of cat and mouse, but in the end, Zest, he took down every single member of Talon, claimed the pistol, and has put DRX back into the lead.
Yeah, I think a crucial one at that. A chance for Talon to maybe run away. There are things that Cruz does in this game where I'm like, you're mental. You're actually mental.
It's all right. It's very normal for the smoke player to be the first guy going in. You know, you want that.
And jump peeking into the angle so deep that they can just fully see you.
Yeah. Again, that's just standard smoker play right there. So that's what we want to see out of our controller, out of our Omen.
They're going back towards him again.
The reality is here, they found the weaker side. There's only one player holding, the problem being that it's Buzz. Or Zest, excuse me, sorry. Buzz on mid.
Wow, they've doubled it up at this point. But they're just farming the orbs. Cruz again is just going to go walking in, hoping that he'd found a timing, but, well, all he's found is his demise. Maybe trying to bait them that this was some sort of luck play, but DRX, as we've seen on the last map, they're not falling for these plays. They've not moved. They are staying in their formation. Foxy might be able to do something here, but no, it makes no difference. And oh. Chip Boy just jumping and right-clicking. A prime gaming flawless again for DRX and the perfect start to the second half.
Sitting 2-0, 2 Bulldogs to work with as well. Yeah, DRX are going to feel good about that, stealing away the lead. And now, as we said, on their defensive side, where things do just look that little bit better. We need the slow-mo on that one, thank you. To be fair, he obviously thought he was going to get shot at. He would avoid the headshot from heaven or something like that. Instead, he did look a little silly, but this is the round that DRX need to be shut down on. They're playing with 3 Spectres, as we said, just the 2 Bulldogs, no ultis even close. Huge advantage for the attackers, and if they are to stop DRX from running away with this, we want to see it here and now at least.
Well, again, this split coming through. Buzz in prime position to cause them issues, but Garnet once more with a sublime entry. Zest at the back of the site still can't be dealt with, still causing problems, and he combines along with Stacks. It leaves Foxy alone and surrounded. He doesn't stand a chance, just 26 HP. This B site seems to be close for business as Zest the first time gets an ace, and this time comes out with 3.
Well, I said ultis weren't exactly close to being online. Zest has got his. You know, when you're playing like that, I can't really be too surprised. 9-6, 3 rounds on the board this half. 2 of them were entirely Zest, just holding that site. I cannot understand how he's able to dance and move around. A lot of it comes back to a player like Stacks, who had his own incredible little interaction with these attackers, walking past them in multiple smokes, barely missing, and then stampeding behind them. So one guy turns around and goes, oh, someone behind us, we got to kill. And then out comes Zest to help out. Everything I see about this team, about both of these teams, honestly, is beautiful. But right now on the defensive side, DRX certainly seem to have control over those reins.
Yeah, I think the main thing you have to look at with DRX, and it's always been something we've given them credit for, is communication in what must be absolute chaos. Speaking of absolute chaos, Sushi Boys has bought an Ares to try and wall bang. And it's even more peculiar because they should know by now that Zest has basically been playing backside at every single round.
Yep. It's an ambitious play. And I do wonder if it comes down to trying to take that orb, the fact that you'll often see a shock dart come through, and if that's fired off, you know, with the Ares, it's not a guaranteed kill, but it's pretty damn close, especially if you can see where that shot came from. But
yeah, again, that's a big gamble for him being up close. The economy allows it to take place, I guess, so go for it. I'm a bit curious how he's going to fare when it comes to just open fights. He might not need to do anything. Luckily, Garnets has been dropped. Some hope for DRX as they hold on tight to the site. The Ares, well, he did take Stacks down with a headshot, so
there you go.
Worthwhile.
There you go. He got one kill. But again, DRX looking incredibly controlled. I think the interplay, the swings to give space, Marco doing well as the rock within the site. It does seem like the Korean powerhouse has started to awake from their slumber. And now if Talon are going to do it on Ascent, it needs to be now.
It does. Yeah, we've already seen the start of this round. Pistol goes DRX's way. Bonus round goes their way. The follow-up just there with pistols. And, you know, as much as it is still, we're only 4 rounds into the half, because of how the first half went, DRX are on the home stretch. If they win this round, they're pretty much guaranteed a 12-6. At that point, you really do start to think about Icebox, a map where DRX are innovating on the daily. That was so close to nade in.
And trying
bullets just don't land on the way through, and DRX have gotten out with a man advantage. Barely any damage for the trouble.
They used a lot as well. They threw a season, but it was a little bit late to catch him. Just trying to reactively catch out Buzz, and
that's what they were waiting for.
It hasn't worked out.
That shock dart, if it came in last round, it could have been scary what they'd be up against, but this time, not so much.
Yeah, lockdown available if he takes it. On the other side of things, they have the Hunter's Fury available, so they will be able to destroy it, although Zest is... okay, that's a dart and a half. Instantly going to start trying to throw out some of his utility as they pressure into the site. Again, Stacks just looking for that timing, but this time the trades are even. However, with already a man advantage in hand and still a man at the back of the site, there is still work to do.
Great flash, that's caught Buzz completely. No way he hits that shot. So we're down to the shorty, up close to try and delete them, and a right click from Foxy puts them back to a 2v2. Talon, this is a round they need so badly, and it looked like it might slip out of their control. In fact, it still may. RB's caught them off with great timing. Foxy, the last man standing. A flash up and over. It buys them space, but they're up against the operator. All they need to do is trade this out, but they won't find it. Here comes the Vandal, and Foxy just needs to find one more. RB returns the fire. 11 on the board for DRX.
It didn't even look like it should have been close. They knew that push was coming. They scanned 3 players heading into that B site. And then the man at the back, I think it was Buzz, just jumping right-clicked around the corner, gave them an avenue back into the round. But now 5 rounds in a row for DRX. And even though it's close, it doesn't make a difference. They are starting to run away with this map. And Talon, well, they're coming back in with what looks like somewhat of a force buy. And still a couple of ults available.
Yeah, I think the ultimates are going to be the big deciding factor in this round. For Talon to pull these out would be a little wild. They don't have a ton to work with, but they do want to try and drain some of DRX's ultimates. This is a recon right up and over, has been spotted and has been deleted. No further trouble to follow on from that. DRX actually canceled pretty much all of their aggression. It's a good thing too, because they are being pressured on the other side, dealing with it very nicely.
Fake TP to try and bait some players into going back the other way, but the fact is, with the spike down, Stacks, if he can hold the line, this round might be over already. Never mind. Cruz is going to kill him off. Spike will be retrieved, but they've still got 2 players to deal with within the site, and they also have a fair amount of time.
Oh, the fallback here. So we're not going to see that operator held up close. Said they're going to both play on the very back of the site. Suppression ended, and that's going to lead to the lockdown. They have smokes, but Hunter's Fury comes through, and it's Gallo on point.
Oh, they know where he is. Trying to force him out of the corner, but it just hasn't worked out, and now the rotation's in from RB. They've been so good at hitting the timing through these smokes to catch the players off guard, but the fact is they're still yet to swing to the site. Damage being done, but the double spray down again. The man in the backside that can never be dealt with, Zest, is popping off. And well, 12 and 6, double the rounds of their opponents. This defensive half has been clean.
6 in a row needed, no pistols to help them out along the way. This is Talon's biggest task in this series. The streak of rounds coming off the back of dominance out of DRX, and this man here captaining the defense for DRX just cannot get him out of that boathouse, and it feels like for Talon, you know, they need a solution right now. I would almost be looking at that third map at this point. They needed a solution a few rounds ago.
They did, you know, because this is the thing. You need at least the bare bones of it, because right now DRX have a fairly two-dimensional strategy that's working again and again, which is Zest Behold. He's just finding round after round. If you're going to get 6 in a row, we need a plan that can consistently deliver, rather. So far, it doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to that.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, RB has been playing fantastically well. Marco as that A site hold. Like, that's the thing. If you can leave your sort of controller player and just hold A, it makes everything else so much easier. It means you can have those faster rotations. It means Stax can risk his life to give Zest that space to play. And now while Marco, it looks like he's going to be tested again. They've got plenty of ults to play with going into this site take, but there will be some on the response.
RB actually has his own, and it's going to be popped right now. No more utility than what's being thrown can come through to play. Those nanos up and over, but they won't be activated. Not while this man is still standing. Mako! Great angle as well! He's taking Garnets! 3 kills with 1 player down in the open. And from this point, what can they do? Run into Mako and die! One after another. 4 kills for him as Jitboys finally falls. And Cruz has to do it all. Oh, he's missed his TP. The time is going to be very low, but he'll make it. Just about to get this plant in. Look at the swing, though, right away. Buzz to find it. 13-6. And the reverse sweep is on the cards. Icebox to close.
Yeah, it's not a map I think you want to be facing, DRX, unless you have come up with a perfect plan to counter everything they were throwing at C9 the last time they played it. Marco ends up topping the board, but the difference between top to bottom on this DRX side is minimal. Zest with a fantastic hold of the B side, Marco locking down the A side, and then the initiators almost just roaming in between with Buzz. It was a perfect defensive side, and that was the worry. Talon had so many ideas. Their defense was brilliant. A few whiffs here and there actually ended up costing them what could have been a very strong half of their own. The problem is when they went into the attack, okay, they had ideas. Unfortunately, Zest obliterated all of them.
Unbelievable. You know, they tried to test him in so many ways in so many rounds, but that B hold was just untouchable. The first half, though, we were very, very close indeed, and I think all hope is not lost for Talon. But up next, Icebox, a very different feel to this map when you see DRX play it, at least previously. If they run that same comp, they play it with the Harbor the way they did, this can be such a difficult map to, I guess, predict what your opponents are doing. And we've seen DRX, when Talon were being fluid, when they were being hard to read, it was a tough game. Now it's DRX's turn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games that hopefully they've come up with a plan overnight. Maybe they have something spicy of their own, but that relies on DRX still running the same thing, and we know they have a million ideas. Luckily, it's not up to us to predict, because we're going to go to a break, and then those 3 geniuses are going to do it for us.
No more on the team, that's trending. No more on the team. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. I shine when I'm in the light. Catch a knife, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. I shine when I'm in the light. Catch a knife, I'm in a different climate. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like. Ain't no other like we. Ain't no other like we. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we.
What a response from DRX. They take Ascent, which means this series is going the distance. I'm your host, Youngsu, and I'm back here with Bren and Seth. I told you, Seth, you don't lose to DRX on Ascent.
He was all worried as well.
Yeah, you don't have to be worried.
Because
it's
Talon
fine.
are playing out of their goddamn minds. That's why. But DRX, they did look very, very strong. They have that perfect defending side. So they're able to just go ahead and calm my nerves down just a little bit. But man, I mean, still, that map did deliver. It could have gone the distance, could have went a little bit deeper. I was hoping that Talon were going to be able to find their footing a little bit more on that attack, but just didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, we put a lot of emphasis as well on that head-to-head matchup between the Jet players
Didn't
as well. It didn't really matter in the second half, did it, as well? You know, it was that, you know, zest, I think, as well. Mako and RB being able to just anchor and play off of each other impeccably, honestly. The way that they were weaving in and out as well around a lot of the utility that was flying their way was just magical to watch, honestly. You're looking at prime DRX in action.
And they didn't drop a single round on defense either.
Yeah, it was just complete and utter perfection. I mean, Zest and Mako just... You got Zest anchoring over on B, you've got Mako anchoring over on A with a little bit of support there from RB as well, who did have another, you know, a very, very good map for himself, as he typically does on this map. But it was just absolutely gorgeous. And at every twist and turn, I mean, Talon, they tried different things, they just couldn't quite make it happen. You've got Zest getting an ace right off the rip with a pistol round, and he knows that he gets that dink across onto Sushi Boys, so the dart gets the easy kill. It was just nasty performances from he and Mako. I'm gonna start a church. I'm gonna start a cult. Anyone want to follow me? My god is now Mako and Zest. I've got two, you know, beings
I'll sign
I'm
up.
gonna be
I'll sign
worshiping.
up.
It was just sublime, though, the way that DRX were, again, just anchoring and making these plays happen. I mean, I can't really just sing the praises anymore because, yeah, moments like this as well, just being able to cleanly take this map in the fashion they did on that second half. You know, Sue, you were saying, you know, don't be worried.
I was thinking, you two were like, oh, and I was like, it's DRX on Ascent.
Yeah.
DRX on Ascent. All I'm going to say is, if anyone does want to join your little club, you know, your fan club, they want to send some fan mail.
You called it a cult, not a
Oh,
club.
your cult? They want to send some fan mail to Zest. You can address that to Boathouse. I'm pretty sure he lives there.
Yeah, he does. Right in that little corner.
He's not
Yeah.
moving.
Yeah.
They're trying to evict him, and he's just not letting go.
That spot is OP on LAN. We've seen so many magical moments happen from there. Was it a Leviathan player as well who just popped off there?
Another team that you don't have to be worried about on Ascent. I feel like those are the safe picks. But as we head into the next map, I think things might shift a little bit. We have seen the DRX Icebox already. I think it collectively made us realize that Harbor is a legitimate pick. It's not troll. They had stuff going on. And Bren, I know you wanted to kind of dive a little bit deeper on what you saw on DRX's Icebox.
Yeah, DRX pulling out, like you said, a really interesting comp with the Harbor, and they had an absolute world-class performance against against Cloud9, I believe it was, when they were playing in that matchup as well. But when I was watching it, the things that were racing through my head were, this is something that I think could be broken with a lot of prep time and knowledge on it and VOD reviews. So if you notice, like, DRX were being able to get into these post-plant situations time and time again, man. Over and over and over again, they're able to play nice and cool, calm and collected, hang back, use the utility to really push them away, and Cloud9 weren't doing enough flanking, they weren't doing enough to really pressure that post-plant setup that I liked, honestly, and DRX were just able to play quite comfortably with the comfort zone of their composition, the way it's supposed to be played. So what I want to see from Talon as they head into this one, Icebox, I think, listen, you didn't have a ton of time to prep for this series, you know, not a lot of turnaround when it comes to, you know, having to play this one. But if they have done their preparation, I want to see them punishing that a little bit more for DRX, because they weren't really tested too much in that series. It made the comp look just, honestly, impossible to break at times. It made DRX look like gods. Yeah. But it can be broken, it can be countered, and it's up to Talon to figure out if they can actually break that by getting the right flanks in and disrupting it.
I mean, the adjustments that we've been seeing from Talon throughout these first two maps already have been looking very good. And C9, like you said, they just basically never really adapted to that plant style. So I have a lot more faith in Talon to be able to counteract it. But the question that I kind of posed to you guys while we were watching that last game is, does DRX run the Harbor again? Because it wouldn't shock me really at all if they have just a secondary comp prepared for this. Tom, this was kind of keying this up as well right at the end of Ascent. It wouldn't shock me if they said, like, okay, we surprised C9, we played the Harbor, never going to see it again. Now, you know, we'll put it back on the shelf for a while.
I would like to still see them run the comp. Despite the fact that I said that it can be countered, I think DRX are a good enough team, and they put a ton of thought into that. There were so many layers to it. Like, we saw the Harbor High Walls, whatever the hell it's called as well. The
High Tide?
High Tide, yeah, that's the one. So water themed, you know, I don't know. But
I think that's actually.
I love the way they were using that at various points as well. Like the way they used it on top rafters as well. It was like precisely in the middle to make sure that nobody could push up behind it on the far side. They were never going to get caught unaware. They had a lot of layers to how they played the comp compared to other times when I'd watch Harbor. Because other times, I was going into this tournament thinking, oh, it's just troll if you're on Harbor. Like, it's actually so troll. But they put so much thought into it that I would like to see them continue to run it as well. At DRX, they should have game plans in mind, how to counteract if the flanks start to come through. We already saw evidence of that with their setups actually kind of like mimicking that, making sure that they couldn't get flanked through mid when they were set up in those post plans. But it's up to Talon to discover those just little gaps in the play when they are trying to set up and trying to exploit that, I think, is going to be really key for them.
What I will say is, in the post-match interview yesterday, Macro said the reason we run the Harbor is because we tested a lot of different comps on Icebox. We really, really put a lot of time into this, and the Harbor comp is the one that had the highest success rate. It's the one we're most comfortable on. And, you know, if Macro is not trolling me, because you know what players are like, sometimes they like to lie to you in interviews.
Stacks to tell you Foxy 9 was playing.
Exactly.
99%, so.
But it does seem like if that is the reason, and also, of course, these two coaches, they've had one night and a bit of a day to prepare for this. So I think that's going to come down to what we said before as well, the experience of these coaches, the experiences of these players. Of course, Cruz, he's also attended a bunch of international tournaments as well. And Seth, I think it comes down to a lot of that preparation when it comes to Icebox here.
I mean, it's a very good point. I think they're actually probably very grateful that Energy and Loud went so very long that they had so many of those OT resets, because it did give them just, you know, those couple extra hours, those couple extra, you know, minutes of being able to have some additional prep. I like that they scribbled out MIBR at the bottom of that and wrote Loud in. But, you know, just shift focus. You could have also scratched out Loud if they had lost and then got ready for Furia with that sign. But, yeah, I think that this is really all going to be about the prep. It's a very fast turnaround, in particular for the side of Talon, who have not shown us this map yet. So what is this going to look like for them? Do they have something up their sleeve, something unique? Let's see.
Brian, you said this can be counted. How?
Well, I think they need to flank a lot, honestly, as well, to disrupt the post plans through mid when DRX go for the A hits. There was another thing as well that DRX were doing. So the comp is actually pretty weak if they just try and straight up hit B through main, I think. Because without the Sage Wall, the Cove is not too good at trying to get safe plants off on B. There's a lot of difficulty with that, and what you saw DRX doing to try and counteract that was heavy playing mid. They usually play 2 or 3 players through mid if they ever wanted to go for a B hit on their attack side. So if Talon have read that as well into the VOD reviews, they need to be aware of that, but it's easily counteractable as well, I think, again, if they just notice that, oh, they're going for this B hit, let's heavy play for B main maybe, just to take that extra bite out of the DRX attack.
We're going into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. It is the last map between these two teams. The winner, they're going to go through and they're going to face Loud a little bit later on, but the loser will be heading home. Of course, we saw the Harbor come out of DRX yesterday, and Seth, the question is, does Stacks lock it in again? Sushi Boys with a KJ is pretty standard.
I mean, this is no shocks whatsoever. Garnet's going to be sticking with a Jet. Cruz is going for the Viper. Stacks is gonna.
Oh,
okay.
we have two!
Okay. They're just gonna mirror it. They're gonna mirror it.
This
Talent's
is so bizarre.
Hey,
I
let
mean,
me copy your homework real quick. I promise I'll make some changes.
Do they think they would just yoink, do the yoinking?
I mean, it's kind of crazy that they are playing the same comp because I think this is going to take a ton of... DRX looked very well versed on it.
Yeah, they really did. But Yinsu, you're talking about interviewing Mako. One of the things he says that he loves when people steal their compositions, when they steal their strats, because they know how to counter strat it. It's time to prove that right here, right now.
This is going to be interesting. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Mitch and Tom, I bet you didn't see this one coming.
Yeah, this one's it's a little bit spicy. Beating DRX at their own game, not something that we're going to see a lot of teams. I'm not even going to say do. It's not something we'll see a lot of teams try. People try and steal their stuff after maybe like a month or like at least running it a few times. The only thing I could say is maybe these teams scrimmed against each other a while back and they stole it ages ago. Maybe. And now they're really well prepared, or at least I hope they are, because if they've tried to copy this comp in one night, they're insane. I can't remember if it was, I think it was Mako, it might have been Buzz. I think it was Mako though, that said over on DRX, we love it when people try to steal our comms. He was thanking everyone for trying to steal their comms, right? Because this guy said that they know exactly how to counter their comms. So if you're Talon right now, maybe they didn't watch the interview, or maybe they didn't believe him. Let's find out which it is as Talon dive into that defensive side. 4 players on A and a little bit of slowing action on B, which they're going to need because this is where the push is coming in.
Well, that's the thing. We saw how good DRX were on the attack with this comp. We didn't get to see much of the defense, so that will be the idea. Looking for that afterplant already. The cove will be broken and Stacks will go down. An early advantage for Talon in this round, but with the afterplant, it only becomes more difficult.
Well, the blind fire is definitely favored Talon. The damage done is massive. Recovering from here is difficult. DRX going to struggle when it comes to trading out. Swinging in with low HP, the shock darts finding those kills, and with the numbers on their side and a tap on the spike, that forces the swing out. The reveal catches both, and that should be it. Defuse for Talon and a pistol found to kick off Icebox.
That's the thing. If you're running a comp, you should know the weaknesses of it, and just spamming out that cove and almost just making sure that they can kill off that player as he tries to escape and work on that retake. I also like the way that they're using the high tide. It buys a lot of time for them and sections off the corner of the map that allows you to then go for an easier retake around yellow. A good start for Talon, and already I think they've matched the amount of rounds that Cloud9 managed versus this attack.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit of a low blow. Just want to say, Vanity, I didn't ask him to say that.
No, you paid me to. You demanded it.
Well, after what he said last night, what can I do? You know, we had to get one back. 1-0, Talon in a very good spot to start it off, and they need to avoid giving DRX anything here with the pistols. I saw Garnet's going aggressive with a Bulldog, and he scared me a little bit, but that's falling back now.
That's the thing, they're using the high tide here to just take really deep control early. So the only way you can really get to them is if you go and take the low ground and still give you some advantageous duels. Bit of a bold spot from Garnet, but it works out. And while RB and Stacks, they do at least manage a kill, but I assume it's only going to have been the SMG and the pistol that was lost, so all in all, for Talon, it's not too bad.
Yeah, still coming out of that round with 2 Bulldogs and a rifle. This is something that we'll see teams do. I mean, ever since FPX started doing it, really, I think that this is a reality for DRX that they can't be happy with, but coming into the 3rd round is their chance to put it all on the table. It's only the 7th decider map that Talon Garnets has faced in his career. In fairness, like you said, Tom, this is a young guy, 18 years old, coming in as a stand-in, and one of my favorite players in this tournament to watch by far.
But that's the thing, Jitboy is 17, so it is a very young squad. And the fact that it's sort of coming from one of the smaller regions in the form of Thailand, to have such young talent coming through is super exciting. We'll see if they can make their dreams come true with a top 4 finish, the highest we will have seen from anyone coming out of Thailand. But here we go. Cruz battling early. They've still got rifles to play with. Only one member in the form of Jitboy is playing with a weaker weapon here. They invested heavily so that they could go for this.
It is looking like they're going to keep these players on A, but just as I say that, Foxy starts to make a move. Okay, it's only towards the spawn. Wasn't sure if that was going to be mid, because with all the utility they've got covering here, it's not a terrible worry for them about anybody sneaking up. The turret, the alarm bot, this is covering so much ground. It allows them to keep with this heavier stack on the A site. Should be difficult now for DRX to make that space. They've spotted one player at the back. They know Harbor's close. Starting to get a feel of just how many players are here, but it doesn't seem to deter them. They're waiting for the utility to fail, and then they'll be right on their way through. Garnet's 5 HP. He's holding on barely, and he'll even get a kill. Even a little more. Somehow surviving. Although he falls in the end, surely he's done enough. Oh, maybe not. The last man alive, Zest, 1 versus 1. Look at the HP on the other side, just 4. He's going for the plant right now and needs to stick it all the way. Jip Boys, though, coming up close, and the angle's good. 3 kills, and with a sliver of health left, he'll even get his ulti online for round number 4.
I don't know how half of their players survived as long as they did. It was just ridiculous to swing out from the pistol as well. The frenzy of Jip Boy ends up getting him that rifle in the first place. But then also, just the fact that that was the same execution we've seen DRX do so many times. The point is to force them out of awkward battles, but it seems like Cruz basically just waited. The second they turn up, he goes, Viper Wall. And he delays. He gives them enough time to try and reposition out of those awkward battles DRX created. And although it was desperately close, they take themselves home another round.
Big disruption early on for DRX. Their attack side not finding quite the results they're looking for, and up against that bonus. Although it was a strong bonus, doesn't matter. It's put Talon way into the lead. Opening duel goes their way. They're still pushing. Garnets, they're against pistols here. Cruz has died on B. That's free space. It's a plant. If they decide to stick it, they don't know that the site's fully free, but it is. And there's the plant coming through. But, ooh, I was about to say DRX are way ahead in this round, but RB is now trapped. They're going to deal with him. They have players surrounding him from every angle. That was close, but not quite.
Even still, into the afterplant. We've seen this many a time. DRX like to use this reckoning to almost help them out in the afterplant. And, well, it's not often I've got to see 2 of these cross over at once, as both teams are going to try and apply this ult to make it awkward for the other side. High Tide utilized to try and section them off, but Zesh is still here. He's just waiting patiently. The shots don't quite connect, though, and now it's left all onto Marco, running in. He finds a double instantly, and the time is ticking away. The flank is just too far. Marco should have done enough here, as the spike will explode.
Foxy can't even step out of the radius. DRX have just about taken that round, and Mako doing work on the site to pull it across the line, winning on time. And considering, you know, they were mounted up for a very, very strong comeback, and the fact that you had a late flank coming in from the Sova, the whiff up close as well, it should never have worked, but Mako just carved himself a little bit of space.
That was the thing. They used the opponent's cove against them. The cove, when it's in that sort of position, doesn't actually benefit unless there's someone else in the cove, and they didn't know where Marco was coming from, so they had to try and watch for it. Very smart stuff to isolate those battles, and, well, a huge victory. Just look at what it's done to the economy of Talon.
Yeah, for the 3-0 start they had, 3 weapons surviving round 2. Oh, good attempt, good position. But this round, across the board, is swinging to DRX. They're winning all the duels, and they've got B for free. Well, maybe not. Look how quickly those rotates are coming. They've heard both of those players, though, rotate in. They know now they're going to have a fight on their hands, but they also know the weaponry isn't great.
Yeah, you can expect a bold play, a risk to be taken, and, well, Buzz is playing that security guard for his teammate. Nice shot from Jitboy. He's been pretty nasty with this pistol before, but not this time. 3-2 DRX, break back once more, but this is where Talon will have another purchase.
Yeah, all in all, a good recovery. And, you know, when we see a bonus round 1, when you're playing with pure Spectres, some pistols, stuff like that, over on Talon's side, that would give them that little economic fallback. But because they went for the bonus, because then, obviously, we come into round, I think, 4 with a little bit of a closer result. DRX have given themselves that opening to fight right back into the game. They're 1 behind, they're on a bye, they've got ultis to play with. And the best part about it is, even though they're down by 1, DRX are almost in the better position. They can win this round and break Talon's economy. Meanwhile, they're pretty healthy. Snakebite's not quite on the mark. Again, I love the way they're using the cascade to just clear a lot of those closer angles. They're switching up whether they do a high dart as it comes along or using the drone through it to give them that extra little bit of space. But even still, this utility has to be respected. Cruz, he's going to go down to a spam and then a snakebite. And if he survived that, there was a shock dart after as well. Just to make sure. Oh, that's a connection and a follow-up. That's the kill. Spike Planter dealt with. Possibility for so much more to come from it. But I think they might have an angle to catch RB on the way back. He's got to be careful and got to be lucky this time, though. He's made it out. Look at the ults. Already Viper's Pit, a Hunter's Fury available, a lockdown on either side. Sure, they can force him out of that Viper's Pit, but the fact is there's going to be one going through if he even attempts it. Now just making their way through already. A kill coming through for Sushi Boy. A good start, but they need to try and clear these players out of position. The lockdown being used, but I can assume there might be another, and in fact, it's going to get destroyed. RB holding, Marco alongside him. This deadly duo leaving Foxy alone. A nice shot to at least do some damage, but the time is gone. He needs to try and just kill as many players as possible, and RB will close it out. 3 for him in the round, and 3 on either side. You can see RB thought about putting down that lockdown, but he decided to save it. And that is a fantastic decision. 3 ults online coming into this round, and they're only up against pistols. You know, for them, as I said, they ended up at 3-2 somehow, despite a terrible start to the half. Numerically, on the scoreboard, they were able to bounce right back, gain full economic control, and now push Talon to an eco. They've got no ultimates, having already invested quite a few over on their side. This is a big blow to the Talon side. They definitely felt like they had the momentum, the wind in their sails when they started this one out, but they have come to a screeching halt. Yeah, and that's the thing. We don't know with their attack if it's going to be as clean as DRX has had it. And also DRX, as we've said, with their composition, likely going to know how to deter and basically beat them at their own game. So even though I still feel like both teams are expecting to get the majority of their rounds on the attack, as we saw last time out, we don't really know what DRX have cooked up on the defense because we literally saw a couple of rounds of it. It's such a big statement coming out from the Talon side to play that comp, though, especially with the narratives that DRX themselves have been spinning, thanking everybody else for copying what they do, for making themselves so predictable to this team that knows their comp inside out. And Sue even highlighted it before we started this. And she said that Mako in the interview said that they tried lots of different comps, but this was the best one to run, as they concluded. With all that time on the server, they certainly do know, I guess, the benefits that Talon are looking to exploit here. I like the push. Good idea from Garnet, but the shots aren't going to land. That's the thing. I think they've realized that they need to pressure RB out of these rounds. If they can get rid of him on the lurk, this comp becomes a lot tougher to hold those flanks. The problem is, it's a lot easier said than done, because RB does very well. Even if he gets caught out, a lot of the time he's able to stay alive and call for reinforcements. Now, a tag has been hit on a couple of players, in fact. So this Marshall's becoming ever deadlier as the seconds go by. And now that pressure once again come on to the B site. Cruz, just a sliver of health. He has got his orb and his snake bites to try and make this a bit more difficult on the way through. Nano swarms from Sushi Boys as well. 50 seconds, though. And you have to imagine that DRX are not going to be too afraid to take the fight to them. Recon up above even got it. Well, they got a pulse off, but no reveal from it. I don't quite know how many players are waiting for them on the other side. Here's the utility to make its way, but no snake bite. And that's going to cause a big problem. They throw a Nano Swarm into the cove to try and do as much damage as possible. And that's the thing, they have done damage, Mitch. But it's not enough without actually managing to kill anyone off. Buzz low as well. Just look, 3 players now tagged desperately low. That cove doesn't last more than a second, but it forces a couple forward. In fact, Buzz right up close to that Viper screen. But so far, nothing found, and even a freebie almost missed by Sushi Boy. They will get absolutely nothing. A Prime Gaming flawless to take the lead for DRX. Well, that is a ridiculous answer. I mean, the fact that Talon had so many players in position there, you had to feel like there was more danger, but they did manage to delete Cruz, who was a big point man in that round. Not only did he have his orb there that they completely negated, but also the snake bites. They make something like that Nano Swarm just so much more deadly. And you can imagine they might actually walk out with the kill, leave the spike in the open, and have a chance to fight back. Some good ideas there, and that's the thing about Talon. Even when they lose rounds, you can see the ideas. You can see what they're planning to do. And that's why this game, for me, even in that first map for DRX, it wasn't that they were bad. It wasn't that they were making stupid mistakes. In fact, I'd look at it on the other side and say Talon played remarkably well, but now DRX are dialed in, and they're playing that same old game we see from them. Lose a map, look weak, doesn't matter. They can bounce back every single time. BO3 is like a double elim bracket for them. Oh, Garnet.
Oh, he might get caught by this one. He will, but he's at least got back to his teammates. They're trying to spam through and catch the player as they plant, but Cruz, oh, he just about gets the kill, but the plant does go down. Now in these A-site after plants, it's been sublime for DRX, even with only a couple of players surviving. So this round isn't done just yet.
And they've got a Hunter's Fury to work with, but that means that they need to hold on the site. Mako needs to buy the time. He's got a snake bite, and there it goes. Fired up, in and out. It's gonna grab a little bit of damage. Not quite killing them yet. There's the shock dart, but it's already half. Hunter's Fury comes through. It's found the kill with Mako headshotting, and it looks like they might just have this. The defuse out in the open. He's gotta be fast. He needs to hit the shot. Never mind. Completely which player survived that first fight. Lost in the sauce, Tom. Lost in the sauce.
You know what, with these two teams, sometimes it can get a little bit confusing.
I'll tell you what, every round has been so close, I just didn't believe that was closed in a 2v1 like that. The utility that was out and so on.
Yeah, they ran off. That was the thing. They were so aggressive in their sprint forward to kill things off. And because they did so well of sort of deleting some of the early players, there weren't anywhere near enough players left at the end to sort of hold on to that one.
Oh, they took Mako on the site. Okay. Obviously, yeah, he'd used his last snake bite, so he just went out for the peek up top. I think he did kill the second diffuser, went out for more and lost it. Incredibly close round. I guess the rush down on the Hunter's Fury really being the problem, and as we said, they just needed to buy a little more time on the site. Didn't manage
push
it.
Mid.
Keeps it close.
They're already trying to fight deep within this one. Marco, I think, is waiting for someone on the other side. Is he going to check far enough over? That's the thing. This is a bit of an obscure spot, and I think that Foxy almost seems to be waiting for him. They know that he loves to go for these lineups. It's genius. He played this so deep in the last round that instead they just get rid of him. Now this afterplan is hella weak in comparison to what we've seen prior.
Oh, what an incredible read. Honestly, he doesn't even second guess himself for a second to fight on site. Buzz does so well to get two. The gap in that wall, everything. And he'll even snipe Garnets out of the sky. Anti-air defense for him. And with Foxy, the last remaining player, Buzz uses that to pad the stats a little more. Blade Storm to work with, 5 on the board. And DRX, they lose one, but they're right back in it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even though we've had adaptations from Talon, making that realization that you're going to have that sort of deep Viper playing those afterplants, just using those snake bites that caused them issues in the last round, they deal with that, but there's an adaptation on the other side. Get aggressive, get up in their faces, and that's what they were doing in their last matchup as well. There was the 4 players almost working on the afterplants, and then one, and that one player was Buzz.
Oh my god, the aggression here on A-Main. 3 players running it. They go for the orb immediately, but they were ready for a fight. 2 players watching for that Rafters push, but you can see how patient they're being here. There's been a couple of rounds where we've seen that attempted, where Garnets goes aggressive, and sure, he's running the classic, building the orb for the Blade Storm, but they don't know that. So obviously they're worried about him being close, being up top, ready to fight, but I think the giveaway here is the fact that we haven't seen any of that pressure come out of Jit Boys. We're seeing, and indeed, he just put in his Cascade super close, right? So at this point, this is where Talon are sort of telegraphing the passive play, but they haven't given away the fact that there's this many players here.
Yeah, they've also put their Nano Swarm ready to try and deny the plant. I'll be honest, I don't think they're going to be alive to even be able to do that. All sat close, Dark going through, and the realization's been made. They've spotted so many players off the back of it, they're going to try and double round towards this B site, and unfortunately for Talon, they haven't realized. So, although they had the stack right initially, they're going to have to very quickly try and run back to B to have any presence in this round.
It doesn't really look like they'll get there in time. The orb is here to greet them, but it's even coming online too late. Or might have been online already. Could be the reason for the delay. Plant is secured. players on the way out. Sure, they're going to decay a little bit. RB, you're disgusting, but that turret is still online. They're hearing it. I think Sushi, I thought he was hearing it, but maybe not. It turns out RB's just right behind him. Just holding it, waiting for him. I guess maybe he thought the push was coming. What? Buzz is going aggressive here? They're against pistols, Tom. He's so aggro, he doesn't even. That's the thing, though. He has so much faith in his teammates after plant that he does this. He's basically looking for that knockout blow in every single round. He's going to get it with the shorty. This man is feeling confident at the moment, and another Prime Gaming flawless for DRX. They might have started this one a little slower than when they were versus Cloud9, but they are right back in the rhythm again.
This is looking really clean. Yep, 6-4. DRX building up attack side rounds. Just think about the previous map. It's where they struggle. Look at them. Just having fun at this point. But look, Talon have done well to secure 4. The problem is, this is, in my opinion, their better half. The attack side, I expect to struggle. They're attacking with a comp that DRX are intimately familiar with, that they're pioneering. And look, if they manage to make it up to 6, I still think it's going to be a close game. But the reality is, they went 3-0 up and have got 1 round since.
Yeah.
This half is dominant for DRX and a complete script reversal on what we saw in map number 1 of this series.
Yeah, again, we still don't really know where this comp sits overall. It's possible that there is a heavy attack side lean and they're doing a decent job, but ultimately, I don't think DRX would be as confident going into it if it had such fatal flaws. Again, we're going to see this combination of that cascade and the Viper screen to create a little pocket of space. The Cove still available, but there's spams coming through, wanting to try and deal with someone at least, and instead, they have themselves that plant, and by the looks of it, they'll have a free fallback.
Managed to get rid of the Nano Swarm, avoiding a lot of the danger. Foxy again! Just such patience on display. It's unreal. This time, definitely here in the turret. That info could have been crucial. Back, nothing to be found, and Cruz is caught off guard. Oh, DRX are right back in.
Yeah, it leaves Garnet and that rotation, but they're still sat back, waiting. Another snake bite going down, leaves invulnerable. A bullet or two will do the job, and DRX again showing how deadly their after plants have been. They lose that flanker of RB, but Marco is so quick to adapt and make sure that they're not caught out. And unfortunately, I don't want to blame a Hunter's Fury, but that gets a tag or two.
Yeah.
It just didn't really connect.
7 out of the last 8 rounds have gone to DRX. Talon, trying to even recall what it feels like to win a round. They need this one. Look, their attacks, they've struggled. And here on Icebox, with this comp, I don't know. Maybe we can have more faith in them. Maybe they'll pull something crazy out and show us a level of mastery that not even DRX have hit with this composition. But right now, it's looking scary. 7 of the last 8 rounds, 1 to play for. Cruz inside of that orb, looking for the kill, and he's dead.
Okay, Buzz doesn't get anything. Foxy, alongside Garnet, has found a couple, and they've got their lockdown in. RB now left alone, normally on the lurk, but he's going to have to fall back. He hits a nice shot, but they at least recover. A huge round from Garnet to give them that 5th round, and honestly, Mitch has said, we know this comp can work on the attack. We know that they've been pretty solid in their pistol rounds. The question will be for me now, can DRX prove to us that this comp still works defensively?
25 HP between those last 2 players, Tom. It certainly wasn't a clean round, but they might be able to bounce back into this. The reality is, their attack is about to be tested. We heard from the analyst desk before that wasn't fantastic for them on previous maps. What do you think about Icebox?
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. We spoke extensively about the fact that this composition from DRX is counterable. We expect Talon to do that. Do you feel like, Brent, that they did?
Yeah, I think they took the necessary steps in this game. They showcased that over and over again in a lot of these rounds as well, whether it was spamming down the coves and making sure Stacks couldn't get those safe plants, or it was fighting aggressively on A so they couldn't set up for the post plants. They had a really firm understanding. There was a couple of iffy moments from Talon where they were like misusing ultimates, wasting them away, which really did let them slip. But here are the instances that I was talking about. Stacks, when he was trying to plant this, again, clear understanding from Talon when they've done their homework, spam down a cove, using abilities as well, because guess what? Another disadvantage of that bubble is that it doesn't stop abilities. You can still use them against it. And that was another thing that Talon were doing. They were laying down that Nano Swarm to try and push him back. And here's the instance, I think, yeah, on round 8, where again, they're just spamming through that common angle because DRX are always planting in the same spot when they go for the A hits.
Yeah, I mean, A hits, even some of the B hits, especially on that pistol round, you know, they did the exact same thing versus Cloud9. So not shocking. The Talon were perfectly prepared for it. You know, have been able to counteract it in a couple instances. The round count could be a lot closer. This could have been a 6-6 if not a Talon lead, had they not had those kind of flubs when it came down to the ult usage. But one of the two of the people to really look for on either side as they get ready to go on the attack here for Talon is going to be these Viper players, because they're going to be absolutely instrumental. We see the numbers that Mako's been able to put up, what he's been able to get done playing for those post plants. Cruz needs to be able to do the same exact thing here for his team while guiding them at the same time. Mako, he said in that interview, again, we like it when people run our comps, run our strats. We can counter it. We're going to see if they can do it now on the defense.
Yeah, and that is going to be the big question, isn't it? I think it's a bit of an uphill battle for Talon. Can they have a successful attack side when they're playing the exact same comp and they're essentially copied the homework of DRX? We'll find out.
Well, it's going to be a very, very crucial pistol round. Mitch and Tom, let's get back into game.
And now it's time for DRX to mount that defense, Tom. You know, a close scoreline. This pistol could put the momentum into either team's sails. I'd love to see what they can manage to do, but as you're seeing there, no stranger to a third map. Every series they've played at this event has gone the distance. Yeah,
It's not been clean for DRX, but this composition has been one that they've proven to beat the very best. They took down El Diablo. Now they've got a team within their own league from Pacific to try and close this out and head their way into the semifinals.
We already know they're good against the devil they don't know, and now it's the devil they do. Talon with 5 rounds on the board, mounting their attack. This has been the difficult part of the series for them so far, and they're starting this one with a deficit. The pistol would mean everything to them. With the Viper wall in play, already set on the floor, DRX are very much expecting the push to come through here. 2 players watching it. This opening fight's everything.
Yeah, they've gone heavy on the Sheriffs, clearly expecting some ranged fights when it comes to Talon. One of them on Sushi Boy as well, so he's not going to have much post-plant utility to play with. Instead, though, Snakebite used aggressively, counter-util being thrown down to try and deny them that extra space. And in fact, they're throwing a lot of utility deep. They're trying to push them all the way back.
Wow. And still to go for a default plant spot as well. It's all this space taking, kind of just leaves Sushi Boys isolated. Almost got a reward for his trouble, but instead, a 5 versus 4 retake to be mounted. DRX, though, a lot of players are low HP here. Could cause some problems for them on the way through. Look how easy it was to take down one. And the numbers, okay, they don't stay in their favor forever. That diffuse underway, and they haven't noticed the cove is up. They're gonna swing in way too late. Diffuse already done.
Yeah, it started all right. That was the thing. I don't mind the idea. Taking much deeper control with that high tide, even saved the cove to make an awkward spot for the players to try and push back into. But I just don't even think they heard the diffuse. I think it started coming through with no one even realizing. And because of that, so late on the swing, players just guarding that spike. And a decent round again from RB. He's been having a fantastic series. I remember talking about this man in the past of like, is he the person to go to allow space for Buzz to be more of that duelist? Well, he just needed some time, it seems. Adapted his own game, and now a critical part of DRX.
Oh, hello. He's come very quickly around. Is that a Neon Fox he's playing? It's got a different skin on it. Straight up and into this fight, and, well, I think he's going to lose his life in a second, but, you know, he has certainly found them the space to get this spike planted. Only problem now is the spams that could come through on the other side. The snake bite's already in, and that is devastating. Well, there we go.
Yeah, eventually, seemingly more of the same. Nice couple of shots, and they're expecting Sushi Boy now. Spotted him in mid, trapped in the corner, spike down on the ground and not planted. If he can get anything from this,
that would be a huge success.
And he's at least got the information here that the turret's playing in kitchen. This is something that Talon did on their defense, so it's not a big surprise or anything. We've seen that utility shift around in the past. It might just be something for them to look to take out not really in the early round, more so in the mid round. Just be aware that that control is being held passively, and it's very common to see players to try to take that information out of your hand. I think mostly when you're playing a Cypher, you've got trap wires. Obviously the turret, you get rid of it, it's going to be back up online, but just throwing the question mark of kitchen, something that works very well for a lot of teams, something we didn't really see out of DRX. I'm actually even thinking, did they ever go kitchen once? I don't think they did.
No, I can't
see like an attacker heat map. It might be the only team I've seen that just refuses to play that part of the map.
Yeah, they maybe had an aggressive dash through under the tube, but
yeah.
I don't think they had much else. Here we go, though. This has been the bread and butter of this comp. Garnet, I think he's actually missed where he was hoping to get up to. Has to do it a little bit later, and because of that, they're ready. Good trade, though, from Jitboy, but again, the spike now on the ground, the Stinger doing the work. And while the rest of the team were probably hoping to end up in an afterplant, the Cove already being used, and because of that, this is now becoming a very difficult round for Talon.
I mean, they've still got a minute, but it's the spike position that's just so damning. Even if they wait, there's no way the TRX are going to rotate to the other side of the map. I hope to catch them as they reposition, but I mean, you even start to worry about a flank at this point. I don't think Sushi Boy still has his turret up. Good kill. Shock Dart was on as well. Stacks running through, caught from up above, and that is clean. The close to the round that puts Talon on 6. But it's not like DRX are going to be slowing down. They're right back into a bye.
Yeah, that could have been a hell of a lot worse.
It absolutely could have.
In a 3v3 scenario, they're fairly patient, calm, and I think it was actually just the one kill coming through from Cruz that made quite a bit of the difference. This frag here turned the tide a little bit. Still 9-6, and that wasn't a full investment. That still had stingers, that still had some weaker weaponry, and now the rifles come up for DRX as well. However, Jitboys has been farming orbs, so they are going to have themselves their own online in the form of the Reckoning.
Actually seeing practically nobody on this A site from DRX. You have to kind of imagine they're expecting that Reckoning, and there it goes right away. Now, what's the response, Tom? You've left the A site completely. Looks like they've got free control. It's not even tagged a single player, so their response is being to push mid. 3 players gone down, 2 leading the charge, and it's Cruz who has to hold strong. Good trade to start. And there's still a second player here. That shouldn't be expected, but it is spotted. With Mako falling, now DRX are in trouble.
Yeah, they did really well. The fact is, the plan from DRX was a solid one. Get in fast on that flank, expecting where the ultimate will come through. But the fact is, what Talon did, they didn't do what a lot of teams do, which is, okay, let's fight on both fronts. Let's try and be greedy, hold the control. They know with the plant that they have, they can sit deep. So what do? They all go together, fight the backline, then they can go back if needed and fight the players on the site. It's a smart adaptation, it's quick thinking, and ultimately it's what won them the round.
One more on the board, and the gap closes yet again. Saving these weapons seems to be a certainty. Not quite enough time for them to get into a position to drop one. So we will end up with a decent economy over on that Talon side. They're comfortably bought, they're sitting pretty, and their ultimates are starting to come online. Very good spot to play from it for them. DRX, on the other hand, they've got what they saved, and I don't think they'll have much more. That's a big blow in that round. A triple flank. Spot the first, trade it out one by one. You really think at that point that you have the player Mako behind enemy lines, but it just so happened that Jitboys was in the middle of checking that spot for the Jet and went, oh, there's someone else here, guys. I'll take that kill nice and easy.
Well, couple of rifles, a Blaze Storm now for Buzz. They've managed to at least bring this round a little bit more into contention. The problem is Marco has nothing. He is sat back. His whole job is to delay, and Stacks as well really doesn't have anything to play with. They have been able to go for a fast rotation, but this is all a ruse. They've used the screen and are starting to put that pressure onto Buzz. An initial tag, but only one player spotted. And that one player being the Lurk means that they're not going to pull a rotation just yet.
Yeah, there's no reason to suspect, especially with how prominent that Killjoy position around A, having your turret or your alarm bot for mid, it's very common. But now they're starting to realize there might be a few more players here. We're down to just one blade.
my math is right, Buzz is going to have to hit that headshot right away, or he's going to be relegated to the Classic for the rest of the round. And that's the thing. Again, okay, you have a couple of rifles. Again, you have the Reckoning, but it's how much you want to invest into this round and how much is just about taking some of those guns out of an opponent. That one knife now dissipated, and they almost have to start trying to tap on that defuse, but there's so much utility in the way that it is becoming tougher and tougher by the second. A Hunter's Fury in post if they need it, and it seems like they're going to throw it in just to maybe try and confirm this one. Defuse actually still coming, but it seems like they don't really need it. Eventually, they will win out just with the rifles alone. Didn't have to send in that ult. And Talon, well, they keep it very clean indeed. Yeah, well tempered at the very end. They don't allow DRX to bait them into over-aggression. They don't allow them to dump too many ultimates into it. Instead, it's patient. And from DRX, a 9-8. I've got to start to feel a little bit threatened. We had questions around Talon's attack, different map and so on, but it's actually primarily the fact that we've seen the attack struggle before, and this is DRX's composition. This is one they know, and we've credited them. Indeed, they've credited themselves with being strong when people steal their comps and understanding how to counter themselves. But right here, well, it's a struggle so far. Well, that's the thing. They've won 11 rounds on the attack and started there. So it's one of those maps where you kind of go, okay, we know the attack is strong for them, but we don't know if they have the ability to counter it themselves. Now, I will say getting the operator online and having Buzz able to take some of those earlier fights and deny that initial control could be quite valuable. But we've already seen that with those cascades, they're able to section off so much control across the map. I'm going to be interested to see if he can find that space. And it is genuinely still a wild thought that if Talon managed to turn this around, DRX head out of the tournament. Talon, a team that have yet to make a top 4 ever. In fact, it's the first time we see this organization even make it into one of these international events. They've signed players that have been here before, but not normally in this sort of capacity, and definitely not a team that we expected to be able to take DRX all the way to a third and almost even on score. Just cannot reiterate it enough with a stand-in. Like, we've seen super subs before, we've seen Cider, but man, Garnets he's drawing everybody's eye. It looks like Talon want to take things to A, but look how many players are here. Garnets could have been in trouble on the way through. In fact, he may still be 4 players now, set up and ready. How much of a read can Talon have? They have no control outside of main, only their back being watched by a turret. I think they're going to have to commit to this. And although, you know, they pumped the brakes, which works very well for them in pulling Killjoy a bit more towards mid, the rotation will be so quick when they eventually go for it. Yeah, they've got Viper's Pit, but Reckoning would probably deny that, although I say that, they've already used it. They're trying to stop them planting at all. The thing is, it seems like they're going to try and stick it to Marco. He manages to jump up. Another double from Zest. He's trying to do it all, and the trades just aren't quick enough. It's left onto Foxy. A nice shot to actually snap back. And the other teammate a little bit further away. You can see Marco just playing this one a little bit more tentative until he hears the steps. A great round from him from start to finish, and double digits hit for DRX. Take a look at that timeline. It's been 3 rounds since they got one on the board. Talon have been doing very well at streaking rounds together. 3 ultimates to work with. Sushi Boy's about to have the lockdown. But so far, I have to say, the Cove play, it's almost come to bite the Covey every time. You go for it, you try to get the plant, and right there, it just gave Mako a safe bubble to challenge in the 1v1. No one could fire back on him, no one could see him. He ain't getting the spike planted under those conditions, I'll tell you that. Yeah, luckily for Talon, they've got plenty of finances to play with. Blade Storm as well, and pretty much almost every single ult alongside it. And with that Reckoning gone, okay, sure, the Viper's Pit can still be countered by the lockdown, but they're close to having one of their own. So there's a lot that they can play with. I think that's the moment they're giving to Zeus to go, okay, what do we do here? Where do we play towards? The A site has been pretty decent for them thus far. The question is the adaptation now coming through for DRX? Are they going to fight more to deny that plant as they did in the prior round? And is that something we're going to have to see? Oh, we got the DRX sign in the crowd and everything. People getting involved. Rooting for Pacific one way or another, I suppose, but we heard it from day one. You know, DRX have got a lot of respect globally. When they were walking out for the very first time, the crowd was certainly behind them, but I think Talon have earned a lot of people's respect over this event. 2 behind. Economy looking pretty healthy for the attackers, all things considered. They've still got a bunch of credits. It's actually DRX who, if they lose this round, they'll be forced to probably an eco, especially with no Bladestorm online. So a big round coming up for DRX. They could push to 11-8 and still have a close game, but if Talon win this, we're back to neck and neck. Drone pretty much ready to go. Hunter's Fury available, but it might just be the plan to try and get in with that Viper's Pit. Even when it's counter available, much more of a chance for a plant. Zest is just playing almost hidden, hoping that someone attempts something here, and he's just waiting, but he loses the fight! Across the rope goes Sushi Boy, and Marco, this time, he's gonna get traded as well. Well, a trade good enough a lot of the time. Sushi Boys goes down, and Cruz trades it. A brave play to step out of that Viper's Pit, but in the end, it's left them with the advantage, a huge advantage, in fact, to play with. With the plant down, the pit to cover, and a completely unknown Foxy just roaming around, 2 snake bites, 2 shock darts. The win conditions are just completely ticked here for Talon, and DRX have realized that. But that's the thing, he used the Hunter's Fury just to deny the lockdown on the other side, making sure that they had themselves that execution onto the site. And I'll say Zest, I'll be honest, a little bit unlucky. He had a good read there, was ready to try and deny the plant, but this time they were ready and watching for somebody to be around, and, well, obviously being able to get a kill on the ropes will help you out quite a bit. Yeah, it's not too bad. You know, I guess the thing is when you're holding the position Zest was in, as we saw his crosshair placement.
Oh, no.
What I was gonna say was, yeah.
They've got money, it's fine.
They've got cash. We said they were looking healthy. It's fine. You know, it is what it is. Don't get an ult orb if you do that, just because I've heard people say that before, but you know, that's not been a thing since 2020. Maybe he hasn't read the patch notes in 2 years.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
It's a little mistake. Yeah. Listen, the reality is, yeah, when you're in the position Zest was in, he's holding for head height down below. He's expecting a normal push. The fact that Sushi Boys comes on the rope and is aiming at his head height is what gives him that fight so easily. Well, the difference back down to just 1, but the weaponry is where DRX are in a little bit of trouble. Buzz on an operator can always do damage, and they've sold this as an initial ruse, sending in the jet, but with no follow-up, Buzz is now going to double back towards the A site. They've spotted that drone, close angles cleared, but there's still a decent amount of weaponry waiting on this A site. And if they decide to go in this direction, they might just be punished.
Here.
It's all on this first shot, but Buzz has spotted the player making his way up the rope. He's ready for the peak. And it's coming any second now, 50 on the clock. Talon entirely set on taking this A site, and Buzz won't get the opportunity to take the first kill, and a brave play, but he dashes right out of there.
This is very used as well. They're desperately trying something. The trade's coming back, but it's still a slight advantage for the moment. God, it just goes huge. He's found 3 kills with that Bladestorm. They're going to be able to get the plant, and he might have just saved them. That was looking like a huge blip with the initial kills going the way of DRX, but that did not last long. Still, though, Zest and his doubles, we've seen plenty.
Oh, he's clutched out rounds before. This time on the attacking side, he misses the first, but gets it after. Down to 16 HP. 1 blade, all that's needed from Garnets. He's holding the angle close right, and there's the shot, but Zest can't land it. A wide swing, but Garnets is ready. And that will be double digits, tied up. This game going right down to the wire on Icebox Tom, and, well, an Icebox OT, I can't say I'm surprised if we get there.
I'll be honest, I think most people thought this broadcast would be over by now.
Hours ago.
I think most people still in this arena thought they'd be at home, or maybe at Carnival. But instead, 10-10. Talon fighting their way back, taking their opponent's composition and running it up against them. And they are putting on a damn good fight. But just remember, that was just a couple of weapons saved. That was a round that was desperately close while DRX can still buy here.
They are nowhere near over that hump just yet. So this part of the map is called Kitchen. You might not have seen it much before, but Cruz is actually going there. Let him cook, my man. He's going to be playing super late in the round, but turret's gone now. So, all right, he's bailing out of there. Not really done too much, but RB, he got rid of the turret and took the gun himself right into the site, and he's still going. Making his way through his teammates' pit, clearing it piece by piece, and grabbing the information. They're leaving. Stop the flank, Buzz. There's no need to continue moving forward. Instead, he sits in this spot, listening, waiting to grab the info, waiting to punish that rotation. They are taking it through middle, though, at least. So they'll bypass him, bypass the pit. And in fact, the fight may be Stax's. They're going to be able to get fairly far forward. Cruz, just hoping that someone gives him a fight, gives them something into this round, but the realization has to be had eventually. The problem is with two players in the pit, they won't actually know until they've pushed through. And just trying to get any form of battle, it seems like it's just going to be played as a retake. The dart, not going to catch, but it will buy a little bit of extra time. And they know exactly where it's been planted for. They know that turret was taken out earlier on. The kitchen is exposed, and they're watching it. You can see Stax passively sat in the corner. That position catches Foxy off guard completely. Stax just takes command of the round for DRX. And the lead is once again in their hands. This Korean squad is here to play. Every single time that they've entered a series at this event, they've ended up on the third map. This is their home territory. This is their comfort. This is their composition. Talon will have to dig deep if they want to take this victory, Tom, because losing that round has decimated their economy. Yeah, that's the thing. Both teams now have pretty much expended every single ultimate. Rifles here, and that's it. Yeah, 11 to 10. DRX win this one, and yeah, it should be the home stretch. But the same could be said for the other side. They might be able to just drag their opponents into the dirt. Again, we're going to see this aggressive dash, but Stax is out. Not willing to overface. He's the solo defender. His whole job is to try and delay he has. Well, the rotations from DRX come slowly, but it does mean Buzz is here to help out. That second player, we're expecting the dash out of Garnets for back yellow. They'll take the space and fight for it after. Stax wants to make them pay on the way through. Usually when that recon goes out is when the dash has been coming through, but Talon off pace a little bit in this round. Instead, looking to actually take a fight. They want to punish some of these duels, but DRX are being patient. By the time they eventually make those peaks happen, well, I was going to say the spike might be down, but no, this isn't a commitment. I don't think Talon even... I don't want to say they don't want to go B. They've so many players here, but I think they're trying to bait a rotation or a flank from A. That's what it looks like. Well, actually, you start to see some of the players on DRX moving back. I think they expected it to be a fake at this stage, almost doubling around as they're going to get towards the site. Finally, Buzz low, and he's going to swing back into an opponent. They've somehow, with their patience alone, found themselves an opener. Stax very quick to respond, though. His retake sits in the same spot as before. They used the cove to actually escape rather than to plant. And with the lurk from Cruz, that's something DRX need to deal with. Big wall blocking off B. I mean, this is going to put pressure on Talon to move forward. Cove goes up, and now Garnets has to get in there. Good spam, but he won't catch the kill. RB returning, and it's already being diffused, and it's gone! Underneath their nose! It's not for the first time that Talon have had players alive in post plans, but they could not see the spike. Now just one more for DRX. We said, Tom, the struggles would be there for this team if they lost that round. Light shields, utility waning, no ultimates. And 2 in a row needed to fight back into this. That could be the final blow dealt. That's the thing with this swing through. I feel like Garnets had to see that he was defusing. Maybe expected that he would let go after the swing came out, but full faith in a teammate to hold that line. DRX, they get the benefits of it. And now maybe looking to pick up the pace a little bit. These slower rounds have played into DRX's hands instead. They want to put the pressure right back on, but that's where Buzz thrives. An opener to boot, and they have to fall back. No matter what happens here, Talon have made history for their team, for their region, for their country, most certainly. The top 4 is all they wanted. A monumental spot, but DRX, so they've been after the Korean meta, the Korean era for a long, long time, and it looks like they might be on their way. Top 4 within their grasp, a 5 versus 2, and Garnet's one of the most impressive players that we've had in this tournament. Definitely a breakout for him. But for him to break back into this, we would need some of the best Valorant we've seen on an individual level in this entire event. A reckoning going to be used, a lockdown into play. A flank attempt by Jip Boys, but now he's the last man standing, and that final blow is about to be dealt. DRX are going all the way, 13-10. Although Talon can be proud of what they've done here today, DRX are the ultimate victors. Well, that's the thing. We've seen it time and time again, a single loss to Pacific opposition. The Korean Conquerors come out once again and take themselves that 2-1 victory. But for Talon, it is still an impressive showing, coming in with rookies to boot. One who's standing in, the other who's still only, 17, 18 years of age. It's an incredible performance from them on their debut, and I have to say, going into the Pacific League, I think it's going to be interesting. The qualification for Japan really is up in the air with how good this team has been. Still more to see, of course, with Zeta coming up in the next bracket. But the fact is, nobody, and I mean nobody, wanted to face this DRX roster coming into the tournament. A team renowned for innovation, structure, and their interplay second to none. They definitely struggled in this series. They definitely proved that they are the masters of their comp. But I think given some time, Talon might just take them down. Well, DRX have had the crowd behind them the whole way. And they'll have the crowd with them, moving on to the top 4. A remarkable performance for this team, one that again and again has failed to meet the expectations set by the region, set by the world, really. We've heard for years that it was coming, but this might be the best DRX that we've seen.
Yeah, definitely still a lot to do if they're going to be able to take this tournament. We've heard that the likes of Foxy was coming in as a new addition, but yet to be shown on that international stage, and with how good the rest of the team have looked from top to bottom, with how good some of the anchor players and players, as said in the past, have been, oh, is this guy going to go? Is this guy going to get replaced? Well, I don't know who I would switch out for him at this point, with RB being that Swiss Army knife, and of course, the likes of Buzz still thriving as the duelist. They have shown that on this map, there is still innovation to be had, which for me might be my highlight of the whole tournament. I was so worried we're still just going to see those horrific Sage comps. And more importantly, they've given Achilles a reason to put on that jersey one more time.
And notice he waited until the end.
Yeah, I don't think, I want to know if there was a Talon one sat underneath the desk, because he's got all of them. We've seen all of them.
You think he'd play both sides? No, that would never. That's
not a man of his integrity. Come on now.
Absolutely. But I have to say, this specific matchup certainly delivered beyond what most people expected, and I think Talon will go home with their heads held high.
Yeah.
This result was expected, unfortunately, for DRX to come out of the regional matchup, but the way that we got here,
fashion, yeah,
certainly not what we were anticipating. Let's talk a little bit about that match MVP. A couple options down the bottom, practically the whole team. RB, Zest, Mako, or Buzz. I gotta say, Mako played an incredible Viper there. Not only top fragging the server, but he walked out with 15 assists on that map as well. Just a testament to how well-timed his utility belt was. It absolutely
His ascent was unbelievable. I'd definitely give a shout out to Zest. I think he had a great performance, but luckily, it is not down to us. That is up to you. Now we're gonna be throwing off. This is the end of the show today, but we have the desk who are gonna be breaking things down after the break.
calcified. From my grandfather's bones to mine, they feel so real to me, realer than the air I breathe. Why can't I outsmart pride, rested on my bedside? Oh, I wake up in the morning, ready to fight or flight. My dreams keep screaming, reminding me my heart's still bleeding. Oh, when will it end? When will it end? My dreams keep screaming, reminding me my heart's still bleeding. There goes my mind again, stuck on someone who doesn't care. Build a myth inside my dreams, write a story I believe. My animal mind showered with memories that are mine. Can't tell what's real or fake. I caught feelings I can't shake. Oh, I wake up in the morning, ready to fight or flight. My dreams keep screaming, reminding me my heart's still bleeding. Oh, when will it end? When will it end? Oh, my dreams keep screaming, reminding me my heart.
What a series that was. DRX, they live to see another day and will be moving on. In a couple weeks, we'll see them back here as they take on Loud. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Bren and Achilles once again. I don't even know why you don't just keep that on like the whole time.
And a good excuse to wear. They got top 4. They said that this was the goal. I was talking to Kan Yang last night, and he said, if we make top 4, you're going to wear the jersey. And I said, of course I will.
You wear the jersey for anything.
Dude, like Buzz will get a kill and he whips out the jersey. Just like any time, any
Look,
excuse.
if I had a Talon one and they won, I would happily wear it, but they haven't given me one yet, so, you know, maybe in the future.
Well, here's the MVP breakdown of the match at hand, and my word, what a performance it was. I gotta say, credit to Talon once more. Massive respect for this team. They came into this entire event with minimal expectations, I would say. Most people would not expect them to go that far. They had 2 rookie players. I believe Garnet's, at the start of this event, had only played 22 official matches of Valorant ever.
And only 7 of those had gone to a map 3.
Yep, and the guy just really just turned up and performed so damn well.
I mean, they nearly had this today. They could have been Talon in this position instead of DRX. But, you know, for DRX, they're just here to, I feel like, set to fulfill expectations. We expected them to be here. And even further, I feel like, as the tournament goes on.
Like I said, they had explained to me, like, if we make it into the top 4, we're going to be really satisfied. And then from here, anything beyond that is going to be a bonus. But they did get pressured a hell of a lot harder than we ever could have anticipated. I mean, not a single series coming away with a 2-0 from these guys. They have been pushed at every twist and turn by teams that we otherwise didn't expect to be able to do so. So clearly some things to be worked on for DRX, but also just great indicator for all of these teams that have been competing in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think a massive credit to DRX for being able, like, making this top 4, honestly. Given the amount of maps they've played, this is a tournament where, if you give away your strats, your maps, whatever, you're at a massive disadvantage, I think, in a single elimination, because you can get counter-stratted pretty hard. Talon showed some good examples of that on Icebox, but they weathered the storm, and now they've earned that week break where they can actually rest and recover a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm actually scared because they now get time for the first time ever in a tournament to properly prepare for that top 4. But sadly, and I do really mean this, sadly, we have to say goodbye to Talon. They stole our hearts. Another Pacific team coming out, performing, and this gets me so excited for the league. I actually cannot, at this point, predict who's going to be making it to Tokyo.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think we can feel comfortable in saying that we're going to see both of these teams over in Tokyo. It's really going to be about who that third, if not the 4th person is going to be.
Yo, we did him so dirty.
Oh boy, they're having fun though. It was good to see. Like, you could tell that Talon was just honestly having a good time, even when they were losing rounds. They were still all smiles up on that stage. I think that these guys were also in the same camp as us, saying like, we didn't really anticipate to make it this far, but it's great that we have, and they're just vibing the whole way through.
Yeah, I was so pleased with how they performed, honestly, and the parity that we kind of saw from the Pacific teams as well. Like even teams like Gen G as well, you know, I'll shout them out for their performance because I wasn't expecting big things either, but it does look like the Pacific region is going to be incredibly strong heading into this year.
And this is something that we have been desperately wanting. Teams that can challenge DRX, because so far it hasn't really happened. One regular season game perhaps taken away from them, but they've always been at the top. Now there are people vying for that throne.
I mean, they're stronger than EMEA. But before the break, we asked you to vote for the player of the match. The results are in, and you guys at home have chosen Zest. As I mean, the guy who might not have been even playing this tournament.
Try and bench me, will you? No, I mean, he's just going to get an ace on pistol round on Ascent. Yeah, Zest had an absolute monster series, didn't he? The guy was just popping off. His anchoring on Ascent was really a key difference maker, I think, for them to be able to, you know, at least just make it through to all the way to that map 3 as well, because the guy, I think if it would be very different if it was Foxy9 playing, potentially.
There's no way they bench him now, right? Just no way. It's not going to happen.
You never know.
Oh, okay. I don't even want to like consider that possibility. But speaking of Zest, he is standing by with Golden Boy right now in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and congratulations, Zest. What an incredibly hard-fought game that was. Firstly, how do you feel after that? It was a lot, huh?
오늘 참 치열한 경기를 치렀는데 소감부터 부탁드릴게요.
일단 4강에 진출한 거기 때문에 지금 기분은 너무 좋네요.
Well, we made it to the semi, so you know I'm very, very, very grateful.
Yeah, for sure, and that leads me to my first question. You know, the plan for the team was that you weren't going to be playing coming into this event, and you know, but you have been a very big contributor and a big reason why DRX has had so much success. Do you feel vindicated that you get to be in this position and play in a semifinal once again?
원래 이제 이번 브라질 대회에서는 제스트 선수 대신에 폭시9 선수가 경기를 뛸 거였잖아요. 그렇지만 그동안 뭔가 DRX가 낸 성적을 보면 분명히 제스트 선수의 지분도 많은 것 같은데 이렇게 팀을 4강으로 같이 함께 올라가게 됐잖아요. 그래서 이제 스스로의 가치를 증명하게 된 것 같은지 어떤 생각인지 궁금합니다.
일단 그런 것 같아서 되게 기분은 좋고요. 사실 브라질 와서 제가 경기를 뭐 많이 뛰어봤자 한두 경기 뛰겠지 싶어가지고 사실 좀 막 이제 팀 연습을 잘 안 했었어가지고 놀고 먹고 있었는데 그래서 이제 뛰게 돼서 이게 급하게 좀 정해져가지고 부담감을 가지고 열심히 연습했습니다.
Well, yes, I definitely feel like I proved my worth to my team and to the fans. And to be honest with you, I thought I was only going to play like a couple of one or two match max in Brazil. But you know, the last decision, the last minute decision was made. And before that, I was kind of slacking off in practice. But then again, when Termi told me that I was going to step in instead of Foxy9, I had like a lot of pressure on my and a lot of weight on my shoulders. So yeah, that's when I started to like work really hard, and I'm really glad that we're able to pick up this win today.
Okay, so no more slacking. No slacking. Okay.
대충하지 말라고 이제.
All right. Now you showed us the team DRX showed us, you know, the Icebox Harbor composition against Cloud9. It was very exciting, very awesome to watch. But were you worried that Talon had a potential counter to it, or just, you know, picking it straight up against you guys?
이제 지난 C9 경기에서 어쨌든 하버를 포함한 조합을 들고 나왔잖아요. 뭔가 굉장히 파격적이기도 했는데 사실 탈론이 이번 경기에서 좀 제대로 카운터 치지 않을까라는 우려도 있었는데 DRX도 그런 걱정을 했었는지 또 어떻게 느꼈는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 탈론이 당연히 저희 경기를 보고 무언가 준비를 해오지 않을까 생각은 했었고요. 근데 시간이 이제 거의 반나절 정도밖에 없었기 때문에 상대도 많이 준비는 해오지 못한 것 같고 네, 그런 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, obviously, like we did kind of expect them to watch your game and analyze an anti-strat against us for sure. But they only had like about 12 hours. That's half a day. Not enough time to, you know, plan a lot. So that's that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, you guys have played against Loud before. They have sent you to the lower bracket in other tournaments prior. And, you know, they look fantastic right now. But what do you make of Loud? Do you think that they're a stronger team
or a weaker team than they were before.
이제 다음 경기 라우드를 만나게 됐는데 사실 라우드 때문에 패자조로 떨어져서 옵틱을 만나서 또 이제 그대로 여정을 마무리해야 했던 그런 아픈 기억이 있잖아요. 근데 이번에 좀 라우드에도 로스터 변화가 있었는데 이전 라우드보다 좀 강해진 것 같은지 아니면 조금 더 전력이 낮아진 것 같은지 평가 부탁드립니다.
사실 객관적으로 봤을 때 작년 로스터가 아직은 더 강한 것 같긴 하고요. 이게 락인 대회가 아무래도 챔피언스보다는 조금 더 약간 위상이 낮은 대회다 보니까 이 대회를 되게 압도적으로 우승하는 게 아닌 이상 작년 로스터가 더 강하지 않나 싶어요.
Well, personally, I think they were stronger last year, but you know, it's only like it's too early days.
Sure.
And I guess a lot of teams are trying different new things in Brazil. So unless they like really dominate this one, I can still say that like the one before last year's Loud is a little bit stronger.
Oh, interesting. Always great to hear from your perspective, Zest. Congratulations on your win. Very well earned. And of course, fist bumps for you as well. And of course, fist bump for my homie Jen. Thank you guys so much. And all right, well, guys, you heard from Zest. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see DRX face off against Loud. But for now, we'll send it back over to Yintu and the rest of the desk.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Hats off to Zest. The fact that he wasn't even kind of pracking properly, but then Seth coming to this tournament and putting on that kind of performance.
Yeah, it was a very fast turnaround for him to just kind of be like, actually, nope, Foxy Nine's not going to be playing. It's going to be you, Zest. Get back in there. I think it's really, really great to see how easily he's been able to slot back in for the team. See if that's going to continue as we go deeper into this tournament as they have Loud on the horizon.
Well, it's time for the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. I'm going to cast your guys' mind back to what happened earlier between Loud and NRG. Bren, I feel like there were so many moments you could have picked.
Oh, you could have picked so many from this first series. I mean, this felt like it stole a bit of my life essence away, honestly, when we were watching this match, because of the distance it went to as well, just with the entire arena in uproar. But this moment here was just absolutely painstaking, as you can see on the NRG players' faces. But Loud, I mean, they had so many moments to choose from. I didn't even know which one it was going to be from Tours.
Could have been the whole 3 maps, I feel like.
Yeah, they said, yeah, we've got a Tweez clip coming up.
Yeah, it's like,
which one? Which one? Now, you know, throughout this alpha bracket EMEA, they've caused me a lot of heartache. But two people that's been there for me, my homies from EMEA, it is Mitch and Tom, and I want to give them a proper send-off as we say goodbye to them for the rest of the tournament.
I got the double! Sushi boys!
And they won! It's so sick! Gotcha. You're doing everything! What has just happened?
Thanks.
Team A. Just have this, the defuse out in the open. He's gotta be fast! He needs to hit the shot! Never mind.
I'm gonna miss these two. I'm gonna miss these two, but we're trading them for more EMEA teams in the Omega bracket. So I feel like the representation is there, the copium is there. You know, our best teams are in that other bracket. So you guys watch out.
I'm not biased
You're
towards
NA.
any region.
You're literally
no,
NA.
I work in NA, but like
Dude, have you not seen the Reddit thread? Have you not seen the Reddit thread about how biased you are?
I'm not biased either, Bren.
yeah, of course.
Definitely not.
And speaking of that bracket, look at this. I can't believe we haven't even seen some of these teams play yet. I mean,
We've
Alpha
reset the circle.
Alpha has been kind of insane, but also EDG, the Seoul representation from China. I'm looking forward to see what they can do.
Yeah, so many storylines, right, that could continue and flourish on that side of the bracket as well, that we're going to be getting into as well after this 2-day break, I believe, you know, 2-day respite.
I think the most exciting thing for me right now is going to be seeing even more rookies come out, because the debuts from all of the players on this side of the bracket have been absolutely fantastic. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case as we get ready to shift to the other side.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Thank you very much to you two. It's been a great day. Thank you to you guys for watching from home as well. We're going to be back on Wednesday, starting with Team Liquid versus Team Secret. But for now, make sure you catch up on the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
And it all comes down to this, the Alpha Bracket Finale. Today, we'll find out which teams move on to the semifinal in 2 regional showdowns. Are you ready?
could be deadly though. Gap closed, and Loud move in. Aspas, oh my god, he's got one. 20 HP. How does he do anything in this? The time is dwindling and Tui's just thriving. Loud making it up to 9. And well, we'll call this round done, because Tui's has got 3.
Guys.
It's map 1, locked in for Loud. NRG falling to pieces. On Loud with a tap on the spike, unless, oh my word!
Nice try, it's okay, it's okay.
The backlines are no longer safe, so they need to win out somewhere. They're going straight through towards Link. Big to lovely work from NRG. Aspas breaks in. Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. He's dead, Aspas. Loud are knocking at the door now. NRG should be worried. The utility's coming in, and NRG. This game demanded it. It deserved a third, and we're going the distance. 3v3 post-spawn now. Tui's though, gonna catch crashes. How the hell did Tui see him then? Spots out one, does not see the second, already slipping through by Sam, but still up for the fight. Oh, lovely from Tui's though. This could be 12 on the board. Crashes though, finds 2 back in. Crashes.
Good call, maybe good call.
Kawazine, he's trying so hard for his side. Oh my god! Kawazine! Cross. Oh my god! In the right place at the right time. Finesse, get your gun out. Oh, Tui's! Loud have poured their hearts and souls into this game. The crowd is on their feet. The Brazilian hope is still alive.
Talon are certainly enjoying their hot streak right now, but let's not forget, the team that stands in between them and that Cinderella run happens to be the greatest Asian VALORANT team of all time.
Already one going back in the other direction. Garnet trying to slide across and catch them with more utility going down. He has got a double off the back of a snake bite. They've now got a Killjoy operator. Like they really are doing everything. What has just happened? And actually the pin's going to get dropped, and Sushi Boys comes out with both. There is no hope for DRX. Talon have taken map number 1, and tell me now, who predicted that? Just trying to buy that little bit of extra time. 11. Even lower he goes, but he's still going to take it home for DRX. Zest with a 4K. Right place, right time. 3 players blast through. They're waiting in the smoke, but every kill goes well the way of DRX.
And Zest, okay, does well to fight. Shock Dart goes through. It might be perfect.
Zest is going to get the ace.
13-6, and the reverse sweep is on the cards. Icebox to close.
Yep.
The fight on site. Buzz does so well to get 2. And he'll even snipe Garnets out of the sky. Buzz uses that to pad the stats a little more. 5 on the board. What, Buzz is going aggressive here?
He's basically looking for that knockout blow in every single round. He's going to get it with the shorty. This man is feeling confident at the moment. The trade's coming back, but it's still a slight advantage for the moment. God, it just goes huge.
Not really done too much, but RB. That position catches Foxy off guard, completely stacks. DRX are going all the way, 13-10. Although Talon can be proud of what they've done here today, DRX are the ultimate victors.
My submarine. Submarine.